A strong wind suddenly breaks, sending everything around into a chaotic flight. The subordinates bow in deep respect before the coffin, which rises before them like a silent witness of their devotion. The main character suddenly found himself in an unusual world. Without special abilities, he led a simple, routine life. But now everything has changed. Thanks to numerous concubines, EMU established a large and powerful Xiao family, which became the basis of his new life. The rest of his family gathered to hear the last words of the patriarch and accompany him on his last journey. The patriarch addressed the gathering, emphasizing a simple truth. The beauty of life is hidden in its transience, because everything disappears sooner or later. At the end, he wonders if they have decided on a name for the newborn. Since everything was going great in their family, they decided to name the baby Mikhailo. The subordinate is in obvious fear, his eyes fixed on one point, as if fascinated by something unknown. The end came when his ears caught the newborn's name, and the echo of those words cut through the air like thunder in a clear sky. The servants bowed, grateful for the years of service, and wished the master eternal peace. Thus, the Semitic system of prosperity was successfully launched, ushering in a new era of development and prosperity. Unique martial arts and numerous valuable rewards await anyone who inherits the main prosperity system. Suddenly, the dying person gets up from the bed, full of energy and zest for life. He was stunned, unable to understand what was happening and why his illness suddenly disappeared. His subordinate stood nearby, even more confused than the hero himself. He did not know how to react to the situation unfolding before his eyes. A tense silence reigned in the room. The eyes of those present focused on one person, as if time had stopped. Joy overflows people, like a real miracle. They do not believe their eyes. The forefather has risen. The unknown is watching from the side, obliquely assessing the events unfolding in front of him. Every sound disappeared. Even time seemed to stand still. Only a light breeze gently rustled through the trees. It turned out that the system wakes up only at the moment when a person reaches exactly 100 years. The system congratulated the centenarian by presenting a unique gift, an exclusive beginner's set containing as many as 360 additional days of life. In addition to this unique gift, he possessed mysterious advantages: supreme chaos spiritual root and immortal cultivation technique. The most interesting thing is that after gaining 50 years of cultivation, he was faced with a choice. Unite with her or go your own way. The golden glow smoothly turned into an aura circle, descending down and enveloping the hero's head. A mysterious stone of a rare red hue appears on the hero's forehead, which no one has seen before. A large amount of energy began to be directed at the stone, surrounding it with a bright glow. Amazing magical circles began to appear around the hands, glowing with a magical glow. The old wrinkled hand transforms, becoming smooth and youthful, radiating new strength. One realizes history by feeling the ultimate rhyme of the Tao, and contemplating it is like touching the heavens. In his final moments, the master attains enlightenment, and perhaps even immortality. The system reports success. Master has mastered the first level of key cultivation. The glow of new possibilities fills his spirit. However, with the onset of the third level, the orbit begins to expand, beckoning with new unknown possibilities. The last level changes to the 9th, and the old grand gives way to the new leader. His father appears from behind the clouds, charismatic and strong, like a hero from legends. That's it, the foundations are laid, a new era is ready to begin. The young man rises sharply, his eyes are wide open, his gaze is carefully directed upwards. Sincere surprise is visible on his face. Such an impressive increase in strength in one day is a real achievement. The servant bows in welcome to the honorable gentleman, marking his new, brilliant path in life. The rest of the guests, inspired by his example, respectfully bow down, paying him respect. His son's generation has already reached the respectable age of about 70. Their hopes were almost extinguished. The new moon extends his hand, addressing his subordinate with a certain confidence. The subordinate, without any opportunity to refuse, rises from his knees, feeling the pulsation of tension in the air. The main character receives the task, without hesitation, to give orders to each member of the family, feeling all the responsibility that now rests on his shoulders. The younger generation should strive for procreation, giving birth to more offspring. The events are moved forward 10 years, opening a new exciting chapter of the story. The estate had grown to enormous proportions, striking in its opulent grandeur more than ever before. A spacious gazebo majestically nestles on the slopes of the mountain, opening amazing views of the surrounding nature. It is there that William appears, the charming main character, with a glint of adventure in his eyes. Edward, the elder's son, announced the successful execution of all orders. The Xiao family gained fame by taking concubines from different countries. Over the years, the Xiao family had become the undisputed leader and most influential clan in Sunset City. During all these years, he led a reclusive lifestyle, hiding from prying eyes. Sunset City was still certain of his death. However, a mysterious life reigned, hidden from prying eyes, because it was safer to survive that way. Faithful servant Kale reported that the Narland family had unexpectedly broken off their marriage alliance. The progenitor felt deep disappointment. It was extremely important to her. Sect leader Qinglin decided to take young Linda as his special disciple. The students gathered in the main hall to honor their new ally and learn about her future role. The clan has crossed the line, so far that the main character clearly does not like it. Suddenly, the system sends David a shocking notification. His marriage license has been denied. The Flame Doom Emperor is an ancient deity born from the essence of a fallen ruler. Its power and history remain shrouded in mystery and legend. People wondered if William had lost his memory after his mood swings. Edward seemed like an ordinary mortal, but behind his modest appearance hid a tireless spirit and indomitable energy. The spiritual roots have weakened, and now the future of the whole family rests on the shoulders of young people like the tireless David. He was ready to accept this challenge and stand up for their heritage. William stated that he had information on the sect leader and was only one step away from becoming a Golden Core expert. The sun shines brighter as the host will soon enter the game to protect his faithful. Despite this, the Nalan are so self-righteous that they mock the Xiao clan, hoping for the power of their mysterious leader. The Lans were certain that the time had come to test the Xiao clan, as their ancestor had gained power over the Golden Core. The owner assures everyone not to worry. He will solve all the problems that have arisen during this time. Disgruntled guests had already gathered in the main hall, catching each other's eyes and muttering disrespect. They waited impatiently for the appearance of the detained owners. The patriarch of the Nalan family, George, sits thoughtfully at the head of the table, and next to him sits his daughter, Linda, with a slight smile. The employees of the institution were extremely dissatisfied with the behavior of the guests. Their glances pointedly showed hostility, and disgruntled whispers spread through the hall like a wildfire. Edward greets Georgie energetically, noting that it's been a while since they last met. But Georgie immediately gets down to business, mentioning the engagement between the lady and the young man. Georgie demonstrates an elixir he believes is the perfect body cleanser, boosting his worth to the heavens. Without waiting for an answer, he slowly walks away, saying at the end that this will be a good compensation. They seem to have planned everything from the beginning. This elixir is truly priceless. If so, their clan owes them something. The main character stands silently in front of the portal, through which he carefully observes everything around, trying to understand what is happening in this mysterious world. But can your mop handle all that endless bile? David flatly states that they cannot accept such conditions and insists on taking the elixir. The two figures suddenly froze, their surprise so strong that they took a step back and stared at what was happening in front of them. Enraged, he turned to the child, warning her not to interfere in the complicated affairs of the Nalan family, on which the fate of many people depended. With Lady Linda by his side, he asked a direct question, whether the idea of breaking off the engagement was her own. Her confident answer did not surprise him. William looked sarcastically at this chaos, holding a cup of juice in his hands. George, the scion of a well-known family, must have been aware that asking for a separation would bring shame on him. If David accepts their request, the family's future will be on the verge of destruction. How could a mortal soul dare to have such discussions before a woman of such greatness and power? Even giving up the Qinglan sect's support would not change the situation. The young man suddenly released a stream of energy, showing how long ago he had chosen the path of perfecting his skill. This is a fourth-stage skill that has almost matched the level of Linda, the chapter's favorite student. Everyone around was amazed. How could this happen? The beginner is already at the fourth stage of mastery. Strange feelings overtake the girl when her eyes fall on a young boy. David is a young, ambitious seeker of immortality, his gaze full of determination. Is this the true source of power? Linda froze, as if spellbound, standing with her mouth open. Her attention was completely absorbed by the picture unfolding before her, and time seemed to stand still. Gathering her will into a fist, the girl announced that she was ready to postpone the question of engagement, but only on one condition. Her eyes reflected confidence and steadfastness. If she still has something to say, you should listen carefully. The girl said in a strong and confident voice that the only condition was to postpone the announcement for 10 years. Her words caused an explosion of curiosity among those present. If she wins, she will publicly end the marriage. but the decision will remain between the two of them alone and will not affect Xiaojie's family in any way. David, following the wisdom of his ancestors, chooses to live wherever his soul desires. However, underestimating the difficulties of youth sometimes puts him on the verge of discovery. Head Narlin, looking intently through his glasses, listens to his words, straining every muscle of his face. Edward, standing silently behind, mentally noted Arlen's beautifully composed words. He truly deserves to bear the name of the Xiu family. However, the young man hesitates to give advice to the girl, feeling that his rank is lower. The girl defiantly looked at the young man, convinced that over time he would inevitably give in and fall at her feet, begging for mercy. Despite the provocations, David remained calm. With determination in his eyes, he leisurely took something out of his sheath, bracing himself for the unexpected turn of events. Using his charms, he deftly moved it to the other side. The boy resolutely presses his blood to the parchment, as if signing an invisible contract with fate. The relationship between the two families is completely destroyed, as if there was nothing in common. The girl did not have to understand why he decided to act contrary to everything, as if he had forgotten about the ties between families. He dared to take such a step, addressing her Lindy. The main character's idea has now become a reality. They stand, separated by space, on two different sides of the hall, each with their own thoughts and secrets. William sighed triumphantly, realizing the genius of his decision. Failures were left behind, and now everything was starting to fall into place. After completing the second task, a system window will flash on the screen with the long-awaited reward. The hero received the title, Emperor of Fiery Fates. This is the reward. A sparkling window signals a job well done. The hero becomes the Emperor of Fiery Fates. David turned to the guards with a determined expression on his face, giving an unexpected order, to lead the guests to the hall. Edward emphasized again that it was extremely important not to forget to take their priceless cleansing elixir. Georgie, feeling a wave of indescribable irritation, turns silently and disappears into the distance, leaving behind only a shadow of displeasure. Events are now unfolding in cozy corners of the backwoods, where the secrets of the past are hidden. The peaceful abode of the Lord was hidden among the mountains, shrouded in a mystical haze of secrets. The main character looked at his grandson with pride, then handed him a mysterious object that promised to become his indispensable ally in adventures. Everything happened without any problems. The only one who remained unmoved was the fiery emperor, and the boy's performance remained unchanged. William emphasizes the importance of this secret technique, which can greatly increase the synergy with the spiritual roots, providing new opportunities for development. Of course, there is a condition that must be met. Constant self-improvement became the key to activating the gift, without which past troubles can return in the future. A whole year has passed, and the main character tirelessly improves his skills, steadfastly going to the goal. William cannot hide his excitement. His gaze detects something unusual about King Young Mountain that makes him suspicious. What did he see? Examining the maps, he decided to go to the place where, according to legends, rare natural treasures were to be discovered. The boy, having captured a rare treasure, was faced with a choice that could change his fate. The system again gave the boy two options. The first is to seal the entire mountain and appropriate it, becoming the sole owner of the treasure that millions dream of. Wealth was to be easily acquired with almost no effort. The second option is a real discovery, a magical weapon of the third rank that attracts users with its brilliance and power. It seemed that the heavens opened their gates and angels descended to earth. Golden armor appears on the hero's body, which seems to merge with his skin, giving him the ability to hide from enemies. Guy silently utters a spell and his flying sword is sent back to its master at lightning speed. The system seems to have brought him many problems. He decided to engage in peaceful cultivation for the time being, but he was not going to give up the opportunity to collect valuable treasures. For the hero, a long life and numerous descendants were the key to a bright and happy future. He considered this the most important goal. The new morning greeted the descendants with bright sun and beautiful weather, promising a day full of adventure. There are whispers on the streets about a strange purple glow that attracts the attention of all the townspeople. Does it hide a mysterious treasure? Some of the townspeople united and began to organize groups to go on a search. They were attracted by the purple glow, which could hide unseen treasures. The group decided that a life change wasn't such a bad idea. Why not go on a quest that can open new horizons? A once-in-a-century chance. Even if he has to compete for this prize? He is ready to fight. Then a fierce discussion begins. Who will reach the goal first? At sunset, as the mountains behind the Chihao family sink into twilight, a van appears on the horizon. Edward emphatically told his team to pick up the pace and be ready for the challenge. Near the backyard of the training ground was the same mysterious cart that had attracted the attention of the team. The sun's rays insidiously made their way into the father's study, who was engrossed in work at his desk. Tearing himself away from the papers, his father looks up at Edward, ready to listen carefully to his every word. It seemed that the old man had something extremely important that he was about to announce. The old man hurried along in a frenzy and then suddenly stopped and sat down quietly, as if trying to decide where to begin his story. Suddenly, a powerful energy forms the chair and protective barriers around it. Despite being over 80 years old, he still retains incredible strength, but he desperately needs spiritual energy to continue fighting. Edward spoke of a mysterious purple glow that was rumored to hide a great treasure. Many people tried to find him, hoping for luck. He decides that involving all family members in the search will greatly increase the chances of success. After his father's consent, he quickly organizes a team and goes to the mysterious mountain of King Yan. William remembers how his father always repeated one important truth to him as a child and questions its meaning now. He remembered his father's advice: always think carefully and plan before doing anything. Therefore, their kind could not interfere under any circumstances, no matter how tempting the promises or trials that came before them. They were just ordinary people who should not have gotten into the thick of things. Even if they could be eliminated, it would inevitably inflame the anger of the other clans. The best solution was to refrain from interfering and simply watch the clans clash in a dangerous duel with each other, and try to benefit by staying out of the conflict. The son confidently stands his ground, having his own arguments, and no force can shake his determination. The priority remains unchanged: to strengthen the pedigree. Other cases, in his opinion, should not even be touched. 3 days later, at the foot of the majestic mountain of the Zhou family, William went deep into meditation, breathing in the energy of the world around him. Hooves were heard in the distance. Someone was heading towards William. Divine knowledge revealed something unusual, but only Edward could see it. Edward, moving cautiously, used a mysterious magic that aroused the interest of even experienced magicians. Amazing blue-yellow clouds suddenly appeared around the old man, forming a magical barrier that surrounded him from all sides. Thanks to his magical abilities, the father is able to instantly move him to him with just a wave of his hand without hesitating for a second. The man tells the terrible truth. All the descendants of the families on the mountain fell into the hands of the sect. They were subjected to brutal torture, forcing them to shut up forever. The enemy is extremely dangerous and scary. Xiao already had a certain idea about the Qingliang sect. However, his main concern now was to buy time, preparing for possible surprises. Otherwise, all his efforts will be in vain, and his work will be in vain. He finally learned his lesson and went about his business with all determination, full of energy and drive, as if everything he was doing now had a new, deeper meaning. 6 months have passed since the system reminded of itself again. When the number of descendants reached 400, the system offered 2 options for solving the situation. Her intention seemed to be to encourage him to return to hunting, but she understood the danger that lurked at every step. So he chooses stability and development, avoiding conflicts where the reward was only a small increase in spiritual power. Now the EMU has only to place it on an ordinary mountain. Then the spirits of the earth will again begin to form powerful streams under its massive rocks. The operation was successful. He sent her to the mysterious mountain of the Shao family. The spiritual aura of the mountain impresses with its saturation and almost mystical atmosphere. Soon, the main character must take all he can from this energy and immerse himself in hermit cultivation in order to become stronger. The events take place on the majestic mountain of the young king, where strange sounds are heard from everywhere. People sit in silence, watching the dramatic scene, which looks like a bloody meat grinder of relatives. Elder Oswald spoke to King Li's insects. "There are many lazy idlers among you." His words sounded like a challenge, encouraging action. If one is seen to be idle, one will inevitably suffer the same fate as those idlers of the past. Suddenly, a powerful spiritual aura appears nearby, filling the surrounding space with incredible energy. Despite the appearance of a powerful aura, the uncle remained calm. He jumped up in a flash, showing his reaction and fearlessness. Climbing the tree, the scout noticed intense vibrations of spiritual power radiating from the mountain, belonging to the Chihao family. Oswald instructs him to continue following the young workers from various families, seeking to find clues in their actions and connections. They decided not to stop searching for the treasure, because each clue brought them closer to the great secret. Meanwhile, he decided to take a different route, quietly following behind, carefully checking his friend's every move for possible traps or clues. As the uncle approaches, the oscillations increase, like warning waves. He tries to hold back his excitement while maintaining a cool mask. The system announced the intrusion of an uninvited guest who broke the silence and tore the cold mask from the master's face. A decision appeared before him again. Choose cold steel or the path of peaceful negotiations. But this time, he decided to take his time with the answer, considering all the possible consequences. Oswald finally reached the majestic peak of Mount Ciel Familius, where new adventures awaited him. Oswald looked around carefully, but found no sign of a powerful cultivator, which cast doubt on his expectations for new adventures at this majestic peak. The boy suddenly felt a strange energy surround him. It was the aura of a weak spiritual vein. If the sect master reveals this secret, his uncle can gain a promotion and possibly reach the golden core. This needs to be reported as soon as possible. Suddenly, a copy of the main character appears out of nowhere. But where was the mysterious guest going to disappear? Oswald could not contain his surprise. Has anyone been able to bypass his watchful gaze and mislead? Has he lost control of the situation? A wave of thoughts flooded his mind. William instantly decided to portray himself as Noah. It was easy to come up with a name on the fly, as if it were his second self. The uncle carefully examined the man in front of him, concluding, "He may indeed be stronger, but the advantage is insignificant. And although the difference in strength is minimal, it aroused his curiosity." Oswald guesses that it's time to act. He plans to distract Noah and unexpectedly deliver the decisive blow, seeking to capture the vein. As an apology, the hero holds out a high-level elixir capable of restoring strength and health. Emu was also supposed to appear in the Qingliang sect, because he was the master of this place, and was supposed to be responsible for the order in it. He tried to build a good relationship with each of them to ensure stability and harmony in the sect. Every time someone saw a goal in front of him, an irresistible greed came to life in him. But he agrees with the right of others, admitting that there was an unfortunate misunderstanding. Oswald reflects on his uneven gains, devising a plan to use his own inexperience as a trump card in this game. The main character was informed that it was time to leave. During the next 3 days, he will have the opportunity to visit the sect, opening new horizons for his adventures. However, William decides that it is time to get rid of this person once and for all. The uninvited guest enthusiastically craved profit and dreamed of spilling blood. To win, you need to act decisively and strike the first devastating blow. The boy jumped high into the sky, his golden blade shining like a star, ready to deliver a powerful blow. Oswald, startled by the sudden appearance of an unknown powerful phenomenon, only has time to notice it for a moment before he is left unable to react. His heart was pounding like a madman, warning him of imminent fear. Blood pours from his mouth. The blow was surprisingly accurate, causing him excruciating pain. A black hole seemed to open in his heart, sucking the remnants of hope. It was hard to imagine that this was really happening. Unexpectedly for himself, he realized that the enemy is capable not only of an insidious attack, but also of revealing his own insidious intentions. The main character instantly realized that the scoundrel was once again devising an insidious plan. Oswald, trying to buy time, asked how the man knew about this plan. Uncle, feeling insecure, tries to fix the situation. The older man struggles to find the right words, hoping to be understood. Killing him is not an option. With every minute, an irresistible desire to get rid of Oswald forever grows in him. The hero quickly pulls out a sword from his chest, and illuminated by determination, raises it high above his head. Gathering all his strength in one movement, the hero powerfully swings his sword, preparing to finish off the opponent. The aura raging around him was so fierce that it seemed as if the wild dragon itself had awakened within his soul. Preparing to pounce on the enemy, William made a horizontal strike, his sword bursting with incredible energy that permeated the space around. That's the end. The man's head is about to fall to the ground, and the body already looks like the cold, powerless face of a former warrior. At the end, he casually puts the sword away. The task is accomplished. He feels the satisfaction of victory. The fairy treasure shines like a jewel. Quality level 3 is a real find. At first, a tiny, unusual bell appeared, but soon it began to grow, turning into something bigger and heavier. Soon the bell turned into a huge object that radiated an incredible energy that radiated power and mystery. In the hands of a flawless killer, This object became the perfect instrument of death. Sophisticated, elusive, he could disappear into every corner of darkness. The system detected a checked storage bag associated with Oswald. Oswald looked disappointedly at what he had found. Several spiritual stones and a couple of ordinary elixirs. But it turned out to be just a trifle compared to his expectations. After 3 months of adventure, Edward once again set foot on the ancient threshold of his ancestors' home, feeling mixed emotions, the joy of returning and nostalgia. Approaching the threshold in the ancestral manner, he catches words of approval floating from the door, inviting him inside. He proudly sat down on a chair, looking around. William asked for what purpose he had come here, and what had brought him to this place. The old man respectfully bowed his head before the formidable, powerful father. During all this time, no one has been able to find the treasure, and the royal insect is gradually losing patience. This morning, the last immortal of the sect was left alone. Fate was clearly not kind to them in their search for divine treasures. Left without support, the sect decided it was time to strengthen the Xiaofa family's position. Edward feels that he has no choice but to listen carefully and try to understand the new conditions imposed on him by the sect. The main character must obey. He decides to notify all young and strong people. He stares intently at his receding sun when a notification from the system suddenly appears. It is 60 years of painstaking efforts, 10,000 habitual stones for the new heavenly characteristic of Tao Field. The bonus of this spell was a 10-fold increase in energy concentration, making the cultivator much more powerful and tireless. His speed doubled like lightning, cutting through the sky. With his incredible ability, he reaches into every corner of the area as if it were his own mysterious oasis of calm and control. His cultivation steadily progressed, reaching the 6th level of the Golden Core, which gave him even more strength and confidence. It turned out to be a spirit that had absorbed the energy of the sun and moon for years, gathering the power of plants and trees. Perhaps the majestic insect spent all its strength in search of this mysterious creature. Thanks to its extraordinary strength, the giant insect effortlessly discovered the powerful monster it had been searching for until now. The main character rushed rapidly across the territory, as if caught in a whirlwind. The happy child, with eyes full of delight, pointed to the environment. "There is such an incredible energy here," he exclaimed with sincere admiration. However, his calmness was suddenly shattered by a voice from behind. Why did they come here? Looking around, he saw William, and the kid ran away headlong. With this escape technique, he could appear and disappear silently, like a ghost, leaving behind only a light breath of wind. William, using his powerful magic, draws a circle of ash that mysteriously swirls around him. Magical energy, unfamiliar to the boy, swirls around him like a living creature that takes him captive. The hero suddenly appears, as if from nowhere, and the child ends up in his arms, as if materialized from his thoughts. Feeling fear, he recognized him as a true immortal. A little boy with burning eyes looks at his delight, his heart beating faster with excitement and hope for a miracle. However, the main character does not intend to cause harm and openly communicates this directly to his face. His eyes now shine, filled with delight and unquenchable curiosity. William picks up the boy carefully, and he looks tiny in his huge hands. The boy looked satisfied, his eyes shining with joy from the completed work. He gently stroked the baby's smooth head, feeling the special bond between them. After he calmed the kid down, the man asked if he wanted to become his student, promising incredible adventures and important life lessons. At first, the boy cannot understand what exactly the mysterious proposal is about. However, William does not stop trying to convince himself. Having become a mystical guide, he will be able to travel freely through the mountains without knowing the fear of danger. The protagonist asked the interlocutor what his opinion was about such an exciting idea. The protagonist enthusiastically contemplated the idea of cultivating immortality, seeing it as an unheard-of opportunity to attain untold power and live forever. He bows deeply and addresses William respectfully, calling him master. The task is completed successfully, and the boy receives 6 longevity pills along with 9 stages of mastering the celestial techniques. William rejoiced in success. He incredibly liked the unexpected turns of fate. After a 1,000-year reincarnation, William feels the power of a new beginning, and gives himself the name Anton, seeing it as a symbol of rebirth. In honor of the momentous moment, the young man decided to please Anton with a welcome gift that would symbolize a new beginning. The young man decided to surprise Anton by teaching him the technique of 9 transformations of divine art. It would be not just a gift, but a new beginning in understanding the secrets of the world. The little boy had no idea of the true essence of this divine gift. However, He will soon realize that the secret lies in simple release from tension. And suddenly, a bright light appears in front of his eyes, which shines blindingly. Mysterious runes begin to appear on the boy's back, unfolding like mysterious ancient writings. William wonders if there is a scriptural response in the boy's soul. The next day, brave William decided to teach Anton the art of writing, hoping that this would bring him closer to solving the mysterious writings. Suddenly, Anton's look changed. He became serious and focused, as if he had realized something important. Anton suddenly stopped. His gaze fell on the stranger. It was David, Ego's famous great-grandson, who suddenly appeared before him. The stranger resolutely crossed the threshold, filling the room with invisible tension. But what prompted him to take this reckless step? The young man, filled with determination, approached the sage, informing about his desire to go on a long journey. To discover your own possibilities, sometimes you need to go on a real adventure. The main character found himself in complete confusion, not expecting such an unexpected decision. A system notification appears on the screen. 2 options, freedom or detention. Each promises its own unique rewards, making the hero think. William freezes in place, pondering his choice, as if the whole world has stopped waiting for his decision. David, holding his breath considerably, turned his gaze to the forefather, hoping to hear the long-awaited answer. Each stone undergoes hardening, but it is important to remember first of all about your safety and your native land. David's eyes shine with sincere gratitude and happiness. With a slight bow, he shows respect to the owner because he had the opportunity to realize his most cherished dream. Like it or not, chicks are constantly turning into adult birds, because such is the unbroken passage of time. The older bird was guided by instincts on its way, leading the younger ones through dangers and difficulties, so that each of them would find their place in the sky. He acquired a magical artifact, the Azure Dragon Sword. This legendary blade glows with a blue light, a reminder of the true power gained during a dangerous mission. Armed with a blade of the 3rd rank, he sets out on a difficult journey, where he will be forced to rely only on himself and his skill. This is the end. The hidden door to the chapter is locked, and he has no choice but to embark on his journey. The hero was determined not to let the wise mentor down and gave up thoughts of despair. Thanks to his extraordinary strength, he watches his great-grandson confidently step forward without any hesitation. He remains full of expectations and hopes. Asking fate to preserve the well-being of his relatives, he understood that he had already exhausted his possibilities. Several months passed and the situation remained unchanged. He managed to climb to the 3rd level, and this was a real achievement for him, because the path to this peak was preceded by a lot of effort and hard work. Some special secret trick seemed to be his ticket to success, almost like a trick. On the rocky platform, the young man works tirelessly, concentrating on perfecting his technique, every movement reflecting his determination and desire to achieve mastery. But suddenly the ring on his hand lit up, emitting powerful energy. It turns out that the boy was a mysterious source of spiritual energy that flowed through the ring, making its owner increasingly powerful. Accepting the ring as a teacher, the wearer gained all of its wisdom, feeling the secrets of the ages flow through his consciousness. Daniel, after weighing all the pros and cons, finally agrees. He feels that there is nothing left to lose, and the experimenter instead radiates obvious satisfaction. The young man with burning red eyes took the ring that had just broken off and immediately put it on his finger. Time passed like water between fingers. Even children turned into young men with the speed of the wind. In 5 years, their power has grown incredibly, and they have become a real force to be reckoned with. 5 years later, an incredible atmosphere reigned near the mysterious King Yun Mountain. At the foot of the mountain was the powerful sect of King Leon. There sat a mysterious man, deep in meditation. It was the legendary John Qingshan, the incomparable head of a powerful sect. The mountain was enveloped in powerful streams of energy that resembled stormy clots of thunder. At the very epicenter of the chaotic vortices of energy, a human crowd reigned, like a whirlwind. A dominant aura filled every corner of this area, its power breathtaking. It turned out that this was a divine test, when the entire section was preparing to move to a new level, the Golden Core. The energy around pulsed with an invisible glow, marking the transformation. People understood that time cannot be wasted. Their only chance was to get out of there quickly, but time was lost. The cultivation of a new level had almost come to an end, leaving people with less and less chance of salvation. The rushing crowd freezes numbly, mesmerized by the power pulsating before them. Strange silhouettes appear in front of the crowd, mesmerizing people with a peculiar aura. A bell suddenly appears in the hand of a stranger, resounding with melodious music. The streams of spiritual energy of the sky and the earth rushed at a frantic speed, creating an incredible spectacle around the stranger. An unquenchable energy explodes in his body, which becomes more and more powerful with each passing moment. He finally reaches the top of the golden core, passing the divine test of the legendary hero. The morning has come, and he descends from the heavenly peak. His trial is complete, and the new hero's powers are awakened. Dong stood in the middle of the sparring court, confidently demonstrating his skills and stamina. His movements were fast and elegant, like a martial arts dance. The subordinates raised cheers in honor of their master, who has just risen to a new level, impressing everyone with his skill. Even Linda, mesmerized by the celebration, joined in the general excitement, following the example of the others. When he saw the girl, he immediately asked about the trip to the Xiao family, intending to break off their engagement. His eyes were burning with determination and his heart was beating fast. Realizing the importance of this step, Linda replied that she had made a deal with this mortal for 10 years. He was a very humble man, stuck in a completely different world. For more than a decade, the number of his descendants grew steadily, exceeding 1,000. As a reward for his loyalty and diligence, he receives a small sapling of a fruit tree that promises to become a symbol of his growing legacy. He was finally found. The protagonist, filled with determination and inspiration, brings divine consciousness into play, realizing that every step he takes now gives meaning to his legacy. Anton achieved significant growth. During this time, Anton turned into a more courageous and self-confident man. His background clearly reveals Anton's innate talents, which sprout and attract admiring glances. Anton simply impresses in every performance. Edward ceremoniously hands a fruit tree seedling to Anton and enthusiastically asks to find a place for it in the yard. Anton takes on the task with zeal, giving every movement his full attention to provide the soil for the seedling in the best possible way. The main character has long dreamed of finding out how the Xiao family lives in the present. Contemplating on the screen of the system, the hero sees how the family lives in prosperity and joy. His heart is filled with happiness because dreams are finally coming true. The spirit quickly got used to the new place. The family had to return to the cells to continue cultivation, because the path to prosperity required effort and dedication. Williams was enjoying the long-awaited silence when suddenly the screen flashed with a message from the system. The time has come to fulfill the 10-year will of the young heir, David's great-grandson. Survival in an infinite world is quite a victory, but the young heir faces a difficult choice once again. William has made unprecedented progress and must now choose a different path. His decision will bring him the gift of supernatural skill, a skill that will change his attitude towards the sword. Two warriors met in a fierce duel on the field of sparring of the Kinnean sect. A proud and disaffected girl joined the sect's warriors, ready to prove her skill on the battlefield to everyone. The girl always kept a sword with her, ready for any unexpected challenge. She knew that in conditions of danger, every second and every movement could become decisive. During this time, David grew up, became a strong and just man, ready to protect those who need support. The crowd watched him with interest, whispering and considering his next move. Linda warned him, "Don't dream, her honor will remain intact." The defiant girl, full of confidence in victory, rushed at the young man, demonstrating her irrepressible determination. She stated that someone would definitely die today using the formidable heaven-splitting technique. David froze in his place in the middle of the parade, invisible to the agitated crowd. David skillfully parries the powerful blow that the girl gave him. The foundations were laid at the 6th level, and the person she didn't think the best of suddenly returned, matching her in strength. The young man observes that even in the world of insects such as gnats, mediocrity can be found. The guy decides that such injustice should be put to an end. He begins to recite a spell, hoping that it will change the course of events. His energy transforms into a huge blue dragon that flutters in the sky like a ball of pure power. The aura of 9 swords swirled in the air, merging together to form a magical beast with 5 claws. As a junior master, she had no right to lose face. Her honor and professional reputation were at stake. She was sure that her skill in the sky-splitting technique would help her overcome any obstacles. As the two powerful forces collide, 2 powerful explosions are heard, splitting the ground around them. However, only David remains standing, asserting his victory amidst the chaos of battle. With a flick of his finger, David releases his power, leaving only the echoes of a menacing thunder around. Linda was sad. The 10-year deal turned out to be a failure. For the first time in her life, Lindy felt her heart clench at the injustice, like clouds covering the sun, leaving only the echoes of a menacing thunder. She was trembling with fear, pleading with all her heart for mercy. The boy didn't even think about killing, so he turned away from her and slowly walked away, leaving only silence behind. The girl cried in confusion as she watched David walk forward. She could not understand what was going on in his heart, and whether she should pity or be ashamed of it. The sect members could not let the young man escape so easily, as it would jeopardize their reputation. David had no intention of committing murder, but a mysterious voice in his head whispered to him to do so. The boy hastily analyzes the situation. The senior leader stands out among them, and the sixth looks the most vulnerable. As soon as the fast-paced battle came to an end, a sense of relief washed over him. His energy was at its last limit, leaving only a faint ray of strength in his exhausted body. And so, he found himself alone with a dozen enemies, gradually losing advantageous positions in the fierce struggle. The ring suddenly comes to life, infusing the young man with a powerful flow of power. With this amazing transformation, David is rapidly gaining momentum. His skill leveling raises him to the middle of the Golden Core stage. The little genius left others behind with his strength, but the rapid growth had its dark sides. This is a gift from the Master, an opportunity that cannot be missed under any circumstances. Azure Dragon rushes forward, surrounding many opponents with its majestic movement. The dragon unleashed the power of 9 flying blows, flames engulfing everything around. The elders, rising into the air, realized that this was their last chance to escape. David feels his lungs on fire. He coughs up blood and his vision becomes hazy. And what awaits him next? The tension is building. An elder appears before him. His voice is full of wisdom, as he reminds us that sexual honor is sacred and cannot be defiled. He must fall to his knees and apologize in order to save his life. Was that 10-year contract just a joke? Despite the ending, is the boy really destined to stay in this place forever? Then the elder would be forced to stop him on his own. Secondly, he is so persistent that he simply does not give up. A green beam of energy shoots out of John's palm, slicing through the air. David froze as he silently watched the massive energy rush towards him, unable to resist this powerful force. This is only a temporary phenomenon. A teacher will not let his student die just like that, without a good reason. Everything will be sorted out. The boy will fall into a short sleep, but soon he will have to trust only his own strength, because next time the teacher will not intervene. The young man's look changed instantly, becoming aggressive, ready to challenge the whole world. At this moment, magic was on the verge of achieving its grandiose goal. The hovering man looked around anxiously, his mind unable to fathom where he had drifted and what had happened around him. The chairman believed that this was the result of secret technology. He felt the moment of disappearance. But where he went remained a mystery. John resolutely orders his subordinates to find the elders and send them on a mission to destroy everyone belonging to the Xiao family. The eerie silence that followed emphasized the seriousness of his intentions. A compact group of men appeared, ready to go. Green lines cut the horizon like tense strings. Their group galloped toward the enemy lines, each step echoing with the war drums in their chests. On the other side of the mountain, a mysterious light flickered in a dark cave, which cast strange reflections on the stone walls. David stopped and decided to rest to regain his energy for the further journey deep into the cave. Since then, the Master's voice has not been heard. Eved became uneasy, feeling the unsettling vacuum of silence enveloping his thoughts. Events could unfold unpredictably, challenging Eved at every turn. On this day, Eved felt that the moment had come to reach the nascent stage of the soul. His heart beat faster as he felt the challenge the universe was sending him. Powerful streams of energy raged around the main character, creating an unusual dance of forces. Sensing the change, the hole widened, releasing an even brighter bolt of lightning that flashed with mighty power. There were clear orders. No one from the family had the right to approach the forbidden territory. The family was strictly ordered to immediately go to a safe area, avoiding the dangerous area. William clenches his hands tightly, directing a huge stream of water rushing from the heavens to the earth. William, like an element, destroys everything around him, leaving no opponent in his way. The main character rejoices in his limitless power, admiring the amazing achievements it brings. Lightning struck William, who stood motionless. Was it a challenge to fate? The lump of energy begins to crackle, vibrating unpredictably. Brilliant sparks fly around as if on the verge of explosion. Something incredible is about to happen at this moment. The camera fills with a bright red light, and in its epicenter William's silhouette looms, as if emerging from the fire itself. Events take us half an hour forward. Not a trace remained of the bad weather. One of the family members reassures everyone that it was just a severe thunderstorm, and urges everyone to return to their homes, assuring them that the danger has passed. Edward thought. His mind was clouded with suspicion. He seemed to know a lot more than he wanted to admit. The main character landed on the platform completely unharmed. His clothes looked brand new, as if the events of the previous night had only been a dream. In the end, the hero found a moment to rest in order to regain his strength before new challenges. William had finally reached the stage of one birth, reaching a new level of strength and harmony with himself. Anton quickly ran up to the foreman, with anxiety in his voice, asking if everything was okay. Anton breathed a sigh of relief when he heard that everything was fine. The thunderous ordeal of soul birth was a thing of the past, and now they were back on track. He then warmly congratulates his host on his shiny new stage and generously wishes him success and inspiration along the way. He hoped for the uninterrupted prosperity of his future, like a favorable wind in the sails leading to the heights of success. The master and the student united, forming an unsurpassed duet. They relentlessly honed their skills, turning every movement into a graceful martial art dance. William watched the system, his eyes shining with pleasure, as the results exceeded all his expectations. Once he learned the weight of the illusion of immortality, having gone through the worries of life and old age. He has survived both illness and death, and now his life stretches back thousands of years. The system window shows the followers of the Qinglian sect invading the territory of his family estate. There are two options left: punish for insolence or wait to see how things will develop further. If N seeks stability, he should choose the latter option. But wouldn't this mean that the Xiao family would simply disappear from the arena? What is the meaning of this? Considerations suggest taking a break and observing the events. The hero, without hesitation, chooses the first option and immediately gets a chance to take possession of the most valuable treasure of the 5th rank, which shines before him as a promise of incredible opportunities. He gathers around him all the treacherous brothers and comprehensive information about each of them. William explains that this group of outsiders numbers 10 people, and the strongest among them is only capable. William noted that the most powerful of the entire group of outsiders had only reached the 8th cultivation level. The spirit seed couldn't help but be surprised, as its master suddenly began to develop even faster than before. A powerful burst of dark and violet energy suddenly emerges from the matter, as if the very fabric of space has been torn apart, releasing a mysterious force. The elders decided David should not return with this force. They were preparing to finish off anyone who interfered with their plans. The chief among them issued an order, not to leave anyone alive within a radius of 100 meters. It seemed the elder had a backup plan. William appeared behind the mourners, shaking his head. He did not expect that the enemies would be so cunning and treacherous. Followers of the sect froze in shock at such an unpredictable turn of events. If this is the situation, the hero has no intention of quietly letting them leave this place. The elders exclaim indignantly, "Who does he think he is?" Their leader is a powerful mage capable of destroying the world with a wave of his hand. Several brave men rush to attack William at the same time, hoping to take him by surprise. One of the elders already felt like a winner. Confident of his superiority, remarked, "I always considered myself a more formidable opponent. However, even the most confident person cannot be absolutely sure of everything." The main character confidently stands on top of a rock, his gaze is directed forward. His posture is haughtily immobile, while one by one his opponents fly into the air like leaves blown by the wind. The people around could not believe their eyes. The swords floated in the air like living creatures. Where did they come from? Was it really an ambush prepared by an invisible enemy? The subordinate with anxiety in his voice turns to the senior, urging him to immediately retreat from the dangerous place. Suddenly, the leader's facial expression changed. It became hard and distorted, and drops of blood began to appear from the depths of the skin. An endless shower of daggers rains down from above, as if the heavens have torn apart and released a deadly rain. William dubbed this technique the swift sword, the kind that cut through the air, barely catching its reflection in the glint of steel. The elders, panicking, ran away. They had never encountered such an inexorable force. Finally, he shouted that the most important thing in this battle is not to give up, because it is faith that conquers all enemies. It's hard to imagine, but the chapter should be informed that this mysterious warrior seems invulnerable. None of their attacks can defeat him. However, their appeal will not reach the addressee, because the main character is not going to let them go so easily. He is ready to fight to the end. Black drops of blood fly around, turning the battlefield into an eerie landscape. All living things froze, immersed in silent darkness. The system congratulated the hero on his brilliant victory and handed him a sword of blue clouds that glittered in the sun, promising new adventures. An incredible weapon flies out of the window, like a mouthful of elements, shining golden brown in the rays of the sun. In the hands of William is now a first-class weapon that opens up new possibilities, and the spiritual blade, so desperately sought by him, finally succumbs to his power and submits. The main character rises into the air, filled with determination, and rushes back, ready to take his place in the decisive battle. A few days later, the Qingliang sect gathered for an important meeting. A crowd was standing in the spacious hall of the Qingliang sect, and in the center, radiating confidence, was their unchanging head. Yuan again plunged into thought. How could it be that young Xiao decided to kill his elders? This caused him anxiety and made him reconsider his plans. The subordinates stood staring at the floor, afraid to raise their eyes even for a moment. The master, enveloped in anger, was unpredictable and relentless. The main character is constantly developing, striving to reach new heights. It seems that there are no limits for him, and challenges simply disappear on the horizon. However, it turns out to be twice as effective, striking in its amazingness. On a wave of optimism, a new meaning comes to the heroes. With 1,500-year-old zeal, backed by a wealth of experience, he will be able to ensure the well-being of all generations of his family. His soul, small but full of determination, rushes to the cherished peak with a sharp rush of aspirations. From the height of the mountain, the village is revealed in all its beauty. Streetlights are shining, new lives appear and grow. Everything is visible as if under a microscope. The sudden changes in William's life cause him an unusual feeling of irritation, as if a restlessness has settled in his heart, searching for peace. Among his people, a golden core-level world cultivator stood out, radiating a magnetic power and wisdom that was hard to miss. As soon as a man expresses a desire to learn more about himself, the system will instantly provide all the necessary data. The hero, it seems, had no idea who now became the new owner of this place. The breadwinner, having sown chaos in his own family, decided his own fate. The difference in their strength was enormous. They knew they had no right to let him disappear safe and sound. The old man is convinced that the same mysterious resident is standing before him. This place was more reminiscent of a small, cozy town, with narrow streets and a pleasant atmosphere, where every corner is full of secrets and mysteries. A gigantic portal opens in the sky, welcoming the mighty cultivator. The cultivator froze for a moment, focusing on the huge portal in front of him, pondering the amazing situation unfolding in the sky. The strangeness of this phenomenon did not cause fear in him. He remained calm. But even with such stability, the experience in the sky did not give peace. Yao thought over and over what had happened, trying to find answers in the hazy chaos of his own thoughts. John, feeling guilty, apologizes for his inappropriate rudeness and admits that he violated someone else's boundaries. After that, John will apologize to the gentleman with dignity during a personal meeting. Mercy is just a myth. Everyone who dared to set foot on this territory disappeared without a trace. He decided on one single exception, because his visitor was not everyone. Fresh tea steams on the table, and a breathtaking view opens through the open door. In an instant, John is soaring through the air, skirting the steep peaks of the mountain cliffs, like a bird free, reigning in its elemental realm. He has come to honor the arrival and respectfully greets the head of another clan. William, the ancestral elder of the Xiao clan, steps forward, majestically introduces himself, and with deep respect invites the guest to take the place of honor. John recalled a deal that took place 10 years ago. She became the cause of a tragedy. His best student ended up confined to a wheelchair, and one person was to blame for all this. David. Although William understood everything, his face remained immovable, like a stone mask. The sect leader continued to speak, choosing forced words like a clever illusionist, trying to distract and confuse his interlocutor. With every moment, the desire to kill only gained momentum like an unstoppable element. The villain will certainly pay his debts, because only a modest golden statuette awaits him as a symbol of unchanging villainy, which goes with him to the earth. Before his departure, William dares to present his husband with an exquisite collection of works that reflect the skill of the creators. John thought, knowing that he had ties to powerful clans from all over, but his origins remained a mystery to all. The main character claims that he is just a humble peasant, with a culture that has barely reached the second level, although others suspect that behind this mask of modesty hides mysterious secrets. The man, doubting his own words, really has no other authority in the family, except for young David, who becomes an unexpected authority. John announced with invisible confidence that he had another important place to visit, Without delay, he decided to go there immediately. Nothing else stands in his way. William remembers John and wishes him exciting travels and unforgettable adventures. A sense of danger begins to penetrate his consciousness. William was exposed. The main character again resorts to his favorite technique, a swift sword that pierces the air with lightning, creating an impression of inevitability and strength. It was a combination of the power of the first stage of the fire soul that burned the ground underfoot. Dozens of arrows burst from the bow and rushed towards him like a rain of arrows, threatening to pierce the space around. One by one, like shadows, the leaders of the sect appear, their eyes burning with cold determination. He hatched an insidious plan to ambush his enemies, only to find himself trapped in a carefully prepared trap. William, keeping his composure, frantically unleashes a series of blows on his enemies, leaving them no chance to escape. From the pool of blood emerges a fragment of the whole split by the dark souls, which under the authority of the elder Thomas takes on a terrifying shape. William was completely confused. He had never heard of this place before, as if it appeared out of nowhere and did not exist in any of his memories. But he understood that it no longer mattered, because even the puppet was considered an enemy in this mysterious game. A ghost appeared before the hero, asking who he was to dump their pawn in this confusing game. He swayed forward with a sly smile and turned to his father. The system informed a new acquaintance about a secret hatred, opening a new level of intrigue and complex relationships. Events played with new colors in the mysterious headquarters of the Hall of Dark Souls. In the very heart of the room sat a man absorbed in a deep trance. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierces him. His soul encounters an invisible blow. At the moment when the viewer was watching the events, his hands began to visibly shake from weakness and tension. The man ominously promised that he would be the next victim. First he will peel off the skin, then he will methodically cut off the muscles, and finally turn him into cold and soulless minced meat. And at the end, he will extract her soul, condemning her to eternal burning in a fiery furnace, not giving her any chance of release. They remembered the insidious plan of the master, who forced to restrain the anger that was boiling in their hearts. The plan required caution and patience. When the master's plan comes to life, the moment of retribution will come. A few days passed, and everyone in the Leon King sect was consumed by alarming rumors that their master had disappeared without a trace. King Leon's sect panicked as the disappearance of their mighty leader left them without rudder or sails. The disciples were on edge, and the elders didn't know what to do next. She remembered David, but unfortunately, the mysterious regression has no cure and is a scourge that plagues them all. After all the events, the girl spent a sleepless night. Her company, Dao Heart, fell apart because they acted too aggressively and domineeringly. Some students quietly appropriated the resources and disappeared into the darkness. Others plunged into the depths of their own thoughts. Soon, everything here will disappear without a trace. In a few days, the sect announced its irrevocable dissolution, leaving only memories and conversations. Rumors about the dissolution of the sect spread like a storm, attracting the attention of other clans. Each of them violently discussed these events, trying to understand their consequences. Unbelievably, this powerful sect had the power to level everything to the ground. Mount Xiao, majestic and indomitable, continues to flourish, attracting the attention of not only local residents, but also travelers from faraway lands. As he climbed the hill, Edward could feel how hard it was to breathe. Old age relentlessly reminded of itself. Williams, illuminated by a magical aura, quickly approached the mysterious place. What could be so important waiting for him there? The son tells the father that it is time to act. Finally, he dared to take a decisive step forward. All troubles are far behind. The master always found a way out of difficult situations, and this time was no exception. He managed to overcome another obstacle. Edward is speechless with surprise, not believing that everything was resolved so easily and unexpectedly. William quickly orders the gathering of all spirit-rooted descendants, seeking to use their powers for a greater plan. They climbed the mountains to gain knowledge of celestial techniques. Now, the subordinate retreated, and the one who had already carried out his revenge plunged into further improvement of his skills. Edward strives to quickly complete all the tasks assigned to him by his father. Somewhere a few hundred kilometers from the majestic Qinyan Mountain, exciting events begin. Only a month of intensive rehabilitation, bolstered by mysterious elixirs and the energy of the movement, transformed him more than anyone could have imagined. Most of the wounds disappeared as if they had never been there. At the foot of a mysterious mountain, David solved an old mystery. He learned that a powerful sect had gone missing much sooner than he could have imagined. The young man asked the host about their next destination. It was the legendary Tianxing Tower. The young man remembered the stories of the old man, who repeatedly emphasized the importance of this mysterious place. It was limitless power. The boast was simple. No one could come close to their power class. 5 years later, the Shao family became huge. More than 2,000 descendants grew at an unprecedented speed, striking the imagination of those around them. The system generously rewards him, raising unprecedented opportunities and inspiring new achievements. A magical treasure from the elite category. The cloud-chasing boots that covered distances in a flash belonged to the first-class rank. William felt a little confused. Thoughts raced through his head, waiting for clarification. William had no idea that his family had grown so numerous, like a huge tree that suddenly spread its branches in all directions. The same treasure opened before him again. Its contents shimmered with a pleasant blue glow, attracting the eye. As soon as the thoughts touched them, they dissipated like illusory dreams that leave only memories. After a brief attempt, his speed suddenly doubled, turning their fight into a veritable burst of incredible energy. Within 5 years, Qinyan Mountain had turned into a family estate, and Sunset City had become their fortress, an unshakable base. Over the years, each student, possessing considerable strength, embarked on the path of cultivating immortality. Their unwavering determination helped them gain a dominant position in the region. During his long life, he realized that peace and comfort are the highest values worth living for. The patron watched with joy as the gifted child finally reached the golden rod, the true symbol of success and mastery. Suddenly, he notices how his eldest son Edward triumphantly learned to lay the foundation, laying the first stone on his way to success. Edward understood that it is important to keep the whole family together, filling it with divine inspiration and faith in joint success. The man unexpectedly came across him when he was walking near a picturesque gazebo. A sudden spatial shift changed his location again. Although he should be used to it by now, unexpected movements still catch him by surprise. Suddenly, William silently materializes in a chair nearby. Edward curiously asks William what made him call his son to his house today. It seems that the son really chose a course of self-improvement, following his ambitions. William is full of enthusiasm. He is eager to pass on his cultivation knowledge to others, opening new horizons and ensuring the continuity of our project. Edward is looking forward to this moment. He never dreamed that he could become a legendary mortal, but fate prepared an incredible path for him. Patron indulges in seclusion, delving into the development of his secret abilities. But suddenly a mysterious message from the system appears on the screen. The patron feels excitement. A new path opens before him, and he has to make a choice. The patron was faced with a choice. Take the apprentice and open new horizons, or ignore him because of the unknown and the hidden danger. What will he decide? The reward for apprenticeships is really tempting, but is it worth the risk? His actions are suspicious. Do not lose vigilance. He must feel the unprecedented power of his divine sense to cover the entire space of the huge mountain with it. He looked like an ordinary child, and nothing special was noticeable about him. Thanks to his incredible strength, William picks up the young man and quickly carries him to the appointed place, where an exciting adventure awaits them. The young man did not have time to realize what was happening around him. The progenitor had assured them that there was no threat to their safety, so there was no reason to worry. The young man hesitantly approaches and cautiously asks, "Who are you, mysterious figure?" William confidently announces that he is the founder of the legendary Xiao family and offers the boy to learn from him. The indecisive young man hesitates. Why is this for him? What are the benefits of such a union? The man assured that it is simply impossible to let the young man go empty-handed. He promised to become his mentor on the path of knowing the cultivation of immortality. The boy stood, not understanding anything. But the mentor's words sounded as if a door had opened to a completely new and fascinating world. He kneels resolutely, as if ready to accept a challenge from fate itself. The system welcomes William, who brilliantly fulfilled all its conditions, recognizing him as his master. The progenitor curiously asked his new student if he had a name. However, the answer disappointed him. The mysterious stranger only shook his head in denial. With a slight smile, the master decided to call him Jack. The boy felt a warmth in his heart as he saluted his new name. Joy lit up his face. Having reached the 8th level, he could rightfully consider himself exalted, capable of incredible achievements. From now on, John's mentorship fell into the hands of Anton William Salmon. He will have to guide the student through a difficult path of development. Mysterious red lightning enveloped the man's figure like a force from another world. A mysterious figure seems to be hovering over the subordinates, marking their attainment of the first degree of fiery soul. Their hearts are burning with pride and new feelings. After attaining the first degree of fiery soul, he had to take a pill to heal the wounds he had received during the trials of the heavens. A period of change is coming in the kingdom of Ming. It's time to elect a new ruler. Faithful servants are ready to support him, full of confidence in his wisdom and inevitable victory. Patron gives the order to gather all the students and awaken their hidden powers through a special ritual. Patron understood that there was not much time left. All students must act quickly, as the awakening ritual will begin soon. The subordinate reports that the Paradise Star Tower is back in action. However, their actions seem senseless, like a bunch of madmen. They can be destroyed with one swipe of the finger. The servant, with mixed feelings, admitted his fault and apologized for the baseless fiction. Irritation boiled in him. The man turned around and rushed forward as if he decided to break away from everything that was oppressing him so much. Spider Plan. During this time, the darkness ravenously absorbed the light, wrapping its powerful tentacles around all corners of the world and plunging them into endless darkness. The company launched a plan to destroy all powerful families in an effort to seize absolute power. Over the years, William had mastered the 6th stage of fiery soul cultivation. The distance kept their clan from danger and prevented their enemies from reaching them. Anton Mentor belongs to the Xiaoud family, which is famous for its spiritual roots. Nowadays, most of their descendants have joined the foundation to continue the important mission of the clan. The teacher rewards his students with pills collected by him for completing various tasks from the system. Edward rushed out from behind, eager to meet his progenitor. Edward had finally reached the 4th level of cultivation and was in a hurry to share the news that could change his entire life. The manager calmly suggested to slow down and enjoy a cup of aromatic tea first, emphasizing the need for balanced decisions. The Dark Hall, as in the game Dark Souls, has already managed to destroy many sects, adding tension and danger to the world. Having united into a unified force, they stand on the threshold of a fierce battle, ready to repel an incomprehensible evil. The clan brings numerous troubles, like shadows in the night forest, causing chaos wherever their members appear. Misfortunes follow him like an unrelenting shadow. At first, David was Jack's target, but now, the shadows of the afterlife threaten the entire country. Alluring demons weave their intrigues, ensnaring even the strongest. William believed that it was better to avoid unnecessary problems, focusing on the safety of future generations. After Edward's report, concern for David did not subside. There was a strong premonition that he might encounter enemies. His great-grandson had succeeded in advancing to the 4th level of Golden Core cultivation, bringing the family pride and hope for further victories. With such achievements, he can boldly go out into the world and not know any worries. His spiritual roots had reached the 5th level, and mastering the perfect divine technique was a real breakthrough. Meanwhile, the system screen showed unread messages. David skillfully collects trophies from the recruits of the Dark Forces, coming out of the water dry every time. This is impressive. David was able to overcome even the elders of the Dark Forces. The Xiao children are indeed noted for their talent and courage. David's speed exceeded all his expectations. The sword is hardened by fire, becoming sharper than ever. The smell of plum blossom awakens after the winter cold, reminding of the power of nature. A few months later, the family was replenished with a descendant who had the hidden power for a great reincarnation. As a reward, he got the opportunity to go his own way. He received a symbolic tea tree cup of initiation that promised him new beginnings. This is a true spiritual root, capable of absorbing the lunar essence, opening new horizons of power. The sun concentrates its energy, immersing the world in a burning glow that lasts for a certain time, filling everything around with dynamic force and life-giving energy. It reveals potential, turning abilities into true talents. The name itself hints at a relationship with the ginseng tree. The benefits that have opened up to people have caused considerable interest and admiration. He fearfully addresses the system that reproduces his past lives, wondering if he will pose a threat to Xiao. But the campaign responds. All actions are under Jack's control. Jack's emotions fully match the tension of the situation surrounding him and everyone involved. All subsequent generations have felt the weight of past decisions, like heavy shadows that never leave. They could sleep peacefully. This is exactly what he wanted to hear from them. Driven by an inner call, he invited Jack to join his company. He asked the host about the reasons for his invitation. The host raises his hands, holding a small tea tree, with a symbolic gleam in his eyes. He sees in it the way to true enlightenment. William proudly states that he has grown an important tree in his yard. He believes that one day humans will compete under his crown, increasing their strength and wisdom. Jack respects his master and is immediately ready to help in this plan. In the yard, Edward diligently fulfills his duties, thinking through every step. It seemed that a secret from heaven itself had been revealed to Edward. He decided he must protect Xiaojack and send him to train in the mountains, no matter what happens. William sent a message, but Anton still does not know about the appearance of a new student. After the man laid out all the details, he felt as if a mountain had lifted off his shoulders, finally allowing him to take a deep breath. 5 years later, he is constantly developing, working on himself and striving for success. The energy flows around him unite, forming a concentrated sphere near the abdomen. Suddenly, a powerful flow of spiritual energy surged into William's body with resounding waves, as if the ancient forces had finally decided to unleash the hidden potential of his spirit. During this time, William skillfully overcame 3 levels of improvement, each of which revealed new horizons of strength and wisdom. The master was surprised to notice that his progress was faster than he had anticipated. He overcame all the inconveniences with ease, noting that the new path turned out to be quite tolerable. In the yard around the old tree, people gathered, their faces reflecting peace. They immersed themselves in meditation, feeling a connection with nature. From afar, it was clear how much attention the travelers paid to each step. Their movements were coordinated, like a graceful tango, and their steps effortlessly fit into the melody of nature. The 2 trees grew side by side, but Jin stood out with the mighty sweep of his branches that seemed to hug the sky, making the other tree look small and humble in its shadow. He entered a cozy space, and on a branch he carefully examined an extraordinary fruit that resembled a small human figure. The servants bowed their heads respectfully to the old ancestor, feeling the greatness of his experience and wisdom. After all, their hard work deserves an appropriate reward. Leaks from the system are really great, but they are of little use to him. He decided that it would be better to pass them on to his descendants. William, without hiding a smile, watched as his subordinates were sincerely grateful to him for his boundless kindness. Someone rushed up to William, ready to share news or express their thoughts. It was Edward. His eyes were burning with the fire of emotions. It seemed that something extremely incredible had happened, and it could not wait. William, confused, tries to understand what is happening and asks with excitement, "What happened?" His voice crackles with curiosity and slight fear. The young man reasons that it must be about the catch. His eyes shine with foreboding and mysteriousness. The cluster of events around promises to reveal secrets. Dark souls always made him uneasy. That was why his heart was pounding now. Darkness engulfed his soul. When he came to his senses, the Father's cross was shining in front of him, like the last hope. Edward anxiously assured his patron that the power of the dark souls exceeded their expectations. If souls are united in a single force, victory alone is impossible. Most of the land of the Ming Kingdom was under the control of the enemy. Everyone around them froze in terrible positions, as if in the very heart of hell. Gramps confidently explains that an open conversation with the Hall of Dark Souls can halt their rapid expansion and keep the darkness at bay for a moment. The head orders them to act quickly, promising to support his creation, even if the circumstances are not on their side. There are many opponents, but they did not frighten the brave heroes. William inquires about the mysterious improvement of the Lord, which remains a mystery to everyone around. The ancestor understood everything and decided that it was time to send his son to a well-deserved rest. The man wondered, isn't David the master of the Star Palace? Maybe it's time to look at all the data it has? It seemed that his inevitable destiny was waiting for him to become the Flame Emperor, and he had already confidently stepped into the 7th level of development. For years, he struggled with the dark hole, as if playing with fire. It seemed like every fight could be his last, but that only strengthened his resolve. However, it bore fruit. It was better to act like this than to caress and protect him without end. William's cultivation base was in the Yuanyin stage, but its secrets had not yet been fully revealed. Williams decided it was time to move on and open new horizons. A cave, where they usually come for seclusion and secret cultivation of unusual plants. The main character appeals to Edward, emphasizing the importance of immediate action. The only way to wake him up is to attack. Unusual runes mysteriously lit up around the cartridge, filling the atmosphere with magical energy. He summons the spirit of nature, a bright purple energy that wraps around him, transforming the world around him into a magical wonder. A bright glow is concentrated near William's chest, and he, as if in a trance, greedily absorbs its essence. William, with a fixed look and a dying breath, sank into the depths of the glow as if nothing else existed. A year passed, and mysterious events began to happen on the mountain near the Chihao family estate. The sky above Chihao Manor begins to thicken with thick clouds. Lightning cuts through them, becoming more and more powerful and dangerous. It seemed like a masterful breakthrough. Finally, he achieved his goal. The teleportation system quickly activated, dispersing the glow and instantly transporting them hundreds of miles away, ensuring everyone's safety. The main character appears before the elemental force of lightning, his eyes lit with determination. With an unshakable expression on his face, the hero thinks, "Is this storm really a test given by the gods?" The elements of nature relentlessly bear down on William, making him feel as if the heavens themselves are defying him. William does not see this as an obstacle. His magical hand blocks the attack with ease, as if stopping the wind in its rush. Spectators held their breath as they watched the spectacular match from afar, unable to take their eyes off the excitement. Anton cannot take his eyes off the mighty master. His thoughts are confused with admiration and respect. They had no fear of the unknown. The first burst of God's tribulation passed without harm, and he didn't even try to dodge the lightning bolts. The main character feels how energy fills every cell of his body, like an incessant flow of power. Some observing unusual events get lost in conjecture. Everything around looks strange and incomprehensible, as if in a dream. That's all. Cultivation is almost complete. William seems even more powerful than ever before. William steps slowly to the edge of the roof, carefully inspecting his possessions. Yuanyin's divine consciousness reaches far into the distance, encompassing the impregnable Qingyun Mountain, which stretches for tens of thousands of kilometers. During the incarnation, strong personalities master three main aspects that distinguish them from others. The forces of heaven and earth hide innumerable secrets. Powerful individuals choose to test these limits to reveal their true potential. The main character felt the power swirling in his soul, and a warm wave of calmness covered him, even if he remained motionless. Suddenly, a system message appeared on the screen, which looked like it had been dropped from the heavens. It presented him with an award for a well-executed task. This new skill needed immediate testing to understand its potential. He was taken to a cultivation facility hidden behind a huge mountain, where the conditions were perfect for him to hone his unusual abilities. Touching the screen, he searched for further clues and discoveries. The system replied that it could take any form and detect shades of blue. The system demonstrated that it could control the offspring, even from a distance. This opened up new horizons for research and application of technologies. The clouds of grief dissipated, opening the way for people to return home peacefully. William now has to rush through his stats to appreciate all the changes that have been made. William was ecstatic. His life expectancy had magically increased by an incredible 5,000 years. This discovery radically changed his attitude towards the future. The divine transformation of the first layer brings him a feeling of absolute security, enveloping him with his magical energy. For the next 3 months, he concentrated on improving his cultivation skills away from the mountain family, filling the space with magical energy. The main character overcomes an internal struggle. His face is covered with sweat from tension. The protagonist screeched to a halt, feeling that his body needed immediate rest. However, the result is clear. Divine awareness unfolds with incredible success, reaching new horizons. Many descendants with deep spiritual roots stretching back through the ages. Just at the moment when everything went wrong and an anomaly was discovered, a mysterious stranger appeared on the horizon. The main character faces the unknown, deciding to delve into all available sources to uncover the mystery surrounding these mysterious people. Followers of the Dark Soul Hall emerged from the darkness, more than 24 of them. William was annoyed by the uninvited guests. His territory will not tolerate such impudence. They will pay dearly for their courage. The attack was marked by tragedy. Several lives fell into the abyss. Horror entered the hearts of people, increasing tension and fear. The progenitor was taken by surprise. No one predicted their sudden attack. He knew that escape was impossible, and he cherished the idea of destroying all who stood in his way. He learned new skills as he prepared to lock up all the enemies in Xiao's hometown, which turned into their prison. The main character, full of determination, takes the mob straight to his estate, setting traps and preparing the place for the battle to come. A giant hand of the clot of darkness loomed over the followers of the Dark Souls, threatening to turn their hopes into fear and confusion. The darkness greedily swallowed everyone, leaving only bloody reflections in the arena. Now only wisps of red liquid rise into the air. and the whisper of death echoes in the semi-darkness. Not a trace remained of the former 20 warriors. Even their souls were under the rule of the invader. But William has to check if someone is hiding in the shadows. There is no sorrow left in this place. Noticing a suspicious silence in the family, he decided to summon Edward, seeing him as a reliable ally in uncovering the secrets hidden in the twilight. He told his son about how he made his way to the mysterious city, the ominous Hall of Dark Souls. The son was stunned because he always considered himself to be the one who was responsible for the safety of those around him. Edward firmly declares that he will personally catch these criminals. I am sure that they will have no chance to escape from justice. The hero confidently assured that everything was under control because he had already dealt with all the troubles. Grandfather is convinced that his father's power far exceeds that of the Lord of the Hall of Dark Souls himself. With God's protection, the family is not afraid of any threat. Even the most powerful force in the world cannot shake their peace. Will they be able to keep their word to be more cautious and keep even a little peace in the whirlwind of dangers? When the Shao family leaves the city limits, their safety becomes a priority. Edward is well aware of the situation, so the secret becomes their ally. Together they move forward, leaving nothing behind but ghostly memories. It was a training plantation where William was to deepen his knowledge of plant breeding, opening new horizons. The hero sternly warned that he would appear at the plantation once every 3 months, demanding that his son report every month on all changes and achievements. A year later, activity reigned in the laboratory located behind the mountain. The progenitor received a signal from the system. David went on a hunt for the Lord of all Dark Souls and intends to destroy him. David considered 2 options: to help the descendants in the destruction of the Lord of all Dark Souls, or to leave them to their own devices, relying on their own strength. Killing the Lord seemed like an attractive proposition that promised long-awaited revenge. As a reward, he received a magical weapon of the 4th level, a staff capable of subduing demons and terrorizing enemies. A fierce battle rages in the capital of Ming, where magic and swords are intertwined in a whirlwind. The golden dragon and the mysterious purple aura clashed with blinding force, filling the battlefield with light and shadow. At first glance, it seems as if a mighty dragon hangs over the amazing creature like a thunderstorm on the horizon. David needs to focus, even though fear constrains his movements. He feels doomed, but a spark of hope is born inside him, which can become the key to salvation. His sect was once at the pinnacle of power, one of the most famous in the world. But during the attack, he did not expect to meet the Lord himself there. Recently, in the Hall of Dark Souls, an old demon filled with evil approached him. He sternly warned, "No more running away." Things were getting worse, and the hero realized that it was dangerous to stay. He made a decision. He must find a way to escape immediately. David understands that he needs to keep his distance because the attack covers a huge area. He tries to get away, but time keeps running out and he doesn't have time to run far enough. The ring reminded him of a powerful talisman that promised protection and strength. But in order to activate his magic, it needed some time, which was not enough at the moment. He had no choice but to rush forward, trying to win precious moments to restrain the enemy. Better to concentrate, he understood. One mistake could be fatal, and cost him his life. David was warned. The persecutor is not just an enemy, but the guide of God's will, which follows him like a shadow. The masked man waits impatiently to engage his prey. He promises to turn David into his new toy, intriguing with his intentions. The Lord, standing at a distance, watches them carefully. His strength had almost reached Yuan-Yin level, bringing him closer to his final transformation. The mysterious pursuer follows, assuring that no corner of the world will hide him from the unforgiving eye. The man is losing patience. He is ready to devour the boy like a wolf on fresh prey, and the distance between them is getting smaller and smaller. Suddenly, he lunged forward like a predator ready to seize his prey. With each step, the distance between them decreased. The follower turned on the heat, announcing that their agents had already entered the city. While they were talking, all that remained of the Xiao family were lifeless bodies stretched out on the ground. David can't understand how anyone can talk about such horrible things so easily. He literally seethes with indignation, imagining how he sends minions to this person's relatives. He is determined not to let any of his achievements fall into their hands. A stranger in a mask challenges, who will dare to detain the young daredevil? The young hero is always ready to fight, able to cope with a large number of enemies, like a real master of martial arts. But their number turned out to be excessive, and he found himself surrounded by enemies. With the last of his strength, he rushes into battle, trying to break through a dense ring of enemies who are relentlessly attacking like beasts of prey. The young man, thanks to his quick movements, swings his sword, making his way through the crowd of enemies. Blue energy raged around the young man like a raging ocean, emphasizing his strength and determination. A mighty blue dragon erupted from the vortex of energy, striking everyone with its majesty. The masked man looked respectfully at David, acknowledging his great power. Now he sees that he is facing an extraordinary opponent. A mysterious hero chooses to sacrifice his rare third-level magic weapon for the ultimate power. He is ready to challenge any enemy. The hero feels doubts about his strength and decides to flee the battlefield, suspecting that this time he may be defeated. However, the young man does not plan to let the enemy slip out of his hands so easily. The masked followers command the servants, "Detain him immediately!" Suzerain, outraged by the unexpected development, decides to act personally. He collects unique energy, concentrating it into a glowing ball. Deep red waves engulf David and his men, emphasizing their importance in this battle. A figure appeared from behind the horizon, walking as if on the sky itself. In his hands, a sword with a flaming red hilt seemed to burst out of the very heart of darkness, embodying demonic power. The Lord foretells imminent death for the boy. His subordinates must detain the boy until the Lord himself arrives. The boy is overcome by an indescribable power when he dives rapidly into the blood-stained sea, as if succumbing to the call of an ancient element. It seems that receiving the desired reward is postponed until the next life. But the time has come to reveal the truth. David caught a sense of mortal danger. The sky was covered with dark clouds, and the earth was filled with demons. It seemed that, despite the fact that there was no promise, he would still have to make a risky violation. The master turned to his student, emphasizing that all the secrets had already been revealed. There are no more secrets left to pass on, so it's time to deal with this dangerous threat. Now the Lord realized why David shows such courage and steadfastness in his actions. He knew everything about dark souls as if he had read them like an open book. The demon is able to absorb the soul of the master himself, but for this his follower will be released, starting a new warning circle. The master vows to make every effort to erase his soul from this world. The kid couldn't believe what he heard. Is his precious mentor really willing to sacrifice his life to have his soul erased from this world? The old man is silent. His eyes reflect thousands of unspoken words. What does this silence hide? No sincerity or simply no words. The servant fearfully warned the Lord, if they were allowed to leave, they would all be doomed. The demon decided it was time to act decisively, so he mustered all his might to finally impose his will on this world. It seems that Charlie, the owner of the powerful ring, managed to escape last time. But now his time is limited, and everything will turn out differently. A powerful wave of energy erupted around, similar to an explosion, absorbing everything in its path. It was the gigantic power of the Yuanyin kingdom. Even a young warrior, endowed with remarkable abilities, could hardly resist such an onslaught of power. Suddenly, blood starts flowing from the young man's mouth, and the foreman immediately notices this alarming sign. He decides to gather his last strength to buy some time and change the course of events. David thrusts the sword forcefully into the ground, creating a wave of energy that draws the gazes around. Charlie feels her icy disbelief and surprise wash over her. The guy is not going to back down. They will either survive together or die together. A smile plays on the boy's face because the head is enthusiastically set on adventure and fun. Like a whip, the demon unleashes a frenzied beam of energy, slicing through the air and striking fear into the hearts of enemies. It becomes a set of sharp reflections that rush like lightning to the chosen target. At that moment, David activates his secret technique, filling the air with energy and causing a storm of glare to confidently hurtle towards his chosen target. Numerous lightning bolts appear in the sky, cutting the atmosphere in various directions in rapid zigzags. His energy exploded with a golden glow, lifting even stone fragments into the air. His blade cuts through the air, carrying with it a destructive force that consumes every soul in its path. Suzerain is closely watching the events, not missing a single detail. It is what scatters the opponent's attack in all directions, turning the chaotic energy into a storm. Adrenaline-fueled, David charged forward through the wind, oblivious to the fact that the wound had resurfaced, and blood was running down like a ruby. He falls unsteadily to the ground. Charlie, overcome with excitement, desperately tries to help because he is very dear to him. Charlie hastily and thoughtlessly activated his ability, which proved to be an unnecessary risk and showed his inexperience. He no longer has anything left that could connect him with his ancestor. The Lord of the Hall of Dark Souls haughtily contemplates the helpless worms, feeling the greatness of his invulnerability. David feels unbearable fatigue and confesses to this host. However, he persistently begs him to hold on, saying that the dream could be a fatal mistake. In the absence of an answer to the request, what awaits them now? Uncertainty hung in the air. Time seemed to stand still, leaving the hero with doubts. Grandfather gently stroked the boy's head, his eyes radiating warmth. "I will protect you at any cost," he promised with determination in his voice. For the sake of his friend, he decided to break the golden tablet, which he kept as a treasure for an emergency. Suddenly, a shadow appears behind him, and he does not even understand what is happening yet. Charlie is in a stupor, not understanding what is happening. His thoughts are confused, and the feeling of anxiety is gradually increasing. A loud noise made David slowly open his eyes. A giant hand suddenly emerges from the sky with only one finger pointed forward like a mysterious index finger. Everyone present froze in shock, amazed by the incredible development of events, when a huge hand suddenly appeared on the stage, mysteriously extending one finger, as if teaching fate. It was all over with one blow. Aladdin stood stunned, speechless at such an unexpected sight. The spectators in the hall froze in horror, their hearts pounding loudly from the painful tension that hung in the air. He is looking for a way out of the predicament, asking the question, what force made them attack, because no one in the kingdom is able to cope with it? William explained that the Hall of Dark Souls was teeming with embittered creatures, and that was more than enough to cause concern. David again felt the familiar trembling excitement. A picture flashed in his mind. This is the same man he had seen before. The chief pleads for release, offering entire Dark Souls in return. However, the price for terrible deeds is much higher. William squeezes his finger with ease, and the person is instantly powerless, like an insect under pressure. Now he no longer represents the danger that loomed over the kingdom and became a daily challenge to its inhabitants. The main character will not allow the creep to escape under any circumstances. His determination and skill are on guard for the safety of the kingdom. He concentrates, gathering all his power in one point, and delivers an incredible blow that stuns the enemy. But suddenly David appears, throws his weapon high into the sky, attracting the attention of the enemy. The blade pierces the demon's chest, but he, gathering his last strength, declares in ominous words that he was not destined to die so easily. If this happens, the fruit of the generation will be destroyed, leaving no descendant capable of taking over. The whole world will plunge into boundless horror. William leans forward with interest and insists on a clear explanation of what secrets lie behind this cryptic hint. There are other powerful realms that may take a chance and take away the power if the head disappears. The remaining fetus becomes the last hope for survival. Everyone was worried if it was just a rumor. After all, if the fetus really exists, there is the possibility of an incredible danger that can change the world forever. The protagonist cautiously asked if this was not another test of fate. The source of power remained a mystery, which added intrigue and made the characters feel great interest and excitement. Everyone was waiting for the revelation of the secret hidden behind this incredible object. Fetuses gifted by the heirs of the Ming Kingdom brought great benefits to the Dark Soul Hall, but any threat to their existence could lead to disaster and chaos. Offers two options: either to make a contract with the Hall, which can provide peace and stability, or a cruel choice: to destroy the threat, ending it once and for all. A mortal demon knows no pity. He takes the risk and obtains a second-rank magical artifact, seeking to end the threat once and for all. Regardless of whether death itself threatens him, William is determined to fight any opponent. William had hesitated at first, but now there was no trace of doubt left in him. David expresses gratitude to his great-grandfather for his invaluable support. He curiously asks how he can thank for the help. The ancestor noted with a smile that the most important thing is to learn to be stronger in order to be able to protect oneself. This is something that worries every parent. Charlie was eager to share the truth, but it became obvious that the demon had already revealed all the secrets. The whole truth was revealed on the surface. Although David does not fully remember his great-grandfather, he does not feel enmity towards him. On the contrary, he sees more light in him. He firmly decides to change and fulfill the promise made to William, sincerely promising to work hard on himself. Ardo decided to put his family first, trying to do everything possible for them. He also promised not to forget the elders, always finding time for them. The main character stands bravely on the edge of the mountain, outside the kingdom. The unknown and many dangers lie ahead, but he does not lack determination. Their family always wanted to be at the top, and no one dared to stop them. Their strength and determination held everyone in awe. The manager gestured to one of his subordinates. That evening, There was an atmosphere of tension in the Shao residence as all the family members diligently followed the Lord's order, trying not to disappoint him. Even from afar, one could hear the echoes of the hoarse evening that filled the native home. In the morning, one of the offspring, still sleepy and broken, goes outside, trying to catch glimpses of a new day. The sleepy young man noticed something unusual, a high, mysterious mountain that had not been there before. What happened to his world during this night? A year has passed, and he is still only in the 2nd grade. Too long, he thought. How much time he wasted. It was no longer possible to wait, let alone allow an invasion. Usually, the process of divine reincarnation required decades of careful preparation. Even under these conditions, the achieved progress was impressive in its significance. The main character eagerly follows Jack, watching with interest how far his research has progressed. Jack is stunned by the results, plunged into a whirlwind of emotions that haunt him, evoking memories that echo from the depths of his past life. He decides to delve into the search for the truth, find and check details that can shed light on the past. David became the first person in the family who dared to go on a journey in search of the secrets of the past. David seemed to have reached the 9th level of the Golden Core and gained considerable influence in the kingdom. His path to greatness was just beginning. Edward appeared from around the corner, reporting an unexpected visitor. William raised an eyebrow curiously when he heard about the visitor and asked if he could meet him alone. Now it became clear that the mysterious guest came with an offer of a hand and a heart, preparing to make an unexpected move. The main character was intrigued. Which of his granddaughters managed to establish a relationship with someone influential from the upper world? Princess Cecilia admitted that her heart belongs to David. With a smile on his face, William puts forward another proposal. One option is to let fate determine the future. Another is to take the initiative into your own hands and organize a wedding ceremony because it is already serious. The reward for the second task was too tempting to pass up. He immediately chooses the path to the mastery of cloning dolls, without even hesitating. The idea of mixing the blood of the Shao family with the royal blood turned out to be surprisingly successful. Edward, overcome with impatience, simply radiated joy because he was waiting for the final decision of his master. David was worth it, so everything had to go perfectly. He was filled with determination and confidence. An attractive girl was sitting on the sofa in the living room. Her eyes were watching the door, as if waiting for something special, some important chapter in her life. The girl had a charming appearance, delicate, silky skin, and eyes as clear and transparent as the blue sky. Cecilia rose gracefully to greet William. He instantly sensed her intelligence and wisdom, and remarked with a smile that the princess needn't worry about formalities. She fell deeply in love with David, and decided that only he could become her husband. Her heart was full of determination, and she demanded that everyone accept and respect her choice. After the death of the old demon, David quickly dealt with all the members of the Hall of Dark Souls. In just 1 year, he headed many factions and gained considerable influence in the world. Last month, the royal family was exposed, and the girl, escaping from the palace, found an unexpected savior in the person of a brave boy. It was at this moment that Cecilia realized that she fell in love with him not only because of his bravery, but also because of his special personality. When the truth was revealed, she made the decision to become his wife. The main character feels the call of fate and understands that it is time to act. He decides to call David because the adventures are just beginning. The girl was beaming with happiness, feeling the powerful support of her future family. Her heart was filled with joy and anticipation of a great adventure. Suddenly, a mysterious lady in red appears from the horizon, followed by a troop of shadow-like warriors. Speaking in a Silurian voice, the lady in red apologizes to the princess and asks to return because they both face inevitable punishment. Even the servants guess that family quarrels and hidden enmity are to blame. William cannot understand why the king opposes, as the Shao clan grows in strength and numbers, gaining more and more power and influence. The girl fell to her knees with sadness in her eyes, as if despair had swallowed her soul. She was determined not to move. Cecilia urges not to worry. She firmly decided what kind of Shao family she would become, like an unshakable rock, ready to fight to the end. From behind comes a voice with a warning. If she dares to marry a soul, her family is threatened with death. The main character was overcome with irritation. How dare someone encroach on their honor and good name? He firmly stated that no one dares to dishonor their clan by throwing their name in the dirt. It seems to be her uncle. But even he has no power over the girl, who continues to resist all attempts to influence her. He considered every possibility but still found the solution only in his own hands. If it wasn't for him, no one else would have been able to do it. As a descendant of a royal dynasty, this man instantly attracts attention with his aristocratic appearance, in which it is easy to recognize the glimmer of a noble heritage. Possessing a high status, he was the younger brother of the king. Even loyal subjects tried to persuade the princess in another direction. A generous dowry for the princess was carefully collected in the Lion Country, hoping that this gift would strengthen the alliance between the states and open new horizons of cooperation. Cecilia realizes the true plan. This plan was carefully planned in advance. The enemy forced her father to promise to give his daughter in marriage, but Cecilia was sure that she would have the last word. The ancestor solemnly declared that even if the whole world stood in the way, the wedding would take place. And it will be tomorrow. The angry uncle of the princess does not hide his emotions. His face is like an open book, in which one can easily read indignation and dissatisfaction. He defiantly asks how this man dares to disrespect him. When the tension subsides, William points to the door with a frown, as if to indicate that the guest's time is up. The young prince realized the importance of staying close to reality. As the heir to the throne, he aspired to become a part of Xiao, and no one dared to oppose his will. The subordinate alarmedly informs the master about David's strength. If his entire army unites, it will be a real challenge. A stranger appears in the residence of heir with a question: "Where is the princess, and why she does not see visitors?" His appearance causes anxiety among those who see him. Uncle sighed, explaining that she absolutely refused to return alive. However, he was determined to get the princess back to the capital city of Leon against all odds. The unknown warned that his intentions might be dangerous, but that would not stop the determined hero from completing his mission. The prince appreciates only freshly opened flowers. A mistake can cost a person life. Sweat was running down the face of a member of the royal family from tension and worries. The unknown person who had caused all this chaos finally disappeared from sight, leaving behind only a faint, disturbing scent. There will be no mercy for the Xiao family now. He had only a little time to carefully plan the kidnapping of the princess, but the unexpected happened. They destroyed everything. After meeting with the ancient ancestor, the subordinate accompanies the lady to the residence. She can stay the night in this majestic estate, where the breath of the ages can still be felt. The next morning, the atmosphere in the estate was full of bustling activity, as preparations for the wedding were in full swing. Everyone sincerely congratulates young Mr. David on the approach of his wedding, which promises to be an unforgettable celebration of love. David, looking into the bride's eyes, felt his heart tremble with surprise. This moment seemed to surpass his wildest dreams. Both looked down in confusion, their cheeks burning with a blush. The subordinate, not wanting to stand any longer, takes a step back and retreats. They, without a doubt, have something to discuss. The main character carefully prepares for the decisive moment, intensely considering all the details of the upcoming event. The hero decided to use his new ability, divine cloning. The clone transmits all his feelings to the hero, which allows him to fully control the situation. This creation also has a platform to grow on, making it extremely handy and useful in any battle. Inspired people greet the heroes with joy, creating an extremely warm atmosphere. And suddenly the system signal sounds, warning about the appearance of the enemy. The choice is simple. The first is to die yourself. The second is to leave everything to David. Let him figure things out. William, desperate for external help, decides to solve the problem on his own. He can almost hear the clock ticking, so he musters all his strength and reason, because he knows this is his last chance. The clone realizes that the success of the entire holiday depends on him. The princess's uncle is planning an ambush. All must be destroyed quickly, and without exception before reinforcements arrive. Time is short, and a cunning calculation plays on his side. Their mission has begun. If the plan fails, there will be no escape. Suddenly, there was a loud shock in front of them, as if something had exploded. The explosion almost covered their eyes with dust and smoke. And suddenly, through the curtain of smoke and dust, a silhouette appears at the place of the explosion. This is the main character, or his mysterious clone. If someone plans to destroy the influential Xiao family, they will have to first destroy him, a mysterious character whose power protects the Xiao dynasty. He, like a shadow, stands against dozens of trained soldiers, ready for a fight. But they have no idea what kind of force they have encountered. The soldier remembered his face. He didn't let him take Cecilia home. People mocked him, not understanding how such a person could restrain them. If only they knew what power he really possessed. Standing in his way is an army of the most experienced fighters, each of whom has reached the highest rank of the Golden Corps, ready for battle. Even the legendary David seems incapable of handling this level of threat on his own. Now more than ever, the unity of the army is important to face the danger. The crowd froze in shock. Despite all warnings, William fearlessly steps forward, defying danger. One of the subordinates came to the conclusion that William was only bluffing, trying to buy time. Therefore, overcome with determination, this brave man decided to stand alone against him. A bald, stocky man with a thick beard was called Oscar, and he was impatiently called upon to hasten the task. The old wizard whispered an incantation as he bent down to the ground. His words echoed in the air, filling it with something mysterious and dark. He mentioned the audacity of the main character, as if he had a premonition of something big. He felt so bored that only a slight movement of his hand would dispel the emptiness around him. He suddenly froze, as if something invisible was binding him. All his limbs refused to obey. Everyone around froze in surprise, not understanding what was happening to him. No one could understand how Oscar suddenly stopped. What happened? With just the flick of a finger, the massive force was ready to knock down anything in its path. But could that really satisfy Oscar? Everyone around was speechless. A premonition of an unknown force gripped everyone, sowing seeds of fear in their hearts. The main character appealed to everyone, urging them not to worry. He offered to join forces and try to attack together to overcome the unknown. But instead, they decided to summon someone more powerful, on the level of Yuan Yin. Suddenly, a soft voice was heard. Knock. The final energy seemed invincible, but William steadfastly held his ground without betraying his principles. In response, a mysterious man sneakily steals his energy, trying not to betray his triumph. Grandfather tried to keep everything under control, although his hands were shaking. His spiritual energy seemed to dissolve into the air. Fear filled him as he finally realized the true power that had been revealed to him. William was shocked when, before he could say a word, his opponent had already fallen down breathless. The men come closer, with anxiety in their eyes, trying to understand what happened to their comrade. The commander, convinced of his own limitations, gives the order to attack, realizing that there is no point in delaying it any further. This is his last milestone. The mercenaries quickly drew their swords, their eyes blazing with rage, ready to charge into battle. The appetite for bloodshed grew with every passing moment. The ancestor, with an indifferent face, lowers his hand, as if giving an invisible order. And now, as if by magic, everyone around starts to fall like felled trees. All around becomes empty, not a soul remains. Even the initiator of the chaos was stunned, unable to understand how it all happened. Now he enthusiastically begins to remember how he first plunged into the chaos that he himself created. Every step seemed to be woven from passion and madness. He belongs to the royal family, and his assassination will be a defiant challenge to the authorities, stirring up the entire throne. However, everything is turned upside down because it was he who intended to attack Princess Cecilia. The King of Liang stubbornly held his position. He was convinced that Princess Cecilia must marry the prince against all odds. William refuses to immerse himself in the chaos of the royal family. No one plans to reveal secrets and expose the daughter-in-law, because this is the central dilemma. The uncle fell to the floor. It looked like he was praying, but he was actually saying, "I had no idea how powerful the Liang state was. Heir is he who overshadows everyone with his strength, and no one is able to break his strength." The main character remained indifferent. His mind wandered, and he felt that his thoughts wandered in the direction of something mysterious. However, a chaotic confusion of thoughts was unfolding in his head. His mind was drowned in a whirlwind of thoughts, unable to find peace. He introduces everyone to his mentor, Andrew, a wise elder of Jinghong Temple, whose gaze permeates the mysteries of the ancient world. The kingdom of Ming and Liang stretched across the lands of Nanzhou. A majestic temple was built here, which is considered the most powerful in the whole world. The progenitor is not going to obey anyone's orders. Her determination only grows with each challenge, defying the heavens and their order. William can't take it anymore. She makes a drastic decision. It's time to get rid of this man once and for all. After completing the task, the protagonist acquires a powerful magical weapon of the 3rd class, which opens up new horizons of possibilities for him. He planned to carefully cover all traces so that no one could find him if they suddenly began to pursue him. No trace that could give him away. A ghost-like man watches from afar from the top of Qingyun Mountain, admiring the beauty and colors of the incredible festival below. His clone officiates the ceremony, playing the role of best man. Unfortunately, David has to bow and step away from the crowd. He has other important matters to attend to. The Xiao family will always be by his side, supporting his efforts. He was extremely grateful for such a warm welcome and sincere trust of the forefather. The guy asked the girl about her next step, but she mysteriously answered that she would follow him. Together they gave the impression of a happy and harmonious couple, like two who had found their destiny. The girl dreamed of breaking out of the kingdom, eager to see the amazing places of the world and leave the everyday life behind. The system notices a representative of Jinghong Temple approaching them. Several options for action open up before him. Finally, something new and intriguing hung in the air somewhere. Finally, an event that would change everything. William, full of determination, began his descent to the foot of the mountain, feeling that new discoveries and unknown adventures await him there. He comes across a mysterious man in turquoise clothes. He is interested in the purpose of his journey. Looking keenly and attentively, William felt that the person in front of him appeared to be one that had not yet revealed its true potential. Her eyes shone with an inner strength that seemed to be waiting for its time. Reaching the Yuanyin realm was her highest goal, vibrations of power overflowing her body, making every step meaningful. It seemed as if he had been there for an eternity, as if time had frozen around him. What day did someone finally decide to come up and say hello to him? The ancestor is perceived only as the youngest and insignificant member of the influential Xiao family. The stranger curiously asks if the corpses were found today. But in response is only silence and a reserved look that hides secrets. Silence hung in the air as he waited for an answer. The question remained unanswered. Only a shadow of doubt slipped into the eyes of the interlocutor. To relieve tension, the man asked to pour him a glass of wine. The main character dared to take the first step. He didn't want to. There is an atmosphere of mystery in the air. Someone's hints and a shadow of mistrust suddenly enveloped the room, igniting the inner fire of curiosity and suspicion in the hero. He headed off to find out the truth. The monk ceremoniously puts a glass of wine to his lips, which was once a gift from his ancestor, feeling in it the power of an ancient heritage. The taste of the wine was incomparable, sweet, refreshing, like the breath of ancient winds. Jinghong Temple used a special method that allowed them to detect the killer even with only the victim's body. His first question was about him, causing a deep gasp of anticipation in the room. William remarked that he had heard of this mysterious figure, but he wondered what purpose he was now in their mind territory. The man explained that all the most powerful are gathered here. They are responsible for maintaining order, and among them are people with great potential and incredible abilities. He thought, if the hero grows a tree and fruits appear on it, what will he do then? Will he use them wisely, or will he reveal another side of his character? He laughs in embarrassment, declaring that he cannot fathom the sages of the High Council. Since no traces were found, the monk would soon have to leave this place. The monk did not want to stick to alcohol alone, although its taste was impressive. He knew it was time to move on, looking for new adventures. It remained only to guess where it appeared in this unusual place. Or maybe everything was hiding more secrets than it appeared at first glance. The main character confidently declares, their family independently acquired this unique jug. There is nothing like it anywhere. Upon a persistent demand, the ancestor, without hesitation, gives this priceless treasure, as if realizing that fate had long been preparing another path for him. His search turns to the student's fiery seal, which grants him the ability to control and reveals to him the moment of the man's last look. William stared at his reflection in the mirror, searching for signs of the seal. But even after a thorough examination, he found no traces that could confirm her existence. They had to find a way to stop those who wanted power at any cost. He gathered all the information he needed. Now it was enough just to act. The monk looked at the newcomers with interest, asking if they had discovered this alcohol while searching for the dreamed treasures. His eyes shone with curiosity, and he seemed to be hoping for a special secret in the answers. He looked deep into the hero's eyes, asking if he had discovered other secrets. But the hero just shrugged his shoulders in surprise, not understanding what his interlocutor meant. The man from the temple decided to stay in the city. He wondered if Shio could take him in and treat him to some fragrant tea. William quickly felt the real intention of the interlocutor and decided to refuse. The sky was already dark, so it was time to head back. It seems that the monk revealed the secret of the forefather. It was he who was responsible for the disappearance of people from the temple. Now everything fell into place, and there was no reason to keep it a secret any longer. The main character at first thought about a great reward, but the reality turned out to be different than he expected. Apparently, he planned to get rid of this person on the spot. Without a tag, without witnesses, the secret would remain underground. Monk constantly underestimates him, believing that he will crumble under pressure, wants to see how he overcomes difficulties. He declares that the treasures must be his, threatening to turn the Xiao family into a bloody mosaic. He contemptuously declares that his friends and David are worth nothing more than garbage, which he will easily devour. It seems to him that everyone around him is just a minor obstacle that can be easily avoided. The words heard made the monk freeze in awe. His spiritual power seemed to melt before his eyes, leaving him defenseless against an unknown threat. A feeling as if his bones were cracking under the pressure filled his body. The pain was unbearable. He recognized a being that came from the realm of divine reincarnation. Only such elected officials could control the energy of heaven and earth, forcing the elements to obey their will. The main character believes that if he just leaves everything after drinking a little alcohol, fate will definitely save him. If he dares to touch the Xiao family, he will meet with an inexorable sentence. Instant execution awaits him without hesitation. He felt with all his heart the cold breath of death, which came very close, and therefore accepted the proposed conditions without hesitation. William, frustrated by the lack of important information, realized that the moment had come to meet death face to face. He accepted this inevitable truth with sad determination. The figure could not understand the meaning of his own words. What information was indicated in these sentences? Before his death, he had only one task: to intimidate William with empty promises. William's real body is hidden on the mysterious Mount King John. From there, he deftly controls his clone like a marionette in skillful hands. The finale is inevitable. The monk's lifeless body stretched out on the floor. The reward for his feat is a magical weapon of the third rank, known as the Mark of Frost. The corpse left no evidence of its existence. It's just a pity that the prey did not get the second place, for which it was so hoped. This device skillfully slows down the actions of people, reducing the risk of rapid attacks. Therefore, there is no reason to worry. This is a useful thing. With an evil smile, he notes that the next generation will have to play to the limits of their abilities once again. In Liang Palace, in a hidden room, there is a mysterious mirror of enormous size. It seems that the figure from the unknown world needs a princess to complete the core refinement and find a way out of the reincarnation divine realm. The servant, realizing the importance of the mission, promises his mentor to quickly bring Lady Cecilia to him. An unknown mysteriously sent a huge number of gifts to be used as a dowry. It was expected that the wedding would take place soon, but the mysterious silence continued. After that, the Lord ordered his loyal servant to find out the latest news from the Ming kingdom and report on their affairs. Some time passed, and the servant returned with disappointing news. King Ming could not be found and inquired about his affairs. The young man could not believe the news that the servant brought. His face was burning with anger. Without delay, he organized a squad of loyal men to go abroad in search of the king. Many people had gathered at Honglu Temple, but none of them could provide any information about His Majesty's whereabouts. Intrigues are growing. If no one knows where the king is, maybe at least someone knows where the princess is. After these words, the atmosphere sinks into an eerie silence. The monks stand stunned. Their eyes meet, but none dares to break their silence. The leader of the monks was determined, and in a broken voice, announced that Princess Cecilia was already married. The prince could not believe it, because for so long he was looking for a way to the heart of the princess, ready to do anything for her affection. She was the most beautiful girl in the kingdom, but her heart chose another, and she got married. The wedding bells were still ringing in the memory, and the letter with the news of the marriage of the beauty of the kingdom arrived only today, causing quite a surprise among friends and fans. However, the young man does not like this answer, and he firmly decides to turn to the king himself, hoping for a fair decision. In the reception hall of the Kingdom of Ming, the young man received no news again. The letter and gifts he sent were returned without any explanation. The prince was forced to wonder if it was someone's trick. What happened to the king? After all, the old ruler seemed to have agreed to marry the princess. The strange thing was that King Li Yang was nowhere to be seen. Despite the absence of King Li Yang, the audience understood that if there were no other issues, he intended to leave the Ming kingdom. The young man was burning with anger. How could a weak ruler prevent the great heir from seeing the princess today? He swore it threatened war. Servants lined up around the king, creating a protective barrier like a wall of human shields. Their faces showed subdued fear, but readiness for devoted service. They form a living shield around the guest. The prince calmly watches the ants disappear from his path without giving them a second thought. Although the kingdom was weak, Alex knew very well that he shouldn't treat it with such disrespect. David stood boldly before the Lord, trying to avoid punishment. It is not known whether he would succeed in convincing him. In addition, his tracks stretched for several meters, creating long prints. Cecilia went up to her father, looked into his eyes as if trying to solve a riddle, and asked in an uneasy tone if everything was all right with him. The girl, with a mocking look, points to her new husband, whom she barely recognizes already on the second day of the wedding, according to the ancient ritual. Returning to her homeland after a long business trip, she felt mixed emotions. David bows to the queen with all solemnity and respect, following all the traditions, as if the polished movements of gold follow his every word. The princess is now home, safe and sound. But the prince still remains in a humiliating position, constantly crawling in front of her. The prince froze in admiration before the incredible picture. Two who seem to be made for each other. Their aura radiates harmony. The principle of truth was amazed to see David's incredible strength. In his younger years, he already had a solid foundation that opened up new opportunities for him. Alex steps forward decisively, proclaiming confidently that this is not the end. The kingdom will get what it deserves. The king nods his head approvingly, rejoicing that such a worthy person has been chosen. He bestows his blessing on the engagement. Cecilia looked a little confused, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Cecilia seems to be literally beaming with happiness. A smile slowly bloomed on the boy's face. He was troubled by the thought. This girl is really extremely cute. The subordinate claims that he witnessed the event with his own eyes. The method of knowing people, which the master passed on to the prince, endowed him with the ability to see the truth in human souls, and now he knows for sure. The prince is convinced that the princess and David are perfect for each other. The prince orders his underling to capture the princess and David, certain that they must be together. The events take place in a picturesque valley near Mount Xiao, which hides secrets and trials for those who dare to appear there. The main character exhaled calmness, immersed in meditation under the restless splash of a small waterfall. Suddenly, a notification appeared. It, like a pulsating wave, awakened memories of the ancient world of ancestors in Jax. Jaxie felt he had to move forward. He was surrounded by a world of riddles and secrets that needed solving. William sought to find out what secrets the memories awakened by the power of reincarnation hid. An ancient map created by Jack sparkles with a magical glow that no one has seen before. The world around Jack is filled with mysterious shadows and unknown sounds. The reservoirs turned out to be so strong that they seem to hide some unnatural force inside. The boy boldly dives into the reservoir, memorizing every elusive detail, as if plunging into a world full of secrets and surprises. In the middle of an empty room, on a small tile, he lies, confused and alone. He seems exhausted and completely powerless. Under him lies a bucket of blood, which gradually recedes, as if floating into infinity. The girl notes with interest that she likes his stoic attitude. This means that she will be able to easily expand her collection of organs. For high-quality cultivation, it needs excellent nutrition. And what could be better than fresh blood? The bigger the better, she spares no effort for her collection. Black smoke comes out of the man's mouth. There is only one mystery. Why is she doing this again? What mysterious force controls her? Her name is Katerina. His heart, full of sincere affection, sought to understand the reason for this feeling. What is so special about her that touched his soul? Suddenly, the door barely creaked, and a black shadow stretched across the floor from nowhere. John Doe told how, thanks to his unceasing support, Catherine achieved many successes. He discovered new opportunities in technology and medicine, as well as an incredible desire to travel and develop. Jack loved this woman deeply and passionately. He didn't need anything else. The girl smiles, asking not to spoil her good mood. And he thinks in confusion. Wasn't his whole reality a lie? The man had always admired his destiny. But now he was faced with the prospect that everything he had learned to value had come to an unexpectedly miserable end. A wondrous light emerges from the darkness, as if the embodiment of Doe's will. It gives him new strength and revival of sensations. Jack is drenched in sweat, trying to figure out if it was really just a dream, or if the terrifying vision had become reality. He was betrayed, left to die in despair and oblivion. The headache does not leave the boy, reminding him that his world has turned upside down. The reality, which is difficult to accept, becomes more and more unbearable. The forces of anger rage in him, incinerating everything around with powerful energy. After that, he, as if fainting, plunges into the depths of an unknown abyss as if into an icy ocean. The main character is seething with anger. Catherine shamelessly used his former body to achieve her goals. The finale turned out to be disappointing, but the unknowns remain a mystery. Where are these people from? A particularly intriguing figure remains a man whose face has always remained in the shadows. Should we continue to improve, or the descendants of the Xiao family may be on the verge of destruction? In his past life, Jack was betrayed by love, which dealt him a fatal blow. Now, his heart is filled only with burning hatred. In this new life, he decided to fight to the last breath, even if he had to defy the heavens themselves. Behind the hero, like a shadow, the figure of his descendant appears under the tree. Jack appeals to the Order to release him so he can begin his own path of improvement. The young man longs for freedom so much that the map of mountains and rivers is no longer able to contain him. William understands this, and finally decides to support his wishes. William takes an oath to appear before his ancestors. William solemnly promises to glorify the family, but suddenly shouted, "No!" He lowers his gaze, because the true path of a lord is to be able to hide his power from the surrounding eyes. The outside world is full of ruthless tigers. David alone has already brought enough trials. If others follow the same path, the Yao family will be under the sights of enemies. An unknown person approaches the entrance of the show's house with a loud call to David, as if drawn to the scene by an inaudible force. Eddie, obeying the mysterious call of the Jinghong Temple, boldly steps forward, as if in search of something unknown. He kept partial fragments about the mysterious organization in his memory. The boy smiled enigmatically and promised to lead him to the right person. All he had to do was surrender himself to fate and follow him without looking back. Jack thought thoughtfully, trying to figure out if this place was familiar to him. No, this place was completely unfamiliar to him, but is it worth asking such strange questions? Oddly enough, it was at this place that he passed away in his past life. It was in this place that he was trapped, where he was deprived of bone marrow, tendons, and blood. Here he was irreparably damaged, leaving nothing. Any mountain can be hidden. He refused to listen to these delusions, and flatly refused to recognize the boy as a leader. However, suddenly the man freezes, almost stunned, when he heard his favorite name, Catherine. Who is this brave man who dared to pronounce the name of the ancestor? What secrets are hidden behind his actions? The name of this mysterious woman remains known only to a select, limited circle of the highest officials who have secret access to this knowledge. Jack wonders if the temple is still celebrated for finding geniuses and doing the same unusual things. And in the end, Jack suffered the fate of being caught and condemned to a life in real hell. Jack felt a chill run down his spine. Who betrayed him by opening all the cards? In this situation, Jack knows that the best thing to do is to act decisively. And kindling a fire in his soul, he summons powerful black dragons with eyes as red as heat. Dragons have united in a powerful pact to overtake and destroy their targets. Eddie decided that his victory was secured by leaving a mark on the site. But the joy of victory was premature. Turning around, Eddie met Jack's steady gaze, reigniting the flames of rivalry and uncertainty in his heart. His eyes widened in surprise. How is this possible? The boy looked at Eddie with wariness and curiosity in his eyes, wondering why David was needed. What was the secret purpose in all this? The man shrugged his shoulders, declaring that a trifle like this should not end so easily, intriguing everyone around with his statement. He began to tell the details of his plan, building intrigue and involving all listeners in the world of his grandiose ideas. White energy bursts out again, but this time its power is much greater. Returning once more, he encounters the stranger who suddenly appears in front of him, as if materialized from the void. A wave of shivers went through Eddie's body. How is this possible? Why, Jack was once called invulnerable, but now his every move seems pointless and hopeless. Once upon a time, a genius with unparalleled talent and incredible strength lived in this temple, which was admired by everyone around. Unfortunately, he managed to get off course. The boy was seething with rage, his face burning like fire. Always confident and unyielding, he now felt a loss of control. He was a true genius in his field. Eddie, in disbelief, asks if his mind is playing tricks on him, because that man is long gone. If that's really what he thinks, maybe it's time to take a closer look at his own abilities. A huge stream of energy is instantly snatched from the hero's hands, straight at the target, like a bolt of lightning cutting through the sky. Eddie suddenly felt an inexplicable sensation wash over his body. Each muscle seemed to be pierced by something extremely sharp, as if the ducts inside it were bursting under pressure. This person, who has a level 9 golden core, has never known equals in strength. But standing on the verge of death, he realizes that there is someone much more powerful. Jack could feel the technique draining him. He was faced with a 9th level golden core, and he only had the 1st. The struggle became more and more difficult. The boy had only 1 token and a few precious stones of spirits, which reminded him of past adventures lying in his pocket. He plans to use his mysterious powers to erase all evidence and avoid exposure of that fatal crime. The people of the temple are actively looking for David. The situation can turn into a disaster. It is necessary to monitor every movement and gather as much information as possible about the mysterious Catherine. Alexei realizes that without an important connection, his plan will remain only on paper. The token is his key to contact, an invisible bridge between him and the necessary person. Brother seems to be right here, his presence in the air. He is called the first man with a golden rod, and no one has ever seen anything like it. The prince hesitates, not sure if he should step forward. However, real geniuses are able to feel everything, even behind closed doors. He heard a faint call to come inside, as if someone was impatiently waiting for him to appear. Jack, brother of Alex Gritz, was comfortably seated in a small chair. At first, the boy is lost in guesses, why exactly he is so praised. However, this issue recedes into the background, because much more interesting events are happening around. Alexei appears, calling himself Eddie's ally, ready to provide a warm welcome. The prince, without a shadow of a doubt, explains that his mission is to find out all the details of the abduction of the princess and David. Jack finally realized why he was wanted. He was overcome by the fear that an unknown calamity might befall him. Alexei saw how his brother was immersed in deep thought, as if his thoughts were somewhere far beyond the current room. He tries to get a token of trust to convince the other party of his reliability, and at the same time learn about their plan. The prince has many influential connections in the capital of the kingdom, which can change the course of events. Now is the time to gather them all, and start the long-awaited rebellion that everyone has been waiting for. In order to remain unnoticed, he hides his true intentions by pretending to go along with the plan to destroy the kingdom. In this way, he lures his enemies into a trap that has been prepared for a long time. He could not believe that his idea had received recognition from such an influential person. This inspired him to new achievements. Unusual sounds suddenly began to come from the houses, as if a symphony of feelings had spread in the air, and hearts flew out of the windows carelessly like the wings of cupids. The family waited with trepidation for the day when they would all remain together, keeping their unchanged composition. The family realized how important it is to protect its composition and create moments of unity. Each of them sought to correct the mistakes of the past and not judge each other too harshly. The ancestors sent an order, and it made Cecilia happy. She was ready to follow them without hesitation. David felt his spirit and strength growing stronger every day, as if something unusual was awakening inside him. Suddenly, the door flew open, and a strange piece of paper flew out of it like a whirlwind. The boy instantly grabbed the piece of paper with 2 fingers, as if it was natural for him, his serious look emphasizing the importance of the moment. The boy opened the letter and his eyes widened in surprise. It was not clear who this letter was from. Going outside, the boy tried to see some signs or clues, but all in vain. There was not a trace, not even a hint in the air. A storm of discontent raged in the imperial palace. The crowd demanded change and sought to overthrow the tyrannical king, their voices merging into a single wave of protest. From now on, the new rulers were going to take power into their own hands. But some only sought to gain the attention of the women of the kingdom because they beckoned with their beauty. In the place of their arrival, there is an ominous emptiness. Not a single living soul is on the horizon. Where did the army go? The prince gives an unquestionable order to find the missing soldiers immediately. He doesn't care what methods this will be done. From the silent space behind them, voices were suddenly heard warning about the danger. It is not worth wasting energy on searching because no one is coming. Alex is at a loss when David and his subordinates suddenly turn to him. He tries to understand what kind of chaos is unfolding around him. Their insidious plans were discovered. All the enemy's forces were crushed. Only they remained on the battlefield without hope of reinforcements. The man looks around in confusion, not believing his eyes, and instantly decides to run away, seeking salvation in the chaos. David is instantly aware of the danger. Will he be able to escape the threat that hangs over him? The prince offered him a deal. Let him go and he would give him a chance. He is even ready to provide the boy with painkillers. The opportunity looked attractive. He may not be in the right position, but as the prince of the country, he perfectly understands that war can break out at any moment. David did not know fear, because he had prepared for this moment in advance. It all started from the beginning. The moment came when the brother finally decided to show himself. Does he think differently? David looks carefully at the mysterious figure in front of him. Despite the mask, he thinks he's seen this guy before. Who could it be? Alex Braggs excitedly assures that he is unstoppable, even against his brother with a level 9 gold core. David, full of determination, believes in his own strength and has no doubts that he will be able to withstand even such a formidable opponent as his brother with a level 9 gold core. This mysterious person that he and his mentor had discussed became their main target. They knew it wouldn't be easy to find him, but every step brought them closer to that decisive moment. Jack takes out his sword and cuts the prince's throat in a flash. He does not even have time to realize what is happening. Confused, David looks at his bloody hands, not understanding why he suddenly attacked his own comrades. As soon as the mask falls from his true face becomes obvious to everyone around him. The boy confusedly asks himself why he should be here, but the circumstances are stronger than him. He had to submit to their development. Jack shares a discovery. A powerful organization is hiding behind the young man, whose task is to expel humanity from the field of danger. He does not dare to destroy the corpse to hide the true cause of death. However, despite this, he still needs to act carefully to avoid unnecessary suspicions. The next morning, 2 surprises appeared in Sheyot's house: Edward Hans's father and a mysterious coded letter from David. For the main character, the appearance of a mysterious message was a real surprise. Edward, overcome with curiosity, could not contain himself. He wanted to know what was hidden in this mysterious message. He finally dared to step forward and ask, "What does it say?" William did not say anything about the refusal, but it was clear that attention should be paid to the calm upbringing of children in the family. The time has come to speed up the process of his mental maturation. A year later, his work bore fruit. The number of descendants increased to 3,000, for which he was rewarded. His merits did not go unnoticed, and he was promoted to the rank of Bow of the Divine Realm. The descendants worked tirelessly, and eventually their ranks grew so much that they reached incredible heights. He too took possession of this weapon, a real treasure that doubles its power in the hands of a strong warrior. Armed with unheard-of power, he could effortlessly carry out the most dangerous murders, turning them into child's play. During this period, David grew incredibly in strength, surpassing the level of the Golden Core and reaching the Yuanyin period. The more pressure he overcomes, the stronger his offspring become. He also kept a close eye on Jack, who had recently embarked on a journey of his own progress. With a smile on his lips, the hero declared that he could do a lot of things. Thoth skillfully blended with the shadows, striking enemies and protecting the innocent. His skills were subject to one simple command: act like a ghost. David, the adventurer, sends his letter again, but this time he includes a treasure map. Will this map be the key to new, incredible discoveries? The treasure is hidden in neutral territory between the Ming and Liang countries. There was an opportunity for the ancestors to go on a trip, enjoying a rare rest. If the main character manages to obtain these privileges, his family will be able to rise to a radically new level, opening up many incredible opportunities. The hero faced a difficult decision: whether to consider the system's offer and go in search of priceless treasures, or choose a safe path to avoid possible traps and dangers. The main character agrees without hesitation, seeing this as a chance to finally gain fame and recognition, which he dreamed of all his life. Edward, hastily receiving orders, rushes to prepare for the unknown challenges ahead. He chose the first option, as if rushing into battle, as if he had no time to think. The river flows into the fate of mother and child, increasing the chances of unexpected events. Rika made unexpected changes in the life of the mother, increasing the probability of new discoveries by as much as 10% during pregnancy. It was a great achievement for their family, priceless and meaningful. If every girl in the family starts drinking a glass every day, the generation will become more numerous, bringing new life and hope for a better future. People began to whisper that a mysterious ancient power remained in this place. Rumor has it that it is fraught with danger. Many people are fascinated by the mysterious temple, because its reputation is impeccable and promises unforgettable adventures. Mostly, young people flocked to the mysterious temple, but everyone else also wanted to experience these unforgettable impressions. Geniuses among people have united for a joint search in a mysterious temple. They were accompanied by special pills that provided hidden strength and energy, opening new horizons of possibilities. Even ordinary residents admitted, the representative of the Shao family lived up to his high rank as best as possible. The location of the treasure, according to the clues of the temple, was significantly different from what was shown on the map. However, everyone is in close proximity, and it will not be so easy to deceive David. Edward wondered why they were only interested in the geniuses of the entire team. He was even more confused as to why they decided to divide the treasure into equal parts among the participants. Most likely, the team just wants to grab the fruit, and what to do with the rest is a completely different matter. Independence comes at a price. The main character knows this, and does not plan to share the found fruits with the rest of the team, because everyone must take care of their own interests. The son listened to his father's advice, confidently called a new day in his rays. She believed that she would be able to unite around her those who are looking for adventure and new opportunities. Commerce flourished in Hars, and the city became a center for travelers from all over the world. Life was bubbling here, and every corner reminded of new opportunities and adventures. A servant quickly enters the room, creating a sense of inevitability. A servant announced that a delegation from Jinghong Temple was eager for discussions, embodying an unexpected turn of events. William Letts, a loyal and trusted servant, was quick to react to the news. William, having received an important commission, set out to find out the intentions of the strangers, but self-control forced him to avoid direct conflict. Erica and Jacob stood there, mysterious and a little worried. Their purpose is secret, but it is known that they are in the Yuanying stage. What could this mean? The temple says that the tea here is special and so delicious that it is only available to select students. The cultivation base opened up opportunities to achieve this, didn't it? However, the girl categorically denied that they were not engaged in performing such trivial tasks. Edward watched with admiration the abilities of the students of the temple. Their strength was impressive, and he understood that defeating them would be a real challenge. He asked on what occasion the disciples had gathered. Was something extraordinary being prepared? The temple intends to buy some important materials, but the story does not end there. They plan to go on an exciting treasure hunt. Edward thinks the idea sounds great, but why were these adventurers chosen? After all, the world is full of other incredible opportunities. The temple opens its doors only to the chosen ones. Does Elder Shao really consider them unworthy, glancing down at them from the height of his wisdom? It seems that today they have decided to use dubious methods of influence in the hope of getting their way. Edward assures them that they have all been misunderstood. Their family are ordinary people, and nothing useful will come of it. However, the girl objected. David, a representative of the Xiao family, married the princess and gained fame throughout the continent. Even centuries later, his exploits remain part of legends. She also heard that he was a huge success and became a legend in his time. It was a time when he was just starting out, young and full of ambition. But doesn't it seem too pathetic? Edward objects. David hasn't been in the house for a long time and doesn't even keep in touch with them. Erica and Jacob exchange glances, filled with slight disappointment, as if their hopes have just been dashed. They convince each other that if the temple opens the door, they should try. Despite their lack of special abilities, their persistence is stronger than doubts. He appeals to them to show even a little compassion. During dangerous adventures in search of treasures, there is always a risk of loss, and it is precisely such a loss that grandfather is ready to avert with all his might. The boy doubts. Do they look only like fortune hunters? He cannot come to terms with this perception and rejects such thoughts. They appeared here to serve people, not to chase wealth. Edward, with tension in his voice, declares that the matter is of unique importance, so he must immediately turn to his relatives for discussion. These two are so persistent that you have to approach them carefully, like an explosive device. He asked his father how to approach this dangerous situation with special care and wisdom. The main character thinks about what might happen if they bring this dangerous substance to the city. What consequences could this have for all residents? If the genius reaches the temple, a generous reward awaits them that will surpass all their expectations. But what fate awaits them ahead? Is the only way to return her to her native family, separating her from the current team? Edward notices how impressive their cultivation level is. They have an innate strength that is simply amazing. William, determined, chooses the path of direct confrontation. He decides to meet his opponents in person, to finish them off once and for all. After mastering his new power, he recreates his own clone, admiring how convenient it is. Edward, now no longer alone, but together with his newly appeared clone, confidently steps towards the intrigued guests. William, having just appeared on the threshold, immediately asks the question, what rewards await them after the end of this quest? Jacob quickly assesses the situation and asks the key question, what reward do they plan to receive at the end of their quest? Because of this, they do not see the reward. Geniuses will work in the temple, and over time will gain fame for their family. Xiao had reached such a level that the needs disappeared. The family has reasons for joy. Can you doubt the profitability of such an offer? That trick again. The girl wonders again. Have they never tried to influence Jinghong Temple? As soon as a threat appears, the action selection system is immediately launched. And so, the question echoes in the heads of our heroes. Accept the challenge or refuse it. What will they choose? However, the path is not easy. If our hero overcomes his enemies, the true essence of the cave, chaos may break loose, so the hero decides not to risk it temporarily. William chooses a different path and wins a reward for a cunning maneuver. His opponents, weaker in rank, lose the ability to concentrate and see only illusions. Yakov wondered if the progenitor was hiding some secret. Jacob heard the progenitor say that these two had already exceeded all limits. He insisted, if they find it hard to believe, let them see for themselves. They quickly agreed, assuring that there are many real geniuses among them. Edward wondered, hesitated, did his father really entrust the mission to his heirs? The offspring, aged 18 to 25, are full of energy and ability. The protagonist turns to his son, who has always been full of energy and passion, with an important question that could change their lives. He could no longer control them, because age made him tremble with every extra step. Edward obeys without question as he steps elegantly through the huge red door. Jacob looks around in confusion, having no idea what exactly they mean by their cryptic words. The area was deserted. There was not a single living soul around. Edward mused that sometimes the best way to solve a mystery was to simply listen. Someone was right, but who exactly was still to be found out? The young man and the girl carefully examined every corner around them, looking for clues that could lead them to the truth. And suddenly unusual sounds penetrated from the darkness, as if someone was whispering secrets directly into the ears. The bright red yard was full of non-stop activity. People worked and had fun non-stop, day and night. The young man is surprised and asks, in what way is it even possible to do this? But it seems that they did not need to explain anything, because they understood everything without words. It was still their family place, where love found its rightful place. Instead of anger and accusations, the girl simply sought to understand what was happening around her. Edward tried to explain to her, answering all her questions. Could they have grown to such enormous sizes without this unusual influence? Edward tried with all his might to explain the essence of this phenomenon. Erica asked curiously if it was because of this mysterious phenomenon that David left his native home. The manager categorically denies these rumors. David left home not because of the phenomenon, but to feel the spirit of adventure and test his own endurance. The Xiao family is renowned for its strength and devotion to tradition, acting as a steadfast rock amid life's storms. Reed believed only in their customs, and anyone who did not share their faith could sit here until evening, contemplating their steadfastness. The guy blushes. Now he is beginning to understand it. It is at this moment that her gaze slides over the halves of the map, as if a call to the adventures of a wonderful world. Could it be an earthquake? That night, the top of the mountain underwent unusual changes, as if nature itself decided to play its symphony with fervor and drama. In case of distrust, they can turn to anyone in the big city. Everyone is aware of this matter. The ancestor thoughtfully asks what should now be said about his great descendants, who impress with their actions and determination in this difficult world. They avoided the answer so far, wanting to know more, because this is only the beginning, and there is much more to come. The main character, full of determination, calls on the guests to follow him. It seems to be the same place where all the families full of talent are gathered. The families gather together, and the father reassures Edward that there is nothing to worry about. If they manage to find 10 talents, then the temple would receive 10 precious treasures. And if they would immediately be recognized as elite, given honors and rights available only to the chosen ones. An impeccable future, devoid of any difficulties, awaited them. William asks if their decision is truly final, and if they are willing to look into the unknown. Jacob and Erica demanded impatiently to be taken away from this place as quickly as possible. Their burning desire was overtaken by the decision of the heart and mind. The main character never deviates from what is said, unless it is agreed with some unforeseen source. The spell rises into the air, blinding everyone around with a bright light. Now the whole truth will be invisible to them because the blinding light hides all the secrets. Once inside, they saw the descendants bustling about in full combat readiness, focused and collected. Edward fears is now going to conquer the geniuses of the family, like a predator waiting for its prey. The faces of the two geniuses looked completely displeased, as if the recent meeting with Edward Fierce had left an unpleasant residue on them. They notice their subordinates, who are powerless and silently endure injustice. The guy asks with surprise, "How did such people manage to end up here in the first place? How did they gain access to the yard? Do they have access?" Even in ordinary household affairs, people usually show more skill than this strange company. The company left, and the chairman once again racked his brain, trying to figure out what exactly went wrong. Be that as it may, if they decide to continue their search, they will still come across the void. Edward Guest confidently stated that his father had good reasons for bringing them there. It turned out that there was a mystery in his father. While preparing this step in advance, Hest saw something incredible and unpredictable in his father. It captured his imagination. True Xiao family members are those who work tirelessly and with dedication. The crowded guests stopped in amazement. A man was hanging on the tree, like a mysterious symbol among the branches. The situation becomes almost grotesque when little Jet Set suddenly begins to be called a member of the family. Watching the actions of these people, Jet Set couldn't help but think, aren't they crazy? The situation really looked like an absurd farce. The girl cryptically asked about his true talents, leaving Edward confused. He had no idea what she meant, and just shrugged helplessly. The student was at the third stage of the Golden Core. Although this did not make him exceptional, such humiliation was unfair. The main character came up with a new plan. From now on, events promised to become even more exciting. They constantly saw the chaos around them. People just slept on the floor, trying to warm themselves under the sun. It seems that they do not realize at all why they act so chaotically, and what exactly drives them to such actions. Now these desperate heroes are convinced that David is their only hope for a bright future. William asked if they had already decided who to take to their team. After walking through their native spaces and inspecting the outer and inner courtyards, they thought, is there anything else to do to make a final decision? Like two artists on stage, together they create the harmony of the moment. Hurrying on, they make a slight bow, like true masters of their craft. The hero quickly orders important guests to be escorted to the exit, demonstrating his confidence and respect for them. Yakov is enraged by the wasted day. He thinks it would be wiser to spend his time visiting other estates. Erica finally realizes that it is difficult for David to dare to return home. Edward, watching from a distance, tries to figure out if the conversation is really about the Xiao family. He watches suspiciously, looking for confirmation of his doubts. Today, he feels at the top, but he knows that you should never underestimate those around you. Others may harbor surprising strengths and talents. Sun wondered why none of the geniuses in their family were able to win the Jinghang Temple's sympathy. The new moon wondered, why didn't any of the geniuses in their family win the Jinghang Temple's sympathy? He is told that many outstanding talents have already gathered there, and this is not an easy task. In the end, all this seems extremely strange to Edward. Not only talents have gathered here, but also the descendants of treasure hunters. However, William tries to calm everyone down, explaining that many of those present have similar feelings. Everyone gathered in the hall knew about the existence of a hidden force that united their destinies. The power of the mysterious treasure attracted everyone, and everyone sought to get it for themselves. The more powerful the personality becomes, the more likely it is to win in the complex game of fate. Hidden behind the majestic mountains of the Shu family are several mysterious doors. This place radiates an unusual calmness. The rewards of the heirs of the Shu family are distributed randomly, giving everyone a chance to receive unexpected loot. The main character gathered all his determination, ready to give his all, more than ever before. Only half a month had passed before the progenitor began to show signs of exhaustion. Her gaze became dim, and the grace of her movements lost her usual elegance. He finally stepped into the third level of divine reincarnation, feeling his body fill with a new power that caused the world around him to change. Pills can affect the rate of birth of offspring, giving strength and energy, but their effect can be different for each creature. Edward excitedly declared that all the preparations were complete, so the treasure hunt could begin immediately. Before going on a trip, the hero carefully inspects the equipment, checking whether everything is in place or not. His eyes shine with impatience because the treasures are waiting ahead. He is met by a group of tight-knit warriors with muscles as if carved from stone. The purple-haired Ethan, a captain with sharpened skills, stands among the tense warriors atop his golden core, ready for battle. Other warriors also entered the Golden Core Kingdom. If you direct them, the treasure will certainly be obtained. The patriarch looks at his son with pleasure and approves of his choice. He is grateful for the hard work that opened the way to new opportunities. This time, the team needs to be extremely vigilant because the most valuable thing is at stake: life. Edward reassures the team by reminding them of their high level of training and skill. He believes that together they will be able to overcome any challenges that stand in their way. The main character wants to give them something special that can guarantee their safety. The Ring of Heaven allows you to cross vast distances in an instant, dealing devastating blows to the enemy. The captain respectfully bows his head, thanking the ancestor for the priceless gift. A powerful ring capable of changing the course of the battle. William thought about creating a clone that could monitor Ethan's every move. This promised to significantly increase security and control over the situation. Ethan hoped that nothing unexpected would happen, and that his reserves of strength would be enough to overcome another obstacle. Crowds of people gathered at the border of the two kingdoms, eager to meet and greet the mighty Jinghong god. Their faces glowed with delight and anticipation of a miracle. The giant god Jinghong praises his loyal subordinates, noting their exceptional talents. He promises a generous reward, assuring that none of them will be left behind. However, the man thinks that the situation described above can turn out in an unexpected way. It seemed that he chose the right path in his assumptions. A smaller bet could make all the difference. The 10 talents from the Xiao family towered above the rest, drawing attention and adulation. Eyewitnesses report that they too experienced the unexpected turn with a sense of deep disappointment. The road to the treasures is open, and the hunters go on an exciting chase. Dangers and incredible discoveries await them ahead. Jinghong Temple must win at all costs, not giving in to anyone. The chief asked if there had been any fresh news about David, hoping to hear some good news. However, it seemed that David had no intention of leaving the kingdom or going in search of treasure. If David doesn't show up, this whole elaborate trap will turn out to be a waste of effort. It was rumored that the Shiyu family had also sent out their search parties to bypass the cunning traps set by David. The scouts returned empty-handed, without finding any important personage. It was clear that their reports should be taken into account in future plans. There was no time to complain. We must leave immediately. But David remained in the center of attention. Watching him was the main task. Right now, Team Xiao was about to leave the kingdom territory. The chief warned them against reckless actions. The chief smiled mysteriously, remembering how he had already replaced their surnames with Cao, emphasizing the irony of the situation. It added some humor to the situation, but the team felt it was a warning. The main character is convinced that it is Ethan who should wear the title of team captain. Subordinates understood the situation and zealously promised to carry out every order, supporting the new dynamics in the team. The team just started calling him brother, and it's like a new stage in their relationship. One gets the impression that they all get along perfectly well. Ancestor always emphasized the importance of life, so they had to act secretly. No accidental killings, only considered decisions. William doesn't seem to have any reason to worry. The system revealed to him the immense power of reincarnation, awarding him the title of immortal. Now he has new opportunities to influence the course of events. It was created from the ancient tree of enlightenment, capable of purifying souls, and his essence is endowed with the ability to accelerate the passage of time, causing a cascade of emotions in those who interact with him. The progenitor had to choose between careful preparation for reincarnation or plunging into dangerous adventures. The main character asks about the enormous potential that his descendant possesses, seeking to know what is hidden in the depths of his power. William is approaching a stately estate where a mysterious child has recently appeared. Entering the estate, William comes across a seemingly ordinary baby, but something about this child causes him an inexplicable feeling of anxiety. But upon closer inspection, everyone can feel the invisible but incredibly powerful power that this little creature radiates. From birth, this child was endowed with a golden core and a heavenly spiritual root, making her unique among all. The ancestor came across an ancient map on which Jack was once depicted, and decided to take the boy with him on an unknown adventure. It was quite natural for him that all his adventures start with a surprise, and this time was no exception. Jack is used to such twists and turns of fate and is always ready for new challenges. Outstanding personalities always seek to be reborn in their native circle in order to continue their mission on Earth. Vin held out a familiar cup of tea, into which a fragrant drink had recently been poured. The kid spoke calmly and confidently, as if this moment had been familiar to him for a long time. It seemed that due to many reincarnations, he forgot his real name. Now he felt no connection to his first life. Something did not go as he intended, and events began to unfold unpredictably. William Kant had experience in the field of child education, which gave him a unique perspective in evaluating modern methods and approaches. Regardless of the past, Xiaofa's blood pulses in his veins, and he is not going to change anything. It's an answer that makes William smile. The system solemnly congratulates the master on receiving divine power and solving the heavenly seal. He decided to live in peace, leaving behind only the memories of the past, which was now shrouded in mystery. It is clear that the heavenly seal is non-negotiable. It was not impressive, but the overall picture remained quite optimistic. It turned out that at the moment of victory he reincarnated, possessing great power. Although the memories were fragmentary, it did not prevent him from feeling its power. Kale was sure that his ancestor possessed immense power. Otherwise, it is unlikely that he would have offered his help, because he felt his power. So far, everything has turned out well. There are no problems and life is going smoothly. In a past life, the hero was buried nearby, leaving behind a huge treasure. This mystery intrigues everyone who dares to solve it. The ancestor shared with him an important secret, the location of the treasure. The plans are about to be revealed, and the tension only grows, as if all the events have converged to one point. The child is not fully aware of what is happening around him. Life was bubbling at the edge of the kingdom. Many people gathered in one place, feeling a premonition of significant events, exciting and unpredictable. Like a storm. According to the map, Xiao's group had to change their course and go the other way. The crowd unconditionally believes their ancestor, because it is impossible to accuse him of anything evil. Ethan harbored an idea that could change everything. His plan was perfect, but it demanded the attention of every listener. Many brothers were left without a treasure, because the temple caused them considerable damage. The commander came up with the idea of destroying the enemies with poison, and this proposal excited the admiration of all who heard it. According to the report, nearly 100 people had gathered outside the valley, waiting for their turn. They had to be patient because further instructions would appear soon. Dozens of excited and impatient adventurers gathered near the real location of the hidden treasure. Immediately from the threshold, the extremely powerful aura of the place fascinates and attracts. The power of this place penetrates every person, as if an electric storm penetrates the bones, animating them from the inside. Erica pays attention to the boy, asks about his family, and offers to join the temple, being interested in him herself. The child indignantly asks if the adults really plan to dig up the grave. The adults look at the child in surprise, not understanding who he thinks is the great emperor. Thanks to the unique technique, Kale shows his maturity already at the age of 8, surprising those around him with his wisdom and insight. And although the day was not so long, it was enough to achieve the desired result. Jacob realized that he had reached the level of a 9th grade golden core. This discovery changed the rules of the game, giving him unprecedented strength and confidence on the way to new victories. The boy rises decisively from his knees, declaring, "Now we will check it!" His eyes flash with determination and excitement. Erica eyed the child suspiciously, urging her to hold back her sharp tongue. His concentration rose like an owl, and a huge aura of power appeared around him. The created hand was pierced by a powerful beam that radiated incredible power. Jacob realizes that their strength is not enough and shouts in panic that it is time to flee because the enemy is too powerful. William is stunned by the system's message. Kale brutally took the lives of Eric and Jacob, leaving them decapitated. Despite his young age, he demonstrates impressive abilities that surprise even the most experienced. However, caution is the key to survival, because the world is full of dangerous secrets lurking around every corner. A voice was heard from the forest. The Zhao family seems to have already prepared everything. People run away in panic. The army is rapidly approaching, and it becomes clear that the secret treasure was only a decoy. A real confrontation broke out between the Jinghong Temple and the family, turning into a fierce enmity. None of them were going to risk their lives for the prize. The confrontation between the Jinghong Temple and the family was becoming unpredictable. The attack began, and in a panic, everyone ran to save their lives. There were much fewer people gathered here than usual. Anxiety scared the crowd, and now only the bravest remained. The commander, without thinking, orders his subordinates to disperse. Their safety now comes first. There is real chaos in the place, because the Shou families have already broken inside. The leader of the Shou families acts brutally, destroying everyone who gets in his way. His hand knows no mercy, and his eyes burn with hatred. However, an unexpected obstacle appears for Ethan, a clone of the legendary hero. Suddenly, a powerful explosion is heard, darkening everything around. Visibility is 0, but it appears that one of the Williamses did not survive. One can only guess about his fate. He decides to use his heavenly touch, hoping that this mysterious power will change the course of events in his favor. The captain nods gratefully, realizing that the debt of his life has been saved. From now on, he decides not to stay on the sidelines, ready to act decisively. The head instantly realized that a clone was standing in front of him. Such treachery caught him by surprise. He had no intention of backing down from a treacherous clone. The man jumps into the air, aiming a sharp knife straight at the boys' backs. A strange flash of light suddenly appears directly in front of the attacker, blinding him. From a flash of light, an arrow flies out, fast, sharp as a blade, and burning like a torch. The arrow hits the target, the left hand. The brain does not have time to realize what happened. If it weren't for that mysterious pill from the temple, everything could have ended much earlier. She became a shield from inevitable death. Despite the fact that the body is covered with bruises, the man is still on his feet, showing strength and determination. The same magic spell that William had once summoned to the battlefield suddenly bursts from the sky. They were the first to attack us, so Jinhong Temple is ready to strike back. Revenge is inevitable, and no one will escape punishment. Leaving his thoughts behind, he turned around and an arrow flashed in front of him again, slicing through the air. The hero, having solved all the puzzles, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Now he could rest for a while, enjoying the well-deserved peace. He finally breathed a sigh of relief as he realized all of his accomplishments. The organist received the unique spatial gem and Yuanning's extraordinary ring, feeling their energy fill him with power and capabilities. He does not skimp on praise. Descendants did a great job. However, it reminds them to never stop at what they have achieved and to constantly improve. Thanks to the Pearl of the first rank, the hero is able to create an impenetrable zone from which no one can escape. In addition, the hero received an incredible ability to multiply spiritual roots. This is really something extraordinary. Many people suffer because of the lack of spiritual roots, but this opens up enormous opportunities for those who have them. The only thing missing is alchemists to create magic pills that will shed light on new wonders. William Cant takes on the task himself, but his mind is already boiling with new ideas. One of the subordinates gets in touch with a mysterious addressee. Terrible news comes out of his mouth. The Xiao family has been attacked, and almost no one has survived. They initially set out to bring order to the kingdoms, but the choice of starting point seems ill-advised. From afar, supporters of Megan and Matthew's temple began to gather, their silhouettes rising from the horizon. The chairman decides to destroy the kingdom using all possible methods, just to restore the lost glory of Jinghan Temple and regain its influence. Once the huge fortune of Calais became the property of the family, thanks to his ancestors' legacy, he can cultivate in peace, considering it a small price to pay for such an opportunity. Will masks related to alchemy be your thing? Does he know about these plans? He answers that of course he wants to, but it doesn't always work out as he would like. Kale was amazed. Can this pill increase spiritual power? Roots are a legendary artifact shrouded in mystery, mentioned in ancient myths and legends. Unfortunately, the boy is not yet able to comprehend this powerful essence, so the ancestor decides to free him from this burden. The city lights up with a glow when a mysterious girl in white suddenly appears in the middle of the crowd. Her name was Arya, and she appeared to restore justice after the terrible loss of her mother. Edward wondered why his father called him to his office so urgently, because usually such conversations meant something important. El Ki conceived a large-scale task. It was necessary to secretly obtain important materials and begin a difficult journey up the ancestral fields. Currently, the family is engaged in documenting the residents, so interfering with this process would be unjustified. Edward was determined to stay away and give the family the opportunity to handle the documentation themselves. The family has already successfully implemented almost half of the necessary drugs from the bequest list. The protagonist, having brilliantly coped with the medical part of the task, now had to focus on the mysterious aspects of alchemy. Alchemy of the highest level was a goal for many, but the family could only boast of one master of the second level. They still had many challenges. How many challenges would they face this time? The system signal indicates new calls. Bat got tangled up in a relationship crisis. You can try to manipulate her emotions or just leave everything as it is, showing complete indifference. What will win in this test? He, head over heels in love with a beauty from the John Zoe clan, is faced with a difficult choice. Choose your heart or your duty. This test will be fateful for him. William was faced with a difficult choice. experiencing excitement on the edge of patience. Why did fate force him to choose between his heart and his duty? In all circumstances, despite all the trials, he remained honest and principled, not betraying his ideals. He did not act for reward or recognition. It seems it's all because of that mysterious girl. She won't back down until she meets Ryan. The progenitor wants to know why the young girl is so eager to get one of his descendants. What is the secret behind her desire? By the fourth generation, its natural beauty and unsurpassed allure had become legendary, attracting crowds of raving fans. The servants, full of determination, go on a search, eager to find her, whether she is alive or dead. She did not think about family ties, but she always looked so majestic and unattainable. But just at that moment, the main character entered the room and authoritatively ordered everyone to stop, casting a piercing look around. He stopped in the middle of the room, throwing a sharp look at those around him. Too many descendants flashed through his mind, noting the challenges ahead. Some events cannot be avoided. They are born from predictions and expectations. William pulls out a portrait of the girl from his pocket and asks the man if he knows this mysterious person. Ryan quickly nods his head, immediately explaining that this girl is a complete stranger to him and has never met his eyes before. They went out together. The ancestor rushes up and slaps the boy, saying, "She is my daughter!" The guy raises his hands up, begging not to hit him. He sincerely assures the progenitor that he does not remember what happened. Edward Escort is a young favorite of the protagonist who looked defiantly at his relative. Her look read, "What kind of scumbags you are, who don't deserve to live." William turned to his anger, asking, "Why are you always here?" William understood his mission. He is here to help deal with those who deserve to die. Arya froze, as if buried. The feeling that her mother had been abandoned overwhelmed her. As the storm subsides, Arya delivers important things that could be the key to solving the mystery. The main character appeals to those around him, offering to look carefully and record in memory all the details that may be important for solving the mystery. He looks more closely and realizes that Olivia is in front of him. However, he does not stop, insisting that all this is just an unfortunate mistake. However, his act has no justification. He left his daughter and daughter-in-law without any explanation. Furious, William obtains a mysterious reward, a secret technique that grants the ability to access memories. The reward did not remain idle. Now they will finally be able to find what they have been looking for so long. Here came the moment when the truth was revealed, and it became clear how everything really was. The mysterious woman instructs her subordinates to constantly monitor the object of her interest. Despite all possible obstacles, it is important not to harm him. A woman easily sits on a horse. Her smile lights up, and her gaze is directed into the distance, where her unknown path leads. With tears in her eyes, she clearly displays her feelings, keeping them under control, as if sharing a secret with the wind that hugs her face. He was her father. Memories transported her to the distant past, enveloped her heart with warmth and slight sadness. Olivia thought that this boy was one of the most attractive in the world. At first sight, she was charmed by his charm. He tries to hold back, but still admits that his slap is faltering. However, instead of the expected reaction, he receives a powerful slap. The main character finally realizes the reason for his failures. For his own safety, Rain was forced to give in to Vin's terms. But he did not expect that this would lead to the birth of a daughter from their union. Arya, embarrassed by her act, apologizes, looking down at the floor. William raises his head and firmly declares that someone from his family must definitely stay with them in this situation. Their parental duty is to get to know each other better in order to solve problems together. Despite the fear of rain, the main character decided to cross the bridge in the downpour. However, his companion did not want to hear such ideas. Despite his inactivity, he received 2 awards, one for himself and one for Jack. His J-shaped figure glistened like ice. Emotions overwhelmed Zoe, so she decisively took the initiative. And it helped. Jack's condition immediately improved significantly. Fortunately, the main character turned out to be impressively brave and steadfast in his intentions. He no longer had to endure the presence of these pesky rangers. William turned to Arya with a penetrating look, trying to understand her character. "Do you stand for the Lord of Redemption?" Her reaction could reveal the secrets he sought to unravel. This was the biggest mystery. How did the ancestors get knowledge about them? The girl skillfully mastered the alchemical arts of the 4th level, becoming a real connoisseur of the secrets of reincarnation of materials. The main character was beaming with joy, finally meeting the long-awaited person who was the key to his dreams. Alchemists are usually limited to enhancing and perfecting elixirs, but there are mages capable of much greater miracles. The girl felt discontent. Do they really want to turn her into an alchemist? Edward was seething with indignation. How dare this girl reject his proposal after all her antics? It was a rare opportunity for her to become an alchemist. William reassures, reminding that sometimes you need to be a little more lenient in order to avoid conflict and reach an understanding. The documentation doesn't force Arya to do anything specific. Arya can't bring herself to do something that doesn't interest her. He suggested that she put the subject of alchemy aside and enjoy a unique tea that might lift her spirits and fill her with inspiration for new ideas. The young lady accepts the invitation and carefully takes the first sip, waiting for the explosion of taste. As soon as her lips touched the drink, a world of possibilities opened up, and the fragrant plume gave the young lady instant insight. The events take place 3 days later, in the same place where the magic potion opened new horizons. The lady returns again feeling elated. Arya entered the room, her curiosity shining. Is this the tea enlightenment? Her eyes lit up with a desire to know more. The main character nods his head in confirmation. He is also known as the Immortal. History says that even a powerful mage dynasty cannot boast of such reserves of cultivation resources. When she returned to her family, he was determined to give her what he had been saving for the most special occasion. He saved it for a special figure. In his palms, as if out of nowhere, a golden ball appears, emitting a warm glow that enchants everyone around. A pure water ice jade body is the greatest value for alchemists who dream of it. The main character wonders how long it will take the girl to raise her skill level. Her skill has now reached the level of soul spawning, so she is able to refine level 5 elixirs with recipes. Her desire for knowledge and development is already beginning to bring tangible results. William asks Arya to follow him. Spatial magic revealed a mysterious realm to Arya. It is here that, according to forecasts, it will gain a new level of power in just 3 years. An ancestor with a cold-blooded blessing allows her to study in a mysterious realm, using all available resources to reach a new level of power. If you need training courses, do not hesitate to contact us. The system reported. The Empress was reborn in the Gu family. But what does this mean for Xiao? He began to think about this question excitedly. William decided to establish friendship with them, just in case, because allies always have advantages. Then the system reports that it was created on the lands of their clan, and that is where its formation took place. The system was probably launched using local resources. The main character must urgently block it, so that the secret does not surface in other countries. His efforts will not go unnoticed. A generous reward awaits him. A whole army of enemies appeared. What will the hero do when faced with such a threat? His wits and strength will be tested like never before. The Empress was sitting in the carriage, her excited cry echoing far and wide. A red-haired woman gently hugs a little girl. Her face radiates warmth and care, as if protecting her from all the troubles of the world. It was terribly sad that their family had to face such difficulties. It hurts the mother to look at her little daughter. Her heart breaks with pity. In the Guff family, there is constant hustle and bustle. Children are always running around the room, and adults are constantly trying to cope with endless tasks. Marriages with the Xiao family had their advantages, as they would definitely be able to provide support and help in the case. The man desperately appeals to the Lord, asking why their actions go unanswered. Megan, with a warm smile, asks not to worry. She decided that it was time to really enjoy the moment of intimacy and express her feelings. Ironcloud's methods continued to impress with their ambiguity and unusual approach to everything related to their art. The Liang dynasty looked completely harmless, because its members always worshipped tradition. But the Ming dynasty was the complete opposite. The girl furrows her eyebrows curiously, asking why Matthew turned his attention to the mysterious Jiyu family for his next steps. It all starts with simple things. The most important thing is to act gradually, from small to large. After visiting the Xiao family, their fate will be unknown, but the damage will be enormous. Regardless of the outcome, the Xiao family would be changed forever. The people of Gu feel abandoned as the power of Jinghong Hall seems invincible. Will they be able to stand up for their beliefs, despite the fear and the unknown? They are seriously injured and at the limit of their strength, but making every effort to save the child is their top priority. The subordinate asked if they should go into action when no one was there yet. Matvi nodded without hesitation, giving the command to act decisively first. Matvi strongly supported the idea of neutralizing the old man, the woman, and the child at the same time, not hesitating about the difficulty of the task. The carriage ended up in a dead end surrounded by a crowd. There was no way forward. Another voice in the crowd pleaded not to blame Camilla, the daughter, for her act, trying to protect the girl from condemnation. She thought, should she kill the child for herself or condemn her to slavery? Both choices seemed dire, but suddenly the hero appears and, full of determination, offers to take the creature under his care. In the warm embrace of the hero, the girl instantly calms down. Tears give way to a joyful smile that lit up her face. An exhausted woman fell to her knees, pleading for salvation for her daughter. Her voice trembled, but in every word there was an indomitable maternal devotion. She persistently called to escape because the enemies were approaching. Their task was simple: to delay the attackers as long as possible, even at the cost of their own lives. The people from Jingong Hall are already outside. They probably have no idea that the master has a trump card up his sleeve. William does not pay attention to the woman's warning and resolutely went outside, despite all the dangers. The crowd in the street froze in astonishment as William bravely stepped forward, facing the dangers that awaited the brave. The power of the hall was so great that it could destroy all Ming families and dynasties except for the invincible Xiaofanli. At that time, many thought about something else. But fate decided everything in its own way. They rallied around William, intent on destroying him, and they didn't care who he was. But William actively used the technique of the expanded Heaven and Earth Dojo. This technique allows William to control all spells and auras below his cultivation level, giving him a great advantage in battle. Megan and Matthew realize that all their efforts are in vain and make a desperate decision to try to escape from this invulnerable enemy. The hero decides to risk everything and uses the forbidden mystical bead, which he was forbidden to touch. He gathered all the people in a tight space and sealed the exits, giving no chance of escape. He assures the girl that he will take her to a safe manor, but their condition is alarming. The wounds are deep. The penetration of hope into the darkness is very fragile. The woman stands motionless, her face showing no emotion, as if confident in the power to protect them from danger. She thought only of her child, who was everything in the world to her. She realized she couldn't go on like this, and decided to act before it was too late. The manager understands that changes are needed, and with a gesture invites Edward to come closer for an urgent conversation. The manager, with a slight hint of urgency, orders Edward to send a letter to David immediately. It should contain a mandate to take control of the Ming dynasty under his own hands. This mission should be central to their cause. The subordinates bring disturbing news. Contact with Lord Matthew has been lost. Meanwhile, the ambitious Princess Cecilia rebels, seeking to become the first female empress of the Ming dynasty. He, bending tensely over the map, asked where the fugitives had gone. The subordinates managed to say only one name: Xiao. The strangers vowed to avenge the humiliation, declaring that the Ming dynasty and Xiaofanli would pay dearly for their actions. The man cautiously raises the question: should we continue with the secret plan related to Qiao, who is hiding in the shadows? The revenge plan remains unchanged and everything is under control. In the exquisite palace of the Ming dynasty, whose vast corridors breathed history, Cecilia stood with her father planning the next step in the great game. Finally, he will get rid of this burden. He was ready to hand over the throne to a worthy heir. But until Jinghong Hall was rebuilt, the throne would still remain in his hands. Tomorrow, at dawn, her father would set out with her to testify once and for all to the world that the throne had been handed over voluntarily. The girl always knew how to create problems around her. Her voice echoed in such a way that only William managed to calm the chaos. Edward happily announced the completion of the first stage, which made his voice sound proud. After the completion of the first stage, a new one began. All children who reached the level of the Golden Core now awaited further training. Their development was given primary importance. The third stage began the next day, so everyone hurried to prepare for new challenges. There are rumors in town. Residents whisper about the mobilization and preparations for war. Excitement is palpable in the air, because no one knows what to expect next. They wondered how long it would take to implement the plan. Time was pressing. The unknown was frightening, but there was nowhere to retreat. The sacred sphere of transformation was on the verge of destruction under the weapon of Warden Gary. A month ago, the siege of the Qiao family began, but Gary was not going to give up. After receiving the message, Gary realized that the guest was already waiting. Without delay, he went to invite him in person, feeling that this meeting could change the course of events. The stranger in black appeared alone. He reported that Harry was only 3 months old. If he does not make it in time, the consequences will be catastrophic. He asks about the meaning of these words, although the answer is already known to everyone in the Southland. The attack on the Chow family did not remain without consequences. Events escalated, and a new phase of the struggle began. The guardsmen were surprised to encounter an unpleasant surprise. In the southern territory, they were awaited by a mountain defense of the 6th level, which made their advance quite difficult. One of the men called for an end to the senseless quarrel, offering to take matters into his own hands. He confidently declared that it is better to leave everything to him, promising to resolve the situation. Regardless of whether they succeed in defeating the Chihao family, their next ambitious move will be to seize control of the Liang dynasty. The vice tightens around him, as 2 of his men have disappeared, leaving behind an invisible trail. The center of attention was a mysterious man in a mask. He is no ordinary puppet to be manipulated, and clearly knows how to play his game. The cultivation tower rises into the sky. Stone tablets adorn the stages, and the pavilions sparkle with grandeur. The city of the Xiao family seems to breathe aristocratic calm and nobility. The manager dreams of the perfect arable land. He understands that he needs a powerful and reliable assistant to achieve his goal. The system sent a pleasant message. A new cultivator had arrived, a master of his craft, who had mastered the field of integration perfectly. After analyzing all the information received, the hero came to the conclusion. His main mission here is to find a talented apprentice capable of understanding the secrets of integration. The old man is literally raging with emotions that are hard to grasp from the outside. Paul is amazed at how his family has paved the way to great heights in a few centuries. Grandfather stopped suddenly, as if something unexpected caught his attention. A voice came from afar. Someone insisted that the girl be released. He tries with all his might to resist the threat, standing in front of the girl as a human shield, resolutely defending her from danger. Pavlo notices how the young man shows an indomitable character and a high level of skill. His spiritual foundations proved ideal for the future heir. He suddenly turns his attention to the badge on his belt, a symbol that belonged to the legendary Xiao Fanli. After that, he leaves in silence, depressed, as if he's lost something important. However, he was actually lucky to escape danger. Charming as always, the old man seems to have found new fans. His wise smile and enigmatic look always attract attention. The glimmers of former greatness do not leave anyone indifferent. He sat at the table, immersed in conversation, sipping tea from a cup, his words falling on the listeners like melodious notes. Paul reluctantly remembered the Shu family. What influenced his dislike for these people? As soon as the grandfather turned away, a woman quietly crept up to him, in whom the skill of a pickpocket was brought to perfection. She was a skilled actress, with invisible spiritual roots that reached 6 levels deep. Those around her saw only a beggar in her, not even guessing that they were in front of a real mystery. Paul wonders how her family guessed his true purpose. It turns out that the truth is hard to hide when it is out in the open for all who are able to see it. He decides to go on a trip, carefully look around, and then finds the courage to meet the head for an important conversation. William described with detailed precision exactly which students found favor with the master. However, contrary to expectations, the heir remained motionless and inactive. A hidden trump card remained in the last arsenal. Kale was unhappy with the unexpected turn of events. Only he can turn this hidden trump card into reality. A talented and extraordinary student is growing up in the family, who impresses with his intelligence and abilities. Paul, knowing that his days are numbered, decides to avoid conflicts and maintain peace in relationships. Now he carefully avoids enemies, focusing on what is important to him. It was an ideal place for students who were looking for new opportunities in other cities. It was necessary to study art from a heavenly perspective in order to achieve harmony with the spiritual roots. It seems that the Shali family strives to obtain heavenly spiritual things by all possible means. The roots, which must be transferred after negotiations with him, aroused considerable interest and hopes in the Shali family. Who knows what secrets they may uncover with this gift? Kamusta covers himself with sweat. He urges everyone to look at themselves. The uncle with hope in his eyes turns to the younger ones. "Take me with you. Show what a real family is." His request awakens a new wave of hopes and dreams in the boys. He led him to the charming, hospitable pavilion of the Shu family, where the atmosphere was warm and peaceful. The child announced the arrival of the guest, who settled comfortably and waited impatiently for him. Uncle wondered why the Xiao family had decided to invite him to their home. He wondered what had drawn them to him. William explained that he was only interested in keeping in touch with the Spear King, and nothing else. William decides to stay for a while to choose a worthy apprentice who can continue his work and reach the Spear King. KL wondered how long it would take him to reach the realm of Ascension and experience new horizons. Why is the path to the realm of Ascension so thorny? What are the obstacles facing ambitious seekers? Spiritual roots, the art of techniques, pill formulas, deep awareness or conception of the laws of heaven and earth. These are the foundations that define the seeker's path. Pavel realizes that the student, in his many searches for an answer, is forced to balance on the path of knowledge between the laws of heaven and earth. They tested his endurance by pushing him to the edge. If a wise mentor were here, he would explain all the rules with delight. The master, inspired by the boy's thoughts, finally realizes a new, perfect climbing technique. The master, filled with inspiration, sets a new goal: improvement. Right on the spot, he sits down and begins a thorough study of the new equipment, ready to overcome the next challenge of the rocks. At first, Kale thought about the choice of costume. Kale had no hope that Paul would be able to break through all the obstacles. It became a real surprise, which even forced him to rethink his strategy. The sacred disc appears in the hands of the ancestor, illuminated by the warmth and energy emanating from it. It is like a living flame, appearing unexpectedly, filling the space around. The child perceives this as a heavenly gift. Who could have imagined that such a valuable treasure would one day end up in the hands of his ancestor? After the heroic rescue of the girl, he was given something extraordinary. There were rumors that the Shao clan might be in trouble because of the Catholic incident. The unexpected happened to the family, so William set out to solve the mystery by researching information about them. At the moment of creation, time unites heaven and earth. They appear from the glow of the sun, and the moon, like a riddle, rises from the endless sea of life and death. This story resembled everything he had seen before. The majestic waves kept an indescribable secret. The city turned into a chest of ruins, its outlines silently testifying to its past greatness. The main character felt an approaching anxiety, anticipating that serious problems could soon await their group. His intuition never failed. Kale assured that he will always protect his interests, and it is possible to attract luck. After all, nothing is unchanging, he believed. His head lifted, his confidence returned, and he asked to borrow the transformation stone for a while, hoping to change the course of events. Intrigued, the boy asks why this mysterious artifact is needed. It's like for... However, none of them, not even William, intends to isolate their entire family and shut them off from the outside world. Using a pearl hides a danger, so you should act with great caution. The child finally realized that the master had transformed the entire environment, laying the foundation for something new. Pavlo opens his eyes, stretching out in bed. His thoughts float away from you. Paul wondered if he would be able to penetrate the realm of exaltation after going this long way. Pavel became his favorite student, always trying to catch every word of his mentor. He was aware of the importance of carefully choosing the words for each phrase. The uncle suspiciously asks how the boy could have come to this, but the young man only smiles enigmatically, skillfully avoiding direct answers. The main character sincerely congratulated the great king of spears on his well-deserved promotion. His deep bow reflected respect for a leader who had gained even more power in his hands. William invited him to the quiet backyard, where he carefully served a cup of fragrant tea. The chapter has run out of immortality tea, so now they can only offer the enlightenment potion, sometimes even trying to sell it. Uncle nods approvingly, accepting the offer, and throws a short but sincere thank you in return. However, all this benevolence had its ulterior motives. The man made a request that sounded like a challenge, and it was hard to tell if it was a hidden threat or just friendly help. He called for the involvement of imperial power to unleash chaos in the city and lend a helping hand to all those in need. Tens of thousands of stones enliven the heavenly pearl. They are enough to carry out a bold plan. He cautioned that he could not give a full guarantee of protection against danger. This is what William was here for, ready to face the danger decisively. The system suddenly signaled the appearance of the unique ice root mutation and the birth of a demon master, causing everyone to panic. He is faced with a choice: destroy them or give them a chance to develop, raising them in the spirit of honesty and justice. 5 children were born in the world at the same time. Which of them will become the demon lord? It was a question that bothered everyone. The old man turned to his ancestor, warning him he would have to go first. In the delivery room, the old man watched the action, which had a decisive influence on the fate of all those present. The atmosphere was tense, anticipation hung in the air. 2 girls meet him with happy faces. Their autumn smiles seemed to predict an important meeting. The system displayed standard information about the person, nothing remarkable at first glance. There was no one in the crowd who resembled the reincarnation of a demonic master. Even the spiritual roots looked completely ordinary. Nothing that stood out from the rest. People who neglect their loved ones can become a real threat. Therefore, the best solution remains to eliminate this danger once and for all. The protagonist had almost reached his goal, but suddenly stopped, feeling an unpredictable tension under his skin. He was a descendant of an ancient family, with a destiny chosen in advance. Circumstances at birth are fixed, but everyone deserves a chance to create their own destiny. Xuanming Pan is an ideal training ground for Asura masters. Judd Sprig Cave, located here, radiates the powerful energy of water, making every movement polished and coordinated. The Shell family now boasts 2 picturesque locations where they have managed to create ideal growing conditions. In one day the whole world has passed. Inside this mysterious sphere, a real 10 years have passed in one day. Camilla turns to Ancestor T with an optimistic smile, boldly calling him her husband, as if nothing is impossible about their connection. However, at her frank confession, the ancestor only bewilderedly asks her not to call him her husband. Something important is hidden behind these words, but he does not dare to speak about it. He was much older than her, but this age difference gave their relationship a special touch. The girl never felt afraid of him, and on the contrary, over time she learned to conduct interesting conversations that both appreciated. William's thoughts are suddenly interrupted by his son, who informs him that almost all the necessary materials for making the pills have already been collected. He could feel the exhaustion gripping his body. What to do with those that remain? He asked himself, trying to find an answer in the sea of uncertainty. He decides to keep 2 pills for Ethan, whose spiritual potential is fading, and instructs the rest to be given to David and Jack to strengthen their abilities. Edward, faithful to his master's orders, leaves without hesitation. It soon became clear that Gray possessed demons. He progressed in the art of cultivation at an incredible speed, leaving everyone behind. The path chosen by the baby promises to be incredibly difficult from the very beginning. The number of descendants has exceeded 4,000, and for this the kid is rewarded. 100 years of hard work give him 100,000 spiritual roots and a divine spear. The main character lacks only cultivation, because he feels incredible satisfaction from what he has achieved. But will his path change? He is ready for new challenges and adventures. He reached the 7th level of divine transformation, gaining 3 new abilities. It would take others 100 years of hard training to reach this level. But time was on his side. He should not hurry. Instead, he focused on thinking about possible disaster and ways to avoid it. The system discovered a powerful opponent in the Shao family. This hostile individual surpassed in strength even Williams himself. A mysterious masked man is reflected in the mirror. Without wasting time, he immediately decides to find out what it means. Elder Paul looked at William intently and wanted to understand the situation. His questions were direct, and there was determination in his voice. Even without requests, the old man was ready to do everything necessary for the Liama, putting all his efforts into it. The masked man found out that the Zhao family possessed a crushing power, capable of raising an entire kingdom. Now it is clear why they acted so confidently. The Chou family of the Liang dynasty disappears in flames, leaving behind only ashes. The empire teetered on the brink of destruction, with fire in every corner. The country is in danger of falling, which is looming on the horizon like lightning. Luke, like lightning, appeared and disappeared. The man breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that he had finally gotten rid of the shadow of the sinister Xiu clan. That was secondary. He moved here to deal with family matters. As soon as they are solved, he will get the right to choose any treasure from the Qiao collection. The man in the mask informs with displeasure that he has already notified the Lord about the problem. Gary feels everything inside him indignant at such news. A man appeared, emanating powerful energy, as if his presence made him hold his breath. He asks his subordinate if this message is true. He confidently confirms, leaving no room for doubt. Gary couldn't believe his ears. He prophetically declared that divine punishment would surely befall this family. The man silently gestures to follow him without saying a word. An alarm signal marked the arrival of 3 mysterious persons in a bizarre flying boat. The main character was confused, trying to understand why everything was happening so quickly. Will this day be the last for his family? Laura Dominic seems to be a true armored cultivator, capable of withstanding any challenge. The demon solemnly swears that no member of the Shao family will suffer his wrath. The old man pondered whether to allow the demon to take the weapon if he swore to become a loyal servant devoted to the Shao family. However, Paul resolutely refuses, firmly standing his ground. The whole house is full of emotions. Paul's loyalty is put to the test, but his steadfastness impresses everyone. Without any hesitation, he rejects the offer. as if standing behind his own principles as a wall. The southern region has been dealt a devastating blow, and even its name has been destroyed. Isn't that enough to see the scale of the disaster? He realized that he had reached a new level, and in his soul a thirst was ignited to test his fresh abilities in another challenge. Dominic does not hesitate, and instantly rushes into the attack. Tension is in the air. Will he be able to impress his opponent and win this fierce battle? Dominique is steadfast in his resolve, and when his plan is rejected, he menacingly declares that he will reduce the place to ruins. The magic weapon in the uncle's hands shines like a real high-ranking treasure. The Lord turned to his subordinates, who were frozen motionless, and asked why they were delaying. They were ordered to leave immediately and destroy the entire family. The masked man is the first to act, deftly pointing the huge cannon at the target and pulling the trigger. Paul realizes that Xiao's hometown cannot withstand the power of such an attack. Gary decides to join forces with William, feeling that together they can find a way out of the situation. Brave ancestors rushed to help, energetically ready to support him. Their determination was blazing, filling the atmosphere with inspiration. Later, the boss plans to use balls capable of hitting the ceiling space to destroy all enemies. Old Pavlo, although he became stronger, still could not hold back under the onslaught of words and lost. William is overcome with even greater despair, because the events are unfolding exactly as he expected. The Xiao family has always fought for influence. Although they could reach an understanding by sending many promising people, they are not going to give up. Their struggle is just beginning. The news of their only helper's failure caused the demon lord to laugh loudly as he gloated at the failure. First, he planned to eliminate the most important target, the ancestor, the foundation of the family. He relies solely on his trump cards to avoid imminent danger. Kale skillfully casts spells, masterfully controlling her transformation. Descendants loyally gathered around him, support him, helping to fight danger and opening new horizons for skill and faith. The former empress, although she was involved, grew up to be a decent and strong person. The man realized that the situation was not unfolding in his favor and decided to act immediately to change the course of events. Life was at stake, and he decided to sacrifice another person to save his own. The demon lord does not hesitate to retreat, leaving his subordinate to fend for himself. Among the descendants of this lord, there are those who are capable of greater bravery than himself. Warnspell completely defeated Luke, impressing everyone with his power and strategic thinking. His magic was impressively powerful, but it hid dangerous side effects. Children of the Trump card became a key link. The time has come. It is necessary to discover the potential of forbidden space. Their abilities can change everything. All of Jinghong Hall's students were plunged into darkness, but Dominic broke through the seals and escaped. Only a miracle saved him from death. Even with the elixir, it would take him a decade to recover from those deadly herbs. The blow that was struck by him, this blow, which made him pay the price of 500 years, was no mean feat. This is an incalculable debt. The events take place during the era of the Liang dynasty, in the lands where history has not yet been written. In the Grand Hall of Hong Kong, where the shadows of the past cover the walls, a grand story begins to reveal its secrets. Dominic asks for help. 2 guards. A recent incident leaves an unpleasant residue. The Lord declared, "He will punish all the men of this family one by one." The Lord commands to send messengers to the west, to new lands and sects. The riches there will certainly attract their attention and induce them to cooperate. She stands motionless, her thoughts lost in doubt about this man. After much thought, she nevertheless urges him to weigh his feelings once more. The demon is aware of his treachery. Giving up these treasures seems like an easy step. However, in his hands a brilliant plan was already born, ready to change the course of events. Dominique, hiding his pain, gathers his strength to prepare for the arrival of the guests, and knows that his time will come. On the western continent, the great leader Nathan, whose name resounds even beyond the borders of his possessions, sat majestically on the throne. Nathan wondered if Dominic actually intended to share the spirit spear with him. The servant was sure that his master would easily overcome the demon, just as he had done in the past. The subordinate is well aware of how deep the secret of his young master is. Amazing things happen in the Zhao family. Young Xiao asks if there is a secret path that can quickly lead to incredible strength. The system responds mysteriously, hinting that the more children in a family, the greater the probability of a warrior with incredible strength being born. In the realm of divine transformation, a man was born, endowed with a mysterious power, capable of changing the world around him. In the magic mirror, William notices two strangers who gradually break into the center of his attention. But what causes such interest in the two strangers who are getting closer and closer from the west? Their mysteriousness causes William an irresistible desire to find out their intentions. The western region is falling into oblivion like a lost world. The elders, their round faces overflowing with the wisdom of the ages, march towards the Shao family to settle old affairs and share forgotten stories. Edward greets guests without a hint of hostility and invites them into the house. Curious about the stories they bring. Loud screams pierce the silence, making everyone alert. Families found this reception a bit offensive, leaving a feeling of injustice. In the stately guest pavilion, Edward asks a companion why they chose to visit their clients in person. They hesitated whether it was really possible for a 9th base level person to lead a family. Are their assumptions about the impact of such a decision appropriate? The representatives of the sect openly express their wishes as soon as they appear in the room. Their plan was simple: to seize the treasures of time that promised countless possibilities. Edward apologizes, but emphasizes that selling the treasure is not part of their plans. The man grumbles indignantly, wondering how someone can so defiantly address wise and experienced ladies. Despite the husband's indignation, people stubbornly stand their ground, persistently offering an attractive price for the subject of negotiations. The old man sighs heavily as he looks at his jewels, his heart filled with reluctance to part with them. He again rejects the tempting offer, holding on to his treasures. Then people, trying to get their way, begin to threaten him, expressing their demands even louder and more persistently. Otherwise, the family may be on the verge of complete disintegration. Edward remains adamant and again rejects their attempts to influence him. He chases away the uninvited guests, maintaining his resolve. The Shao family is eagerly awaiting the arrival of a warship scheduled for this month, which should bring changes to their lives. The main character talks about the ancient sects from which the power emanates. Their mysterious influence covers the entire kingdom, keeping it in the shadow of unseen forces. It would probably only take them 10 days to reach the Ming kingdom. During this time, the family would be enriched by 100 additional years of experience and wisdom. William ponders the possibility of seeking refuge with someone, but realizes that depending on others can be a dangerous and unwise venture. The leader desperately asks if the system will protect the children after his death. But instead of hope, he receives only a cold, negative response. William sounded the alarm and inspired to send a message to David. Hide for 5 days. The family prepares for a secret evacuation from the city under the cover of night. With a clear plan in mind, the family is ready to act as a unit. Edward doesn't back down. As the head of the family, he decides to stay and fight to the last. Edward understood that as long as his descendants were alive, the family would have a chance to exist. Despite all the circumstances, with the will of a big heart, he decided to leave everything behind to create a new future for them. The main character decided to discuss the situation with the others, burning with the desire to convince them to go with him. Edward felt a slight disappointment and depression, but he realized that he had no chance of resisting the orders. After a few minutes of waiting, 3 giant flying ships loomed on the horizon, their silhouettes ominously maneuvering against the clear sky. On one of the ships stood the Ghost Emperor. On the other, the members of the criminal Sky Sect gathered. Dominique mused out loud, claiming that this family is completely out of their minds. A crowd gathered above the city, feeling a sense of foreboding. Everyone was on alert, expecting something unusual. The head of the sect was standing on the street, looking in amazement at the deserted city. He wondered where all the people had gone, and couldn't figure out what really happened here. The Demon Lord raged. Not being able to tell if all of Jinghong Hall's students had died made him even more anxious. Eli's guardian approached him, trying to calm him down. "Looks like a shot," he said with a slight sigh. The family anxiously looks at the dilapidated walls of their house, hesitating to take a decisive step. They are overcome with fear of the unknown, but deep down, they know they have to leave everything behind. He or she felt the unknown fog enveloping the consciousness, but the knowledge burned in the soul. It was time to leave everything behind. Shining like a star in the night sky, he attracted everyone's attention, fascinated by the mysterious aura emanating from him. He stood proudly before the Emperor, personifying the William family, which gave rise to many great events. He addressed the audience, feeling the importance of the moment, and this time he was ready to hand over a treasure that was of immense value. Lord Nathan, with almost invisible nervousness, asks, "Where are our precious possessions?" His voice sounded as if each word carried more weight than the last. The main character declares with a smile that this property is always with him, Sect leader Podmir asked them to hand over their belongings. Promising that this was the last demand, he noted that after that they would be able to leave in peace. The main character felt a burning rage, and, gathering all his strength, threw the bead from the spear straight at the enemies, trying to hit the target accurately. All three rushed toward the legendary weapon, as if they were competing for the ultimate prize. The Great One ordered not to interfere in his intrigues. First you have to destroy his family. Losing his temper, he rushes at William with the unwavering intention of taking his life. Surprisingly, everything turned out to be quite simple. Ordinary people should not get involved in such dangerous affairs. The Lord was the first to find the treasure, but the sect leaders betrayed him by turning their weapons on him. A fierce battle began, where swords and arrows glittered under the burning sun. An explosion erupted in the sky, colorful like fireworks lighting up the battlefield. Here, finally, the real face of the hero. It was immediately clear to him that their alliance was only an involuntary union and could not last long. To break this alliance, you must destroy the Jinghong Hall, but it will be extremely difficult to overcome them. William had carefully prepared a bold plan, and now was the perfect moment to launch the operation. Determination appeared in his eyes, which led him to his goal. Suddenly, the space is filled with a strange energy that makes everyone freeze in anticipation. Perhaps it is one of the emperors approaching. Their assumption makes the situation even more tense. Almost everything is ready except for two strange circumstances. Suddenly, a shining tower appears on the horizon. Behind the shining tower, ice crystals appear, bursting into the heights. People around stop in surprise and concern, not knowing what to expect next. The emperors receive an alarming warning of a possible trap, but they are already trapped, with no way out. This time, the genius entered the game with full weapons, putting all his achievements of the last century into this plan. The protagonist decisively activates the self-destruct mechanism, as if giving the last order on the battlefield. The city where the Xiao family once thrived had turned into hopeless ruins, with the ruins of towers and abandoned houses testifying to its former glory. The main character managed to escape in an unknown way, shrinking so much that no one noticed him, all thanks to the mental armor that was beginning to form in her. With her help, she was able to keep the situation under control and avoid danger. The master destroyed all the emperors, collecting countless trophies, an immortal sword, a soul resurrection pill, divine power, and the ability to astro-transform. In a few months, the world of cultivators of the South and West has undergone drastic changes. Confused, people were lost in guesses about what really happened. 3 years after the mysterious events in the city of Huangchao, everything around began to gather new momentum. People were whispering that a mysterious businessman from the Shaw family had suddenly built a huge mansion and celebrated a wedding loudly. On this joyful day, the entire Shaw family is celebrating because the 13th nephew of the head of the family married a beautiful young woman. There was a conflict in the Shao family. The woman begged not to take away her son, but arguments about a better life for Eli in his native land prevailed. The girl cannot come to terms with what is happening and her heart breaks with pain. The man notes with a smile that now the whole family can gather in just 10 minutes, they say. It's wonderful. At the age of 10, he must appear in this place. The ship was majestically approaching. Its outlines appeared on the horizon. Figures in black stood on the deck. Mysterious people had finally returned to this shore. The ship, sliding through the portal, finds itself among majestic mountains that surround it from all sides, like huge stone guards. Their steps are directed to the main goal, like arrows flying to the target. A new adventure unfolds at the top of a mysterious place. Our hero was sitting on a stone, immersed in meditation at the top of a mysterious place. Ethan felt the joy of successfully completing his mission when 27 streams of family steadily approached Ethan. The product was confident from the very beginning, because it completely trusted the abilities of its children. Today, the subordinates of the product went outside together, where they were told incredible news about a mysterious divine liquid that promises a real revolution. They learned that this divine liquid could prevent the explosion that happened 3 years ago. The pearl was seriously damaged, and the family was forced to move to different countries, facing new challenges. There lived a rat who knew the secrets of the world. But he was exposed, and he was killed, leaving only mysteries for the seekers of truth. The leader says with concentration, "Today is not the time to worry. Go and rest. I already have a plan." A smiling and self-confident Edward enters the room behind the subordinate, as if radiating sunshine. It seemed that Edward had finally achieved his inner harmony, discovering his own golden core. His classification left much to be desired. Edward will need considerable resources to break through the mysterious golden core to a new level of ability. William is on the verge of deciding to leave the family, but his brother Edward holds him back. He convinces that this is just an escape from his aunt, and such a decision would be a lie to himself. Edward tries to avoid the subject, saying that it would be important to know more about David. David became an influential figure, gaining control over 15 queens. James lost a third of the Southern Territory, which came completely under David's control. Hong Hong Hall came under full control, opening a new chapter in the territory's history. The chief orders a quick return and contact with David and the entire squad to discuss further action. William decides to de-energize Jing Hong Hall to finally finish him off. The son eagerly asks when the time will come to leave, as if he is already ready to do it immediately. And so the door opens and Camilla enters the room. In her eyes, you can see the determination with which she asks where this mysterious gentleman has gone. The hero understands that obtaining the divine liquid depends only on his own efforts. The city of Kunlun, comfortably hidden under a mountain, was impressive with its beauty. A luxurious estate towered above him, as a symbol of the strength and greatness of martial arts masters. The boy asked in amazement, "Did you also come to participate in the selection for the sect?" William intends to join the ranks of a mysterious cult, because he will be the key to uncovering their secrets. Opening the door, he joyfully calls his sister to share his news. Today, he managed to sell 3 more copies. The girl understood and forgave him. Despite everything, he does not stop and moves on, inspired by even greater ambitions. The guy asks to keep it a secret. He has already managed to sell a lot of magic stones, because his business is moving forward. Why does this particular cultivator walking next to the boy seem so ordinary? She is a key follower of the sect. What lies behind her appearance? The system suddenly detects the presence of some other central system, which may be the key to the whole mystery. What is this mysterious power? Lucy is the main follower of a mysterious cult who has found her purpose at an age when most of her peers are still playing in the sandbox. 2 brothers are having a heated argument when their older sister and older brother enter the room, immediately bringing with them an air of authority and calm. An older man with a curious expression on his face asks, "Is this the same person you decided to trust?" His eyes radiate wisdom and experience. She reflects and notes that he is ordinary, without special achievements, and thinks again, "Did I choose correctly?" She succumbs to circumstances, because an unfair system drove her into a dead end and forced her to make such a decision. She felt a deep disgust for him and people who only knew how to trick and manipulate. Her sense of disgust was so strong that even the thought of steal made her sick. The teacher, feeling deep respect for his student, fulfills his request without hesitation, wanting to support him in a difficult moment. The student asked with all seriousness, "Take my sister to the yard. It's really important to me." The teacher decided to help without hesitation, although he did not understand the reasons. The girl resolutely rejects the offer, assuring that she is able to cope on her own and does not need help. Lucy stands her ground and insists that they both follow her. The master warns that this violates the rules, but the girl convinces him to leave the details for later, so as not to hamper their intention and preserve the mystery. The elder literally crashed into the room when the others were already waiting for him. It seemed that everything began with a rapid flow of events that could not be stopped. The girl appeared. Her voice is the voice of the heroine. Its sound can not only soothe, but also overcome any problems that stand in her way. She is determined to learn all his secrets, so she opens the door for this meeting without hesitation. She found him powerful, dramatically opening the door to a new secret. The feeling of power vanished as she moved closer, confused by his invisible presence. She looked him straight in the eyes, asking if he was really capable of solving her problems and what price he would ask for such help. William immediately gets down to business, declaring his need for a rare secret that hides many secrets. Lucy rejects the offer, saying it's impossible. Even her strength is far from reaching such heights. He pondered over the maze of complex rules of the old system, trying to untangle the tangle of memories that held him securely in their arms. She concentrated on a difficult task, not being distracted for a moment. Although the girl did not understand how he found out about this, deep down she hoped that he would be able to help her. She once again tries to find out what he wants, but hears the same cryptic phrase in response. Anxiety begins to overcome her, but the hope of his help is still fading. She promised Humboldt that she would return with him in 10 days. Her words are sure, but will she be able to fulfill her promise when the secrets around her thicken? Her system is taking a toll on her will, so he decides to stay and watch the changes take place. He insisted on being taken to the secret realm of the sect. because he had a feeling that the answers to important questions were hidden there. But the girl categorically refuses, considering the price too high. She is categorically against cooperation with this mysterious person. Therefore, the team is determined to act quickly, immediately start the search for the necessary liquid. 10 days passed, and the girl returned with failure. Her search for neither materials nor treasures was crowned with success. The same guy appears again on the horizon. With a smile on his lips, he admits that he missed her immensely. All these days, he did not find a place for himself until he saw her again. Lately, he had been feeling restless, as if something important had slipped out of control. But a miracle happened. She appeared again on the horizon, his ray of hope. He will not stop as long as she is happy. His desire to go forward burns even brighter. The young brother brings Sister Lucy to the student dormitory and loudly declares that it was these students who bullied him. One of the students admitted that he was the initiator of the prank and sincerely apologized to everyone present. The girl gave her treasure obtained in the secret kingdom to her partner, strengthening their alliance loyalty. The younger brother, overwhelmed by difficulties, always had her support by his side, capable of clarifying the dark horizons. He realized that it was useless to expect from Lucy. So, he had prepared a book on moisturizers ahead of time, anticipating Lucy's uncertain reaction. But suddenly Lucy suddenly becomes more serious. Maybe she finally realized something important? Lucy firmly tells everyone around her that she needs to be alone and asks them to leave. Controlling her own will was too scary for Lucy, so she decided to find the elder as soon as possible to get his help and advice. In a cozy town under a majestic mountain, a young girl meets a stranger. She plans to reveal to him the way to the mysterious secret kingdom. The stranger waited patiently, realizing that his fate was now intertwined with the secrets of these mountains. He felt that something great was about to unfold before him, and so he was not going to back down. The guards were ready to let her in, but her partner was not destined to do so. They became uneasy when a stranger, obviously not from their sect, appeared on the horizon. They decided that it is best not to create unnecessary problems. Suddenly, the girl takes out a mysterious token and announces that she has received an important task: to deliver this man. The boy approaches from behind and without hesitation declares that he intends to join his sister in her important mission. The guards know that he is only in the purification stage and do not allow him to pass any further. And there reigned an atmosphere full of dangers, where even the shadows seemed threatening. Lucy, full of determination, promises to protect her little brother and intends to take him with her. Again the girl felt her will slip out of her control. Every attempt to stop this mess remained futile. In the cherished Kunlun, the scenery is breathtaking. The majestic mountains are mysteriously shrouded in myths. It is said that the place is special, and its aura is only 3 times larger than the surrounding world. The mystery beckons researchers with strange energies. Strong gusts of wind were so powerful that they threatened to destroy everything in their path, causing alarm among researchers. 1,000 miles away from the bustling world hid a single nascent stage where the divine liquid was born. The journey would take at least 2 days to cover these distances. The boy barely moves his legs, keeping the team in place. They need to hurry. They made a decision. They must stop and take a short rest to gather their strength, and then confidently descend to the ground again. The main character, with curiosity in his eyes, turns to the boy. "What happened? Is something wrong?" The boy seriously replies that he is ready to always have something good with him when life brings him luck. If he has doubts, he has the right to ignore them and move forward. The main character confidently captures the guy, preparing an impressive shot. She gave him a defiant look and sharply asked if his actions were just a mockery. Lucy, whose eyes were glowing with hearts, begged to let her younger brother go, putting all her warmth and tenderness into this withering look. William no longer wanted to waste his time. He was filled with determination. If the situation were to happen again, he would not hesitate to strike a decisive blow. Malik realizes that Lucy does not want to leave this person, so he decides to take measures to make her leave him. 1 day has already passed, giving way to a magical night that enveloped everything around. And then came the turn of destruction. Hurricanes shook the land, and even the Emperor could not find a safe way. Only the cave seemed like a reliable shelter from the fury of the elements. The guide decided to invite the girl for a walk, and to his surprise, she willingly agreed. They went to the other end of the cave, looking for a quiet place where they could be alone. William could not understand why she was so worried, because all that was needed was to increase speed and go forward. The guy thought hard about how to win her heart. His every step was shrouded in mystery. Every look was filled with a promise. The main character, like a shadow, follows them, skillfully avoiding any meeting of eyes. Suddenly, a strange blue beam lit up above the young man's head, like an impulse from another world. Lucy looked closely at the young man, asking in disbelief, "You killed him? But how did you do it?" He confidently promised that he could handle the situation, and if problems arose, he would be ready to act without hesitation. It could have been a real disaster. The girl fearfully asks if her end will come after his, but William firmly denies it, dispelling her doubts. Lucy looked at him in surprise, not understanding how he managed to do such a thing without being around. Lucy pondered the unexpected turn of events, trying to understand how things could have turned out like this without him around. The system recorded the impending awakening of a great power and 8 more powerful individuals ready for change. The main character found himself under siege. The enemies closed a circle around him. There was nowhere to retreat. Leaning forward with interest, Lucy asked the hero why he was so persistent in his search for the divine liquid. Her question got to the heart of his mission, making him want to explain his motives. People were convinced that capturing someone at the 5th level of ascension was only a matter of time. Little did they know how false their hopes were. Arrogance clouded their thoughts, making them laugh at an opponent they had neglected. Using a mysterious spell, William found himself trapped in a broken system. Lucy informed her owner of the sudden change in priorities that caught them off guard. The master firmly stated that he was only human, and if they did not fulfill their promise, there would be no one to blame. The man sharply demanded that the girl come to him, but so far he was not around. Sensing that revenge was near, she firmly held on to her determination to go to the end, not deviating from the chosen path. The master nods in approval, admitting his defeat. He promises to free Lucy, offering her a liquid that has divine properties. William admitted that this system is impressive in its power and usefulness. He got what he wanted, and now has to reconfigure the task for Lucy. A new player is logged in to become a hunter. Lucy, with tears in her eyes, turned to the main character, calling him brother, her voice trembling with emotion, and her eyes shining with sincere feelings. Feeling discomfort, he decides to act at his own discretion, making drastic changes to the usual order. So, his plan is to simply disappear with her using powerful teleportation magic. The subordinate, full of curiosity, turned to the senior, trying to understand what their next steps were in this dangerous plan. What awaits them ahead? Masters was amazed, because he had no idea that the system would affect Lucy so much. They rush together, as if they are really running away on a date, feeling incredible freedom and peace in their hearts. They raced under the starry sky, enjoying the magic of the night. She decided that under no circumstances would she leave her little brother to fend for herself, having firmly decided to stay by his side in any circumstances. William could not hide his admiration for the title. It seemed as if he was beckoned and surrounded by invisible forces, full of charm, beyond the control of time. Those who tried to follow them lost all traces. An invisible force was erasing their steps, like the wind erasing sandy paths in the desert. The master wandered thoughtfully, always returning to one name, William. Someone invisible was pulling their destinies into a tangled game. She thought about whether she should give up on this student, because problems from him only accumulate. Others openly deny her doubts, believing that she is one of the most talented among them. Over the last century, the world has been constantly changing. Depending on the situation, sometimes these changes seemed like an improvement and sometimes like a step backwards, but they always left their mark. They are willing to do anything to get Lucy back. The members of the cult decide to join forces to return Lucy alive. The great Emperor of Destruction gathered his followers, deciding that it was time to get Lucy back, so there would be no obstacles in the way. Caught in a whirlwind of events, the legendary hero quickly finds words and answers with a confidence that makes his followers shudder with admiration. The Shao family has incredible talent, an ability that amazes everyone. It was a deep night. The moon lit up high in the sky, adding magic and mystery to the world around. The girl unexpectedly touched William. Her touches seemed chaotic, and as if unconscious, surprising him and adding even more mystery to the mysterious night. The expression on the man's face spoke for itself. She was not going to just leave. It was a night full of surprises. They retreated to a secluded corner where no other eyes could reach their gaze. They did not think about needs, and yet, how much time did the ancestor spend in search of his chosen one? The first light of the sun appears on the horizon, which gently wakes up the couple snuggling under a warm blanket. In just 2 days, the hosts increased their conquering income by 30%, but everyone is waiting. What will happen if the plan is fully implemented? It seems that the presenter has taken a liking to Lucy, and a love affair begins to develop between them. The system detected the presence of a combat spaceship nearby, which instantly filled the atmosphere with tension and alarm among the crew. He was a member of the Gingong Mysterious Hall, which everyone knew best not to come into conflict with. However, the mystery remains unsolved. What is their true purpose, and what insidious plans are they up to? The man feels that it's time to go, so he carefully wakes the girl from her sleep. Among other things, she persistently asks her husband to wait and take her with him on a trip without leaving her alone. William, unexpectedly for himself, agrees to her request and turns to the system with a request to find the nearest descendant of Xiao. It turns out that the closest descendant of Xiao is Tyler, who is located near the mysterious tomb of Shushan. William suddenly slowed down the flying boat, causing the passengers to freeze tensely. The surprised man raises his eyebrows and asks what happened to make them stop in the middle of the road. He firmly claims that it belongs to him. The path was dangerous, and passage was allowed only to those who could pay the appropriate amount. People are confused. Where are the roads and trees from, if everything around is flying in the air? The subordinate intends to kill them, but the guard stops him in time. When the hero was asked how long he had been on this dangerous mission, his eyes filled with fire, and the answer sounded confident, like a challenge. Long enough to always be one step ahead. He wants more. His answer was sharp. The husband's insecurity was revealed when the auction numbers did not match their expectations. The amount collected turned out to be less than planned, and he could not understand how it happened. However, William always kept up his spirits, even when the circumstances became unfavorable, not allowing himself to despair. A powerful explosion engulfs space, leaving no chance for the ship to escape. It disappears in a blinding flash of fire and chaos. They only had 200 million spirit stones in their account. But this was enough to strengthen their position in this dangerous world. The team is preparing to go to the qualifying auction, which will take place on the mysterious Shushan Mountain. When the Sword Tomb reveals its secrets, some items are put up for auction to be enriched with spiritual and material treasures. This time the auction was open to all fencing masters from Shushan. As soon as the auction started, passions boiled over in the hall. One by one, fencing masters offered different amounts, from 30 to 35 million. Gambling competitions were gaining momentum. The bet has increased to a staggering 140 million. Each of the masters is ready to risk everything for the sake of victory. The Podmai RS law will contribute 180 million, and the breath in the hall stops. Everyone knows that each new round of the game becomes even more dangerous. Lucy wonders why he remains silent. Kuklun's sect made an impressive bet, valuing the first place in Sword Tomb at 190 million. The judge looked impatiently among the crowd for anyone who would dare to offer more. Only a grand union is capable of giving such deep, spiritually rich pearls. Padmir Akana, the young master of the sect, makes his stakes in the game impressively high, 200 million. Suddenly, Lucy, bold and determined, takes the initiative, offering an impressive amount twice the previous bid, which immediately attracts the attention of everyone present. It would be crazy to make such an offer, but for her it turns out to be a small thing that she can easily afford. The man had no idea that the cruel world would instantly reject him. A minor dispute led to a battle in which numerous spirit stones were at stake. The conclusion of the first round of the auction brought intrigue into the air. The second round begins where the stakes get even higher. William was surprised by Lucy's domineering behavior, which turned out to be unexpectedly fascinating. Connor realized that restoring his face would require quick action and a generous offer. However, the girl immediately responds with a new offer, weighing all possibilities. Her price doubles, leaving Connor mildly surprised. William had plenty of spiritual stones, but his soul was tormented by pain. The master looked at his favorite student with pride, praising him for his remarkable abilities and dedication to his studies. She boldly appeared at the auction, rejecting all demands and claims, ready to accept fate without any conditions. Connor was confident because qualification was considered the most important thing. He doubted that Lucy would conquer all 21 places in the auction, but his curiosity was piqued. After another double increase, his nerves can't take it. Are they not afraid of the consequences? But the judge conducting the auction strictly asks him to calm down and be silent. Auction participants receive a warning. Any interference or threat to the performance will be severely punished. The judge insists on behavior within the limits of decency. In the dramatic finale, there is one free place left, 7th, where the fate will be decided in the last fierce battle. Hanar bet 200 million again, confident that Lucy no longer had any spirit stones. His eyes glowed with disbelief, evoking in her memories of past trials. She persistently offered 400 million. Does the sect have such enormous wealth? The main character was determined to spend tens of billions of spirit stones from the very beginning. Over the years, they have amassed over 60 billion spirit stones, carefully guarding their gains from encroachment. Hanar generously offers 500 million spirit stones, causing a wave of interest and surprise among those around. The girl unexpectedly raises the stakes, offering a whole billion, causing shock and admiration among those present. Connor, disheartened by a string of setbacks, abruptly turns his back, leaving the crowd in his wake, who quietly freeze at his sudden retreat. At the 9th auction, Valor ups the ante to an impressive 475 million. Unfortunately, he is outwitted again, and a disappointed Valor leaves the auction site, hiding his outrage behind a mask of calm. Lucy has almost spent her 10 billion. Who would dare to be responsible for such a huge sum? William decided to leave the auction, planning to somehow recoup his losses with new strategies. He resolutely stands in the way of the ship, forcing it to stop moving. Valor was in a bad mood, and anyone who dared to stand in his way immediately felt his wrath. He barely manages to swing when he suddenly finds himself imprisoned in an ice crystal. With such an unexpected blow, he destroys the Emperor and takes possession of God's resurrection pill, capable of bringing back to life. If Xiao had 3 years more time, his family would not have left the city, but would have been able to defend their right to live here. After joining the Padmira sect, the head decides to be the first to speak out against his actions. But such a step carries a mortal threat, and he can die instantly. The girl reported that the auction was over. Now they can only look forward to where their quotas will be placed. Lucy's team had already gathered in the hall, but she, remaining calm, asked them to wait a little. The main character suddenly takes courage and admits that their auction actually has an ulterior motive related to sex. This confession stunned everyone present in the hall. If the treaty was broken, they would have to return half the stones, which would be real chaos for both sides. The man thinks, even after returning half 4 billion remains, a huge amount. However, the judge hesitates when analyzing the proposal, as if sensing that there is more at stake than meets the eye. The master invited 17 people to gather to occupy the 17 places that were assigned to them. They were to follow him. At this moment, Ethan resolutely stands before his ancestor, ready to intercede and protect his future. William's heart beats anxiously, but he decides to avoid publicity and agrees. Calmly nodding his head, he asks to gather 16 devotees and reserve a place of honor for Tyler. Tyler's team hurried to carry out his order, which greatly lifted his spirits. They can desperately break the table or start a fight, but it will not be so easy to get hold of the magic spirit stones. Events unfold excitingly on the mysterious platform of Shushan Ascension, where heroes fight for magic stones. This time, 7 majestic tombs appeared on the platform. Elegance, respect, courage, nature, sincerity, emperor, and mercy. Their names shone with mysterious symbols. They can only stay there for 3 years, but what they get is up to them. Now he and his descendants are ready to go to the mysterious grave of the sword. First they went to the exquisite tomb where the atmosphere was peaceful inside. From the very beginning, it became clear that the judge had no intention of returning anything, deciding to take everything to the last bite. The girl enthusiastically asks how he managed to master the skill. After all, each person is entitled to only one flying sword. William had a cunning plan. His clones had their own consciousness, and thanks to this, could implement their plans independently, making his skills limitless. All the flying swords disappeared as quickly as if they had never been there, causing the enemy to flinch in surprise. He calls upon his divine powers, commanding the sword to appear to him immediately. A divine weapon materializes next to him, shimmering with a heavenly halo. It seems to be the heart of this ancient tomb. At this moment, a sword spirit emerges, enveloped in a ghostly aura, warning its owner that he has exceeded the allowed limit. He took everything without a residue, and now he is not oppressed by worries. This was only natural, as William now had complete control over him. Now the team set out for the next grave, slowly advancing in a battle of strength and memories. The once singing grave, enveloped in the fragrance of flowers, has suddenly become a lifeless mountain, where only silence reigns. The Shushan sect had finally achieved wealth that would allow them to enjoy peace and prosperity for the next 100 years, escaping the frenetic pace of life. A subordinate will burst into the office door with an alarmed look. "Sir, we have a problem." His voice is filled with concern and promises an immediate solution to the intrigue. Suddenly, Reed disappears behind the portal, and uncertainty grips the team. What could that mean? Their hearts are constricted with anxiety, giving rise to many unpleasant guesses. They realized that it had been taken by the mighty founder, the one who had been the source of wealth and glory for all their kind. The man, sure of his failure, felt that he had misjudged his opponent's strength. His soul was tormented by the thought that he had missed something important in this battle. His power was growing, becoming a threat that had to be neutralized immediately. However, they could not implement their plan, because all positions were already occupied. Besides, if he took another sword, it would definitely return to him. Finally, the heroes found the place with the new sword in the tomb, carefully touching the mighty Respect. The hero asked his comrades to stay below so that they could complete their mission as soon as possible. Again, he raises his hands to the sky, summoning swords, and hundreds of glittering blades rain down like a shower of stars. Aubrey's sword immediately recognizes its master. She is not only a skilled wielder of blades, but also the head of this majestic institution. The master is in a state of astonishment, sure that he is seeing only an illusion. After all, in his opinion, no ordinary person is capable of mastering the skill of 2 swords at the same time. He could just as easily hide the weapon in the pearl, as he had already done with the others. He always found non-standard solutions that quickly solved the most difficult tasks. Preparations for the opening of another mysterious grave were approaching their climax. Residents of the village of Shushan, realizing their mistake, beseech the main character with a request for mercy and forgiveness. They are willing to return the spirit stones with all their devotion, wanting to atone for their mistakes. The master sincerely apologizes, assuring that he will return everything they took, giving rise to the hope of atonement for their sins. Shushan sect promised to fulfill any 3 wishes, willing to do anything for the sake of peace. But William had only one thing, which he could not give to anyone. He suggests joining forces to defeat the Padmere sect, Thief's Heaven, and Jingheng Hall. In this story, only joint struggle will lead to victory. The Xiao family has 5,000 devoted members. To confront the 3 powerful forces, they spend years training relentlessly, honing their skills and determination. Chief Ace, having accepted the ancestors' request, solemnly swears the heavenly oath to do, feeling the weight of responsibility on his shoulders. The main character enthusiastically noted that the master is a real remarkable person. Ace was sure. His unseen divine power made him invincible. The events take place in the mysterious forbidden zone of the Padmere sect, where awesome powers and hidden secrets are ready to change the world. Reincarnation in his clan opened up new horizons of power. It was the most powerful divine manifestation imaginable. It was a power that remained unattainable, without the mysterious blood that opened the way to incredible power. The young man spoke so quickly that the words merged into an unintelligible stream, forcing those around him to ask him to calm down and speak more slowly. Connor had no way to save himself. The impact of the unknown person was swift and fatal. Connor died instantly, without any chance to save himself. The stranger asks if there were any characteristic details that could help in the investigation of this mysterious case. In this chapter, it is revealed that the weapon he used bears a striking resemblance to Conlin's legendary spear, causing suspicion and intrigue among witnesses. The family was once a threat to the Emperor, but much water has flown since then. It is necessary to go on reconnaissance to find out whether their power has not faded. The man raised his eyebrows suspiciously, seeing the 2 old men who appeared on the horizon. Curiosity mingled with disbelief. "Who are you, and what do you want in this place?" he asked, leaning against the wall. It seemed that their goal was to gather divine power, illuminated by the radiance of the unearthly. They sought to collect the radiant divine liquid, conquering its power, even if it put their own safety into question. The head sighs, explaining that the supply of divine liquid has run out. Rumors spread that they were sent to the secret soul. The ancestor, who was revered by generations, found himself at the center of intrigues and secret conspiracies. His presence caused fear and hope among the inhabitants of the secret soul. They still had time to prepare, but still a huge number of opportunities that the Emperor of Destruction is capable of destroying an entire sect in one fell swoop. One of the elders expresses thanks, recognizing their importance and contribution to the cause. He decided to be completely frank with them. Their first target is the leader of the Thief Heaven sect, and now is the perfect time to strike. Ace shares with the main character the secrets of the cult, revealing their nearest insidious plans. He convinces the hero that it is time to act to stop this evil plan. The Vorva Heaven sect gathered in a secret room to discuss in detail their devious plans for the near future. One of those present with a smile suggested that they turn to the mysterious Padmere to learn more about the probability of success of their devious plans. The aid sector has already received an alarming message, but unfortunately their options have been exhausted. They are powerless before the present threat. Despite the difficulties, They have an elite mountain guard unit, ready to delay the approach of enemy reinforcements. Shocking news has arrived. Shushan's defiant sectarians have crushed 4 districts, leaving others trembling in captivity. Shushan's sectarian boats appeared on the horizon, speeding thousands of miles away. There are countless cultivators among them. Their ranks remain a mystery. It was incredibly disgusting that they would dare to go to full-scale war. Shushan will certainly face the consequences of his actions. People are in a panic because the threat is approaching like lightning, leaving no time for reflection. There is nowhere to run. It's time to go out to meet the enemies and heroically enter the battle without looking back. Entering the arena, he asks Ace if he's ready to give his life in this heroic battle. Today marks the beginning of the end for the Heaven-Stealing sect, a decisive moment when their dark intentions are defeated. A beam flies in the direction of the manor, but suddenly a shield appears to stop it. The leader worriedly said, "It is impossible to break through the eightfold defense. It is just a waste of their precious energy." However, he called on his associates for help, believing that together they would do the impossible. If this continues, the consumption of spirits will continue to grow. Maybe it's time to act more radically and find a way to destroy the enemies once and for all. The leader strictly instructs to be silent and blindly follow orders, leaving subordinates in suspense. Cultivators join forces, connecting to the shield support, preparing for the coming clash. William stood in the center of the barrier, staring intently at the cracks slowly spreading across its surface. He carefully analyzed each key moment, keeping in mind possible options for the development of events. Elders endowed with a high level of skill closely guard one of the most important points, ready for any trouble. He makes a decision to attack the opponent faster than he has time to strike. He decides to resort to the first powerful spell that promises to stun the enemy. There is an explosion, the energy of which scatters, disrupting everything in its path. Only a disembodied spirit can escape from this chaos by embracing the element of explosion. His voice sounded like the cry of the doomed, destroying everything around, destroying the mighty formation. Despite the strength of their defenses, their inner moods succumbed to a relaxation that the outside world could not resist. The leader stopped in shock, seeing the Emperor's ancestor in front of him. How did this mysterious man manage to be in this place and also unnoticed? The formation disintegrated. Subordinates are confused, they hesitate, and call to prepare for action. William elaborately tells the man that his desperation is limited only to the desire to survive. He does not care about the fate of others. They are background noise for him. But as long as the leader's heart beats, the Thief Paradise sect will be reborn, like the legend of the Phoenix. He recites a powerful incantation and sacrifices his own body for a greater cause. With unwavering determination, the leader vows to destroy the main character with a merciless blow. A flotilla of ships appeared on the horizon, glinting in the sun. Will it be the salvation the heroes have been waiting for, or the new threat of enemy reinforcements? The 3 major forces unite once again to put an end to the rule of the Shao family. Their plan seems invincible, but will everything go according to the script? Can they defeat the enemy before it's too late? The enemy, confident of his victory, is already beginning to share territory and resources, unaware of the approach of a new threat. In the family valley of Shaliv, a mysterious search for the head began, which attracted the attention of local residents. The battle between the ruthless cult leader and the brave William erupted once again, each blow echoing through the darkness of the night. The darkness that enveloped them had something ominous about it, like the shadow of an ancient curse. Her thickened breath cut through the night silence. The first stage of grief, an invisible but palpable force that fills the space around. The main character skillfully uses the art of heaven and earth dojo, feeling the power that connects the 2 worlds. His movements are precise and unpredictable, like nature itself. The host asked with interest what other divine power dojo could display. Can dojo actually manipulate space and time? Such a question is fresh in the air, generating a wave of curiosity among those present. William, who feels the breath of death on his shoulders, needs very little, just a few precious minutes. A cult leader on the brink, he looks extremely exhausted. However, his trump cards still remain significant, and the fight continues. The man was trapped, tried to run, but his legs seemed to have grown to the ground. He did not expect that he would face such an unpredictable danger. At a dead end, he had no choice but to resort to his blood again, hoping to change the situation. Having captured the soul of the body, the sect leader sought to become a minister, controlling the external and internal affairs of the worlds. The sect leader tries to crush the hero with a single wave of his hand, but this action seems too predictable. In response to the threat, William concentrates and manifests his power, creating many clones. All his clones, speaking in unison, warn the enemy. The faster he tries to destroy them, the closer his own death will be. Everything would be perfect if it weren't for this deafening noise. Once the action of the sutras is over, the fate of the enemy will be decided. He was inevitably destined to die. The leader suddenly realizes his defeat and, seemingly with a remnant of hope, asks for permission to negotiate. The leader wondered why he was suddenly interested in talking to William. The leader thinks about the benefits of these negotiations. Is it worth spending time on William? What does this guy have to offer to make a difference? The sect leader was willing to put everything on the line, including the innermost secrets, in the hope of achieving an unexpected turn of events. Under the thief's sky, where the stars seemed to have conspired to disappear, the hero was faced with a choice: to risk everything for a new beginning, or to leave the secrets untouched. He, instead of demanding power, simply asked for permission to live his life. The progenitor rejects the offer, as it would mean the loss of the coveted booty. If suddenly his fortune leaves him and he is defeated by Xiao, the consequences can be catastrophic. The Emperor of Destruction is willing to sacrifice himself, believing that his fate is inseparable from this battle. The beam relentlessly followed the Emperor, as if he was the only witness to his last battle, seeking to finish the matter once and for all. The main character, having carefully calculated each step, drinks a pill of life in advance, which gives him incredible strength and endurance. After defeating the first powerful opponent, he gains an immortal spirit of glory, which fills him with inexhaustible energy and determination for future challenges. A guard ring glittered on the finger, and on the hand there was a mysterious sign of a star that attracted attention and hid secrets. The previous doctor felt that something was wrong with his patient. He decided that he must return soon because the situation needed his attention. When everything was destroyed, reinforcements finally arrived. When they came out, the look in their eyes was clouded with incomprehension. No one could understand what really happened here. However, the characters had no intention of giving in so easily, ready to muster all their strength to withstand the unexpected blow. Lord Christian Zolliging Zong notes bitterly that their reputation has already fallen. Meanwhile, the small Shushan sect tries to get their word out in the vortex of chaos. For a long time, peace reigned on this land, but now the lust for power shines in the eyes of the people. The recent resignation of the previous SEC director, Shushan, has shaken many. Shushana left this world. The new leader, very young and desperate, is ready to risk everything. A colossal battle began between the two clans, each of which was determined to fight to the last for victory, for superiority and power. The special sword has incredible power, capable of single-handedly smashing 10,000 soldiers. This power captures and amazes the imagination. Ace had never before experienced combat as comfortable and controlled as this time. Observing this, the sect leaders decide to negotiate. They are even ready to fairly share the resources of Thieves' Paradise among themselves. The Shushan clan is considering a deal, willing to accept the terms if they can get at least half of what is offered. Some members of the clan are doubtful, believing that the offer is too generous, and suspect that something is not clean here. However, he is bound by a contract with the powerful Xiao family, which prevents him from taking a step towards his aspirations. After that, everyone present unanimously leans in favor of the decision, without wasting time on discussions. After that, everyone sat down at the negotiating table to begin a lively discussion about the distribution of ownership of valuable resources. In the far corner of the Xiao family valley, the atmosphere was tense, with only 2 people left standing, ready to assert their rights in a changing world. They stood in the center of the circle, surrounded by dozens of shimmering magical swords that floated in the air, as if ready to plunge their cold metal into the enemy at any moment. The Xiao family dismissed any sign of hospitality, their faces frozen in strained smiles as the uninvited guests crossed the threshold. One of the seniors suddenly abruptly stops a colleague. It is a place, he warns, full of cruelty, where their lives can be extinguished in an instant. The forces are leaving them, so it is necessary to retreat immediately and report on the situation. A huge bolt of lightning appears above the sky, announcing Stage 2, the formation of the immortal sword of execution. This is a sign that fate is inevitable. They came only for the divine liquid. Could such simple intentions become a threat to their lives? The main character traveled to the family valley for 10 days, and finally reached his destination. This place is filled with memories that awaken different feelings in him. The message was successfully sent. The main thing now is that everything goes according to plan, and that no unforeseen obstacles arise. William was on high alert. Somewhere, the breath of dramatic events could be faintly felt, as if the scene of grief was approaching by an invisible wave. It seemed that these two men were quite strong, but the flames of circumstances melted their determination. The progenitor kept a wary eye on the men, planning to capture them for thorough interrogation. At this moment, Camilla enters the scene. Happy and enthusiastic, she greets her husband with a joyful smile, as if the whole world is invisible outside of their mutual presence. The girl curiously asked if he noticed anything special from behind. However, William did not say a word, only discreetly asked not to address him in this way. He is an ancestor, and that matters. Camilla carefully studied every movement of the man, trying to understand his intention. After studying the situation for a long time, she asks if he had anyone else. He replies in the negative, never taking his eyes off hers. He holds her hand, and without looking down, openly confesses all his feelings, revealing the innermost secrets of his heart. Feeling indescribable pain, the girl rushes away, leaving him standing alone in the darkness of his thoughts. Edward wondered if the gentleman would make the first move to comfort her. The great-grandfather had unfinished business. An important meeting with Calais was waiting for him. His pleading voice called for the divine liquid that could be salvation. With a smile on his face, the elder watched the efforts of the younger generation, who were persistently trying to achieve their goals. It's time to act. Just one drop of magic potion can change everything. Cale could not hide his joy. He sincerely thanked, realizing the importance of his support at this moment. Since the spiritual treasury was damaged by the ancestor, now he will have to undertake its restoration. He seemed depressed, feeling powerless at the injustice of the situation. What now? Everything depends on others, and he remains an observer, unable to intervene. Once upon a time, Cale had neither father nor mother. This is his treasure of life. He asks not to punish himself for the events of the past, because this is only part of his history. The forefather felt unusual shame. He almost cried in front of his descendants when he remembered those old days. The grandchildren watched their grandfather with a mixture of curiosity and sympathy. Thanks to Cale's efforts, the Paradise Gem shone once more, bringing harmony back to Xiao Valley. Now there is peace and prosperity like never before. This brief moment in the valley was equivalent to a whole day in the outside world. A man seeks to find the secret of immortality for the welfare of his descendants, believing that the found path will allow him to live for centuries. It took Cale half a millennium to find a way to save his family. The timing of obtaining this artifact was relentless. It was obtained by killing the second elder of the Sky Thieves sect. The book contained many mysterious recipes. From the Emperor's record provided by the system, William learned something unexpected. He had to believe it, even though it seemed unreal. The opportunity to improve medicine became obvious. He turned to Arya for help, hoping she could offer some sort of solution. Circumstances required new ideas. The main character turned to Arya with the question of whether she is able to help in solving a difficult problem before him. He decides to understand the problem and, if successful, find a way to improve it. The girl picked up the book, looking at the boy in surprise. Her eyes betrayed genuine interest and white envy. "Where did you find that?" She sadly admitted that she was only a 6th-rank alchemist, and creating an immortal pill was beyond her power yet. William strongly convinced her to accept the task, because this case could affect the future of the entire organization. But Arya stood firm. Solving the formula requires no less than the 8th rank of an alchemist, which is simply beyond her capabilities. The ancestor takes his breath away. The mysterious pages of the book contain something extraordinary, but he knows that he must be careful, because this wisdom carries danger. He seems depressed because he is trapped in the uncertainty of his fate. He did not feel as confident as the local residents, who possessed knowledge about every corner of this mysterious place. She walked through the dense forest, relying on intuition and memory cards with information about ancient systems. But now the moment has come when he should focus on the development not only of himself, but also of his family. Only 3 days have passed, and the world around has already changed. An explosion occurred on the territory of the family, which changed everything around. Their strong bodies seemed to be able to overcome any ordeal, including the stages of grief thrown at them. The hero persistently asks to continue the experiment, believing in the ability to turn grief into strength. Suddenly, space split open, clearing the sky with a powerful explosion that caused many to take cover in fear. In the blink of an eye, it had been 4 months since William had started perfecting his pills. He has already become a student of the 5th grade, ready for new adventures. He still tried to improve the low-level pills, but they proved to be incompatible with his abilities. His failures were explained by anything, but certainly not by a lack of alchemical talent. Currently, the boiling cauldron is bubbling, preparing pills, and the main character is holding his breath in impatient anticipation. The probable disaster was averted. But now, instead of the expected results, only ashes were staring at the protagonist. The main character had a brilliant idea: to rub this magical mixture directly into the pills to change their effect. He passes the pills to two careless researchers who are fascinated by his genius plan. What will be the consequences this time? It remains unknown. No one was injured and no explosion occurred. Is this a real success? While the thirst for revenge burned, he quickly calculated the recipe for a new batch of pills that were supposed to restore order to the chaotic world. The two awoke, their hearts filled with hope for salvation. But joy before. The fight is not over yet. They did not feel that they were trapped. Revenge, on the other hand, decided to pretend to be invisible in order to strike at the right moment. She saw her chance to escape and couldn't miss it. The men who had endured the endless experiments now called out William Krull, turning his name into a threat and a challenge. After many unsuccessful attempts, he decides on a desperate step to create a poison pill. People are at the limit of endurance. Their reality has become real torture. People dare to approach the man to open his eyes to the wrong use of pills, hoping to change the terrible reality that surrounds them. William looks around with a gloating smile. Did they finally speak? One of the subjects asked if William had known the truth for a long time. He only smiled, because he never thought of getting rid of such valuable specimens. The souls who came from the Holy Land of Qingxuan pleaded for freedom. They never wanted war, but circumstances forced them to be here. The poison pill technique should be extremely powerful, but because of its unpredictable softness, it does not function properly. The elder angrily asks why his colleague is telling this, but he understands that if the situation is left unresolved, they will die. They weren't afraid of ordinary poisons. But the pills William made were different. Each was unique and contained an unprecedented threat. The main character listens to some mysterious, invisible breeze, which awakens anxiety and curiosity in him. It turned out that these mysterious individuals are the most outstanding alchemists of the 9th rank. Unbelievable. They were among the 10 best alchemists in the world. But why hasn't anyone mentioned this before? Why was it kept a secret for so long? The observers sensed that there was danger behind these words, and their hearts began to beat faster. Is he planning something terrible? However, the forefather, ignoring their imitations, asks if it is possible to somehow improve the situation. After looking at the recipe for the immortal pill, everyone was shocked to the core. This is something unknown that has not been encountered before. Can their masks bring them together? Will they be able to implement it? If the heroes plan to improve, it is quite real. However, there is one important obstacle in their way. William could not understand why they were laughing, because he was serious about learning. He wondered if he should find out about their true motives. He thought he could absorb a few more of his own creatures to feel their power. The task turned out to be difficult, because only talented masters could overcome such a challenge. It had already been 10 years in Xiao City, although only 10 days had passed in the outside world. People who arrive in the city will discover that the Zhao family possesses a unique law of time that can control the flow of years and minutes. After the triumph over the Thieves' Heaven sect, the Xiao family acquires significant resources that open up new horizons for their development. The Xiao family had to hide for more than 3 years in secret from others to avoid the attention of ill-wishers. Her decision improved the situation. The materials became difficult to obtain, and this saved her from the dangers that threatened from all sides. For decades, Camilla called him her husband, but with the appearance of Lucy, the former felt deeply offended. The girl adamantly addresses the main character, calling him her brother. He accepts his fate, realizing that running away from reality will only make things worse. He turns to the elders with a request to create a pill that can improve concentration. Even after so much effort, William only managed to reach a 3rd-grade alchemist, which was disappointing. But he did not give up and continued to dream of success. An alchemist could be raised to level 6 with decades of hard work. Can the alchemist, after decades of effort, contain the insatiable desire to return again and again to the unknown? Or does indulgence become their eternal companion? He felt like he could swallow a few more poison pills. Without further ado, the elders set out to prepare the magic pill, realizing that every second is worth its weight in gold. Their gazes were full of determination and unspeakable conflict. Edward announces that David has delivered an alarming message. There is a critical situation in the Southern Territory. The progenitor sank into safety, enjoying a 3-year period of rest. He was completely oblivious to all the potential dangers that lay ahead. A transmigration compass is required to cross boundaries at the ascension stage or higher. It is controlled by 10 great holy lands. Their power over this artifact is undisputed. The protagonist is convinced that Hal Jing Hong is planning a daring breakthrough into the mysterious 10 Holy Lands. Jack, sensing a threat to his descendants, decides to become a spy right under the nose of the Master of Disasters. He cannot stand aside when danger is right around the corner. William rushes over to Ace, asking if he's free for a surprise trip. But now, William does not understand why his intentions have suddenly changed. Ahead was the implementation of the plan to take over the criminal world. But reality challenged his ambitions. World Sector? Interesting. But if Spirit Stones really existed, that would be a completely different matter. The Patriarch assured with a smile that the booty would be divided equally, 50 by 50. Except that they had to divide the spoils today. Or even more precisely, immediately, without any delay. Lucy desperately begged to join the team. The protagonist, without much thought, decided not to refuse her. Because it was not the time to argue. Suddenly, the system sent a message. The number of descendants reached 6,000. This surprised everyone, but not the main character. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time, aware of the consequences that could change the history of their team. The boy is full of joy, because there is so much kindness and support around him. The boy with a twinkle in his eyes accepted the awards, feeling his heart fill with pride. Camilla seethes with rage. She is the main wife, and no one can deprive her of this title. Edward respectfully bows his head to his father, sincerely wishing him luck. Because 2 women in one abode is a potential storm that promises uncertainty. At the entrance to the great imperial city, a crowd gathered like flocks of butterflies to the light. Everyone was looking for answers and new events. The citizens were anxiously wondering whether their beloved Uncle David would come to his senses. However, there was a spark of hope for a miracle in their hearts. The main task is to protect the Lord. Therefore, the second boldly decides to go outside and distract the enemy, risking everything for the success of the mission. The Xiao family fearlessly marches forward, not afraid of death. They are ready to give everything for the sake of saving their comrades and the success of the mission. Others believe that the team will not be able to cope without David, underestimating their true strength. The most powerful member of the team is in the stage of a single birth, and the opponents are sure that victory will be instant. And then, out of nowhere, the legendary Sword 3000 Daus Bell appears in the air, shining like a new star over the battlefield. 2 brave warriors, like lightning, fell on the villains, instantly breaking their resistance. Familiar figures seemed to stand out on the horizon. Aunt Lillian, Uncle Mark, and their loyal allies, confidently approaching the battlefield. The man started to run away with David, but suddenly a huge flying ship loomed over them, creating tension in the air. The commander imperiously ordered that David be caught unharmed. The subordinate assured him that he would complete the task with the utmost care. He rushes towards them, a shiny saber in hand, ready to strike. The warrior skillfully uses the 9 rotations of the heavenly spirit technique, putting his energy into each movement. The guard, deeply wounded, had no intention of retreating. The guard looked down for a moment, considering his next course of action. The stranger mocks the young man, calling him vain. He should not even be expected to successfully complete such an easy task. Exasperated to the limit, he decides to take matters into his own hands, proving his determination to act without delay. Bleeded but not broken, the man snorted that his master would surely find a way to avenge his brazen insolence. The student sheepishly apologizes, admitting his inexperience and feeling like he's let everyone down. Suddenly, a mysterious voice told him to find the soul collectors and find out where exactly it is hidden. William will not have to look for a soul collector for a long time because he will never leave his grandchildren and his beloved student to fend for themselves. The main character persistently demands release, warning that the enemies will soon have to say goodbye to life. 3 warriors will not be able to bring victory in this brutal confrontation. However, Ace denies his involvement, claiming that he was simply in the wrong place at the wrong time. Ace does not want to compete with an opponent who is in a state of grief. However, he understands. If he does not intervene, all the spiritual stones may end up in their hands. Unown erects a barrier, deflecting an attack and trapping enemies. The attacks resume again, and suddenly he is locked in by a crystal of ice, forever curbing his attempts to break free. Suddenly the man, leaving everyone in awe, vividly declares himself. He becomes indignant and blames others, calling them antis, breaking the silence of the moment. The stranger suddenly realizes that the hero has really mastered cosmic law. And this is by no means a joke, but a serious threat to those who stand in his way. He calls upon the power of his heavenly divine will as the strongest weapon in his arsenal. His divine power breaks through all the enemy's attacks, blinding him and leaving him in a state of complete helplessness. David, together with the apprentice, appear behind the protagonist, ready for the next move. Isan and William are just the combination that can overcome any grief. Together, they find the strength to face challenges. The grief progenitor's breathing grew weaker with each passing moment, but even in this weakness, he mustered the strength to cast one last spell. Asking the enemy questions during battle was like playing with fire, but that was what set him apart from the rest. At times, the tactic was unusually effective, confusing the enemy. The man facing Lucy couldn't fathom how she managed to stay level with her much weaker strength. His surprise knew no bounds. It was not for nothing that she won the title of the best student, because she mastered the complex 9 transformations of Kunpeng, impressing everyone with her knowledge and skills. The chest hides invisible magic, a mysterious treasure of the spiritual world that can reveal many secrets. With such incredible power, harming her seems impossible. The servant understands this and decides to run away, saving his own life. However, he decided to wait for the right moment. In the meantime, it is necessary to distract her by creating the illusion that she is chasing the target. Such an attack does not hurt in the moment of grief, but it cannot be deflected. William Dante's spiritual sea has spilled into an endless ocean, and Ace, his tireless engine, unceasingly provides strength for further exploits. As long as the spirit stones are available, his energy grows, and new horizons are now open to him. The battle has been continuous for almost 3 days. The participants are exhausted. The stranger felt that something was not to his liking here. His intuition screamed of danger, so he wanted to get out of this place as soon as possible. Suddenly he is overcome by a wave of painful grief that seems to arise from nowhere. Finally, Gabriel and Andrew break out of captivity. Cruel William makes them work like it's a game of spies. It seemed that the white-haired man with the icy expression suddenly felt the effects of the poison that was creeping in slowly but inexorably. With a light movement of his hand, the guard shackles the man. They say that the real purpose of his visit is to hand over the infernal gun to justice. He plans to get a secret recipe for them. The main character, with a sly smile, raises the stakes. He is ready to risk everything if his opponent gets rid of the infernal gun. They manage to defeat all opponents, but the figure of the strongest person who passes the test causes them fear and insecurity. An opponent who has already experienced this will cause fear. The man warns that if he dies, Hal Jinghong will deal with them mercilessly. The elders were seething with anger. How dare this man defy the Holy Land, disturbing its peace? I'm sorry, but I need exactly the fragment to rewrite according to your rules. Please provide the numbered text that needs to be improved. She had to provide them with prescriptions. Before that, he decided to give his colleague a seemingly ordinary ring. Ace felt a deep sense of gratitude towards Progenitor Siu, as the alliance with him turned out to be a brilliant idea that opened up new horizons for their cooperation. The murder that occurred in the morning stage did not go unnoticed by Jinghong Hall, attracting their vigilance and attention. Currently, the Zhao family is unable to overcome the Mahayama stage, so the system decides to offer absolute support. Blindness is exchanged for 2,000 years of life. William does not hesitate, because he simply has no alternatives. He agrees to this audacious proposal. A giant eye mysteriously and mercilessly watches over the world from the sky, leaving no chance to hide from its all-seeing gaze. He saw the scene of the action, but the main character disappeared as if he had never been there. The elders sighed with relief and joy. Fate was merciful, and danger passed them by after the enemy was exposed. The girl was so upset that tears flowed from her eyes. The main character realizes that her despair has reached the point where she has imagined the worst because of him. With troubled feelings, he tries to save Camilla from the deadly despair that consumes her soul. Their gazes merged into one, creating a bridge between their souls. Did he manage to intervene in time? A happy smile bloomed on her face. William was safe at last, and joy filled her heart. The patriarch confidently lifted the young lady in his arms and moved forward, leaving behind all troubles and doubts. She fainted. The main character strongly demands that the system immediately find a way to save the situation, without stopping for a moment. His perseverance inspires those around him and makes the system work faster. He moved like lightning, increasing his speed to the limit with each step. After being rejected, he falls to his knees, exhaling inflammatory words at the system, hoping to make it change its mind. She gives a red ribbon that can change people's places, adding mystery to her melodious image. To discover the secret of the treasure, you need to possess the gift of telepathy, the ability to read thoughts and perceive the invisible. The man wraps the ribbon around his arm with passion in his eyes, leans down and speaks desperately to the girl, hoping that she will finally wake up. All the crowds watched with interest what was happening below. William looks around confused, not understanding why his voice sounds so strange and if it is really him lying on the ground. He looks at his body and suddenly realizes he has switched bodies with Camilla. Shock and amazement covered the forefather when he realized that his consciousness was stuck in someone else's body. The main character called up the system interface, hoping to find confirmation of the loss of his powers. To his surprise, the system calmly reported that everything remained normal. The system was permanently attached to him, even after switching bodies. Support remained steadfast. Despite this, his level dropped, which caused alarm. However, William had no right to grumble, because it was he, despairing of his strength, who asked for salvation for the girl. He still couldn't get used to the sudden transformation into a woman. Is there really a way to get your real body back? The system informed that the restoration of the real body will be possible only after the complete restoration of Camilla's soul. The subordinate peered into the darkness, noticed the foreman working tirelessly, and asked why he was still awake. Something disturbed the foreman so much that he forgot about rest. After these words, the girl, being in William's body, suddenly got up. The girl felt a wave of indignation. How dare someone pretend to be her, play a role in this new world? However, looking around, she realized that something was wrong. She looked around, feeling the tension build. Her hand reached for her waist, deciding it was time to act. Blinded by the discovery, the main character suddenly stops her curiosity, as if sensing an invisible barrier. Her gaze becomes tense as before a battle. If his disciples or mentors contemplated this, they would feel such shame that it would be impossible to wash it off. Smiling, the girl invited him to repeat the trick and appreciate the beauty of his body. The main character was seething with rage. How dare she suggest something so audacious right in front of everyone? Ace looked at the guest in surprise, realizing that they had swapped bodies. William suggested going outside, feeling that the fresh air might clear his mind and solve the strange body-swapping situation. He had a feeling that everything would fall into place once Lucy returned. Her presence always brought clarity and understanding. He was now anxiously wondering whether the girl in this body would be able to avoid misunderstandings and trouble. Then Lucy appeared from around the corner. She rushed to her brother and hugged him warmly. With characteristic fervor, Camilla jumped closer, ready to prove her superiority again, even at the cost of the last blow. Her strength and fury made her a formidable opponent. Camilla, to everyone's surprise, expressed sincere thanks, recognizing the strength and skill of the opponent in this fierce battle. The magic treasury of time is able to quickly heal all wounds. Opponents knew that they had to hurry to outrun the inexorable course of events. They quickly arrived on the scene, ready to act. The remote valley where the Xiao family settled hid many secrets in its misty expanses. With every effort, trusting only in his abilities, Xiao continued to study the secrets of alchemy. Camilla and David were looking for pills, a great opportunity that could change their lives. A crowd gathered near the mountain gate because the townspeople were waiting for great news. Today is a clan competition, but father did not pay much attention to it, considering it only a ceremony. Camilla replies with a smile that it's normal. If they do their best this year, the reward will be doubled. Edward is shocked that his ancestor dared to kidnap a woman and bring her to Camilla's palace. He feels that he has not yet solved all the mysteries of this story. After the clan competition is over, the heroes must return to claim their well-deserved reward and learn more about the mysterious royal intrigue. Their task was clear and unchanging, to collect as many children as possible. It was a non-negotiable order of the kingdom. Lucy returns home and David eagerly asks if he can go back to her place first. The main character almost does not hesitate and easily allows him to continue on his way. The crowd is lost in speculation. Why is Camilla reacting so nonchalantly, as if everything that is happening is not worth any concern? Anton approaches the master with curiosity. "Master, may I inspect the Wudao tea tree?" he asks. Willia agrees without hesitation, because this tree is worth attention. People are even more surprised, trying to understand why the student calls so persistently. Their views are filled with curiosity and surprise. He looked at the person in front of him and felt that it was the master, not the master's wife. Something incredible was happening, and he wanted to know what it was. The protagonist asked the system what Lucy's intentions were for Camilla. The main character repeated his question to the system again and again. more than 10 times already, trying to unravel the mystery of Lucy's intentions towards Camilla. William is overcome with fear because he does not know what trials lie ahead. The system tells William to calm down and come up with a plan, but something in her tone sounds unwelcoming, hinting at unknown changes in her character. The servants whisper about Camilla, who has lost her love. Instead of returning to her palace, she left for the ancient Xiao clan, leaving everyone stunned. The main character gives an order to his subordinates to carefully watch the two girls to make sure that they do not cause any trouble. Concentrated immortal alcohol tablet actively promotes the development and rapid healing of camellia injuries, giving it new strength and energy. For preparation, you will need a cleansing herb, a lily of the 7th grade, and 2 snowfruits. After a busy 10 days, filled with numerous experiments, the main character finally retreated, feeling that it was time to draw conclusions and sum up his efforts. Finally, his talents and congratulations. You have finally arrived at the event scene. Maybe it has something to do with his new body. It had only one stage of transformation and proved unable to support the processing of elixirs. There was a time when he couldn't succeed. All his techniques and steps looked flawless. Perhaps his body was harboring some kind of poison that was hindering him? In order to perfect the immortality pills, he should focus on perfecting this body. William realized that his body required relaxation and cleanliness. He felt an irresistible urge to sink into a soothing bath, hoping to wash away his fatigue and collect his thoughts. A cleansing spell helped them feel better. Women sometimes seemed like mysterious creatures. Should he confide in Camille about this and then freshen up? Camilla and Lucy set out on the road to their majestic palace, ready for new adventures and mysterious discoveries. But suddenly Edward appears, his voice booming as he tries to address his father. Once inside, Edward freezes in amazement. An unusual scene unfolds in front of him. His father suddenly found himself on the floor, losing his balance. Camilla asked uncertainly why the old man needed her. The subordinate was lost in guesses, why the old man still did not let Lucy go home. She was troubled by this mysterious decision, which seemed even more mysterious with each passing minute. She answered confidently that she liked the girl very much, and she had no intention of giving it up. Edward reported that he had received an anonymous secret letter, which may contain something extremely important. The girl looks up, barely holding back her anxiety, and asks, "So what now? Do we have a plan?" He feels something is wrong. The father began to behave unusually, arousing suspicions. The decision was made to quickly mobilize the main forces of the Xiao family, assess the situation, and act accordingly. The main character, enjoying the moment, had time to immerse himself in a bath filled with fragrant rose petals. This gave him the opportunity to regain strength before important events. Having recovered his strength, he felt a rush of energy, ready to continue his path of self-improvement. It turned out not to be a simple royal barrier, but a real challenge for his experience. His experience accumulated through 3 past lives was put to the test in this blind journey. Working behind closed doors, he tried to break through invisible barriers. Will he dare to leave everything to gain experience and test his fate with this charming face? An unexpected guest came to the main character, like a wind that brings new adventures. It was Mr. Ace, a mysterious visitor with an important message on his heart. However, William avoided the offer because at the moment it did not bother him at all. It would seem that William was rejecting the offer. But anxiety still crept slightly into his thoughts. A turquoise balloon floated in the sky, attracting the gaze of everyone around. It seemed that this breath of heavenly sorrow, a rare treasure, captured the admiration and delight of all who looked at it. This discovery will allow the Masters of Calamity to reach new heights in their skill. It claims that the reaction seems magical, but in reality, it is just a normal response of the body. The murdered man thought for a long time and decided that giving it to him was the best decision. He realized that this step could change everything. It was clear that the offer was unusual, but what exactly was the man trying to get in return? All this for the sake of the mysterious treasure of time, which the man sought to acquire. His eyes were burning with ambition, and every word he spoke was full of mystery. In order to give the students more experience, he decided to send a few of them to practice with the Xiao family. The hero refuses the object offered to him, saying that he does not need it. The only condition on which he is willing to accept students is marriage. There are not many female students in the Shushan sect, and he has no plans to give them away. The main character insists they need not only women. Descendants cannot always stay in the Xiao family. They must also strive for development and independence. If agreed, William will provide Shushan's 10 students with an opportunity to practice with him, opening the door to new prospects. Ace finally gives his consent, but believes that marriage is a call of fate, and the young must choose their own path. William decided to organize a mass blind date, where he intended to gather approximately 200 couples, creating the perfect occasion for new acquaintances and unexpected meetings. Shushan did not hesitate to accept the offer because it was a chance to get rid of Potmir's sect in Jinghong Hall once and for all. The main character goes to Camilla's palace, asks permission to take Lucy with him, and sets off on a new, exciting journey. There is an atmosphere of mystery and intrigue in Seattle's Grand Palace. Around Edward gathered a large crowd, pulsating with lively interest and anticipation. The man excitedly declares that his father has changed beyond recognition. Something has happened to him. He is not who he used to be. Others begin to suspect that something has happened to their father. And the matter is not simple at all. Others, on the contrary, start to doubt the official explanations more and more every day, and whisper more and more often that the father may be in serious trouble. Edward notes that the situation looks different. He has no idea about the plan to close the territory. It all seems mysterious to him. This plan had been discussed with his father for a long time, but now the boy had completely forgotten about it, as if blown away by the wind in the midst of everyday life. One of the servants stood nearby, carefully observing the situation, ready to act at the slightest need. He met the other's eyes and asked what exactly they meant and what their next steps would be in this dangerous game. The son offered to capture the forefather and subject him to cruel torture, hoping to extract from him a confession about mysterious affairs. In the majestic palace, the girl finally found a cozy place for a moment of peace to regain strength after a stressful day. She breathed a sigh of relief that Lucy was finally gone, and now she could enjoy a moment of peace and relaxation. She was happy with her transformed body, which gave her new opportunities and powers. She felt a certain discomfort, but it was impossible to lose such a wonderful opportunity, which was opened by her new opportunities. If anyone found out about the true essence of the meal, she would be ashamed to show her face. The girl noticed an unusual spiritual energy. A huge crowd gathered near the palace, at least thousands of people. Her feeling did not disappoint. This place was full of energy. The formation of the golden castle of the 8 gates was surprising in its grandeur. Was it Jinghong Hall that disturbed the tranquility of the family valley by breaking through its mystical boundaries? All this is Edward's handiwork. He tries to solve the mystery of his father's disappearance. Not all of the family is aware of the mysterious body swap, but they can't just turn their backs on it. The subordinate warns that in case of resistance, he will not be able to guarantee her survival. Camilla felt a wave of confusion wash over her head, but no. Camilla was embarrassed, not knowing how to react to the wave of misunderstanding. Everyone around was waiting for an explanation, but she wasn't going to say a word. The palace covered itself with an icy shell, freezing in one moment to halt their advance, even for a moment. She blames the main character for the disaster. If he had not left the valley, but taken her with him, their paths might have crossed differently, and all this disaster would not have happened. Rumors turned into ice crystals that enveloped everything around. He urged that fire disciples be summoned immediately to melt away this scourge before it was too late. Although the truth remains with her, she rushes forward. David quietly approached Edward to whisper something important and urgent in his ear. Falling to his knees, Edward desperately admits that he is not worthy of his son. And now the only punishment for his guilt can be death. Last time, when Camilla left the hospital, she felt how important this moment was. The rays of the sun touched her face, and she realized that life was again challenging her. The Jewel family chose William for an important task. He knows that this time he has no right to make a mistake. Unusual lights began to appear in the sky, making the girl wonder whose business it was. She raised her eyes to the sky with dreamy interest and barely perceptible excitement. Jane Doe was pursued by about 29 people, 5 of whom specialized in integration. During her persecution, Jane knew that if it continued, her life would be in danger. The woman begged Camille for help, realizing that her life was at stake. The woman desperately promised to sacrifice her soul if only Camilla would save her life from this hopeless situation. The main character's wife breathes heavily, feeling the weight of a responsible decision resting on her shoulders. She finally agrees and chants the spell with concentration. The people chasing the mysterious strangers felt it was time to retreat. An elusive stage of elevation appeared on the horizon, which they could not overcome. But it was too late. Spears pierced the pursuers one by one, leaving them no chance of escape. The girl came across an unexpected opportunity and grabbed it, as if fate had told her this path. Jane suddenly realizes Camille, the Emperor of Destruction, her legendary ancestor. This unexpected truth turns her whole world upside down. Camilla asked her husband if he remembered her, Layla. But the wife shrugged her shoulders, unable to remember such a familiar name or face. The situation was becoming critical. The girl was teetering on the edge of life and death. The only hope is a magic pill that can save her. It seems that these mysterious strangers had other plans for Layla. They did not kill her, but only captured her. She was a holy maiden of the Podmere cult, dedicated to the art of their mysterious marriage, which concealed deep-rooted rituals. Camilla sensed danger. A girl with natural charm could capture William's heart. The next frame reveals the mysterious plan that rested in the mind of William's wife, causing more and more questions and intrigue. Layla remains unmoved by the spell, replying that she is powerless to do anything due to her severe wounds. Camilla stretches her fingers to her chest with trembling hands, assuring her that everything will be gentle and without fear. Layla froze in shock, feeling pain. What kind of man is standing across the hall doing this? Standing on her knees, she with effort squeezes out a request to the ancestor, hoping that her pleas can melt his stony heart. The girl realizes that having given her soul, she can now face death at any moment, but she consciously made this choice. Is Layla ready to sacrifice her life to preserve her innocence? Layla resolutely declared, "Yes, ready." Her will is unshakable. She agrees to any tests as long as she does not go against her own principles. Camilla was delighted with the response she received. Her decision will be remembered as an important choice. Layla knew the rumors that their Shao ancestor was a supporter of vulgar customs. This alone could explain why the spirit of eccentricity always reigned in their home. Over the century, almost 10,000 children were born here. His words seemed to be different from all the rumors swirling around the family. But at that moment, the only thing that was more important than anything else was to survive in this chaos. With gratitude in her heart, Layla turns to her ancestor for his kindness, feeling herself ready for hard work, like a slave, with a clear intention to prove her strength and resilience. However, Camilla believed that such happiness was of no use to her. She approaches Camilla and offers to find a cozy place to finally learn more about the mysterious cult of Podmere. The men expressed their gratitude to A for the escort, promising that Conlin would remember their kindness. The master stood aside, but her voice was determined. She beckoned the traitor to come closer, without any delay, and she said that it was a misunderstanding. They had not come to escort Lucy, but to discuss the possibilities together. Her words sounded with clarity and confidence. The Williams sisters, limited in their means, can no longer buy. They doubt they will return after that. For Kunlun, the most important thing is that the talented students they trained with such dedication are ready for new challenges. For Xiao, this is a real shock, but even more worrying is how it will affect their customers. The head leans forward, as if prompting, and reaches out to gently touch the girl's hand, seeking to establish contact. They stood at a certain distance from each other, like two strangers whose meeting was accidental but inevitably significant. David assures them that their marriage will bring them 3 copies of magical power and a whopping 10 billion spirit stones. Not even the Holy Land can match the ancient magical power approaching the prehistoric level. Did no one dare to ask how they could be so serious before uttering those cryptic words? If only they really possessed 3 prehistoric, extraordinary divine powers. The teacher is even ready to sacrifice 10 of his students for this. The hero is confident and determined. He takes all the events around him absolutely seriously. So it's time for them to take a course to the main peak, where new adventures and challenges await them. A shadow of unknown sadness crept into Lucy's heart. She realized that the elders had decided to sell her fate. Her mind was constantly faced with an invisible barrier that blocked all thoughts and decisions. The girl could barely contain her joy, feeling how happiness filled her heart. Meeting such a man as him seemed like a gift of fate.